各位贵宾、各位媒体，大家早安！活动即将在
Okay, distinguished guests and friends from the media, our summit will begin in 2 minutes. Please be seated.
在开始以前，
Before we start today's summit, we would like to give you a friendly reminder. Interpretation service is available today. Please switch to the channel that you would like to listen to. We have Chinese and English interpretation service for today, and we would kindly recommend you to set your phone into silence mode or the vibration mode. Thank you. And when you're taking pictures, please be seated as well. Thank you. Distinguished guests and friends from the media, our summit today will begin in 1 minute. Please be seated. Thank you. And before we start today's summit, a friendly reminder, we have interpretation service available for today. Please switch to the channel you would like to listen to, and we would recommend you to switch your phone to silent mode or vibration mode. And when you're taking pictures, please remain seated. Thank you.
各位贵宾、各位媒体朋友，大家。
Good morning, distinguished guests and our friends from the media. Our summit today will begin soon, and please be seated. Before we start today's summit, a friendly reminder, we have interpretation service available today. Please switch to the channel you would like to listen to, and please switch your phone to vibration mode or silent mode. If you want to take pictures, please remain seated while you're taking the pictures. Thank you. Distinguished guests and friends from the media, the 2023 World Organic Youth Summit in Hualien will begin soon. And our theme for today is the opportunities for youth in the organic sector. I'm your MC today, Sagubi Kadayan. And it is our honor today to welcome all of our distinguished guests to the summit today. On behalf of the organizer and the Hualien County government, the Association of Taiwanese Indigenous Peoples Development Association, and also the iPhone Organics Asia, we would like to welcome all of our participants from over 25 countries. Today we have international guests from around the world and also 300 Taiwanese participants. First of all, we would like to express our thank you to the delegation from the Ministry of Agriculture. And next, we would like to welcome the Section Chief, Mr. Dong, from also the Ministry of Agriculture. Next, we would like to welcome the Hualien Agricultural Research Farm. This is our deputy or coordinator. And next, we would like to welcome our county mayor, the Miss Xu Zhengwei. And we would like to express our gratitude for Mayor Xi for her contributions and efforts toward the development of organic agriculture in Hualien and Taiwan, and also her support for ALGOA. We would like to also say thank you to Matthew John, the chairman of iForum Asia. Thank you. And also the vice chairman, Elgado Ikea. And also our vice chairman, Moon Ji-yoon from Korea. Welcome and thank you. And next, allow me to introduce our friends from international governmental agencies. Most of them have been working closely with iForum Organics Asia and ALGOA to promote organic agriculture in their respective countries. And we would like to welcome Elizabeth de Leon. Welcome. And also, we would like to welcome the representative of the management officer of the Philippines Department of Agriculture, Leah Derquido. And he's here on behalf of Mr. Bernadette Sanjan. And we would also like to introduce our colleagues, the Organic Youth Ambassadors from ALGOA. And also, we would like to introduce the mayor of Victoria City, Philippines, Javier Benitez. And also, we would like to say thank you to our pioneer, the former president, Angela Liu of iPhone Organics International. Thank you. And also his wife, Julia, who was the former mayor of Daintree in Queensland, Australia. Thank you. And it is our honor to introduce Professor Chen Shixiong. He is the father of organic agriculture in Taiwan and has always been a guiding light for organic development in Taiwan and also Asia. We look forward to hearing all of the inspirational stories from the organic pioneers during the summit. And also, we would like to introduce our great teacher who has trained over 200 members for the Asian Organic Youth Forum. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Konrad Hofflesch. Thank you. Finally, it is our honor to introduce the founding members of the Youth Organic Global Network. They have been receiving training from organic leadership courses by AGOA and IFOAM, and they have taken on leadership roles within IFOAM. And also, we would like to introduce members from the IFOAM Organic International World Board, Miyoshi Sakato from Japan, and also Sarah Thompson from the UK. Thank you and welcome. And next, we would like to invite the Mayor of Hualien County, Ms. Xu Zhengwei, to give her opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Xu.
I'm very happy to be here, and we have over 26 people coming from 26 countries, and we have a lot of participants from Taiwan and all of pioneers in this organic sector. Hello everyone, welcome. Today I would like to extend my gratitude to IFOAM Asia, Mr. Matthew John. This time, we are very happy to host the Second World Organic Youth Summit. I want to thank a lot of people here, and I want to thank your effort in the organic sector. Recent time in Libya, we have seen serious flood. A few days ago, we had big earthquake. In Morocco. We are under a lot of threat of different natural disasters. And it is a test for us, and also a question for us to think that how we can coexist with the nature. Hualien County is a very important force to promote organic businesses. And we have set up a special office a few years ago. And Dr. Chen Shixiong and Mr. Underdeputy Chen and other consultants have given us great advice. So Hualien County, well, I think it is the capital in promoting organic agriculture. So now we have different standards and associations helping us to move forward, and I think there are a lot of different areas that we can work on for this land. And I remember Mr. Chen Shixiong and I have talked about that organic agriculture is very important in mitigate climate change. The goal is to have net zero and to reduce carbon emissions. And I think especially the yellow carbon is a very great part in protecting the environment. And how we can vitalize the land I think our organic agriculture plays a very important role. And Hualien County is the most important production place for organic rice. And today we have great friends and pioneers and farmers, from around the world gathered here, and they put great effort in developing new crops and new ideas into this sector. So I think the Second World Organic Youth Summit plays a very important role, and it could be a great platform for all of us to learn. And it is we can also think about how we can face the climate change and how we can work together, starting from the organic agriculture sector. And I think people in Taiwan can see how much we have put into this sector and from Hualien County. And I think what we've done have given a lot of support to the farmers in Hualien. And we work really hard in promoting using organic food in the school lunch. And not only that, we're also looking into developing varieties in the organic agriculture products. So in Hualien County, we are working on 5 clean. We want to have clean environment, clean mind, clean food. So last year in Hualien County, we have received the title, the most popular and most welcoming. We got the 2nd place. And welcome to Hualien. Hualien is a very beautiful place. And I hope this can be a hometown for mind. And I think there's a great balance in different elements in the world. And I hope that we can create harmony among these factors. And I think we need to start from us. We need to put them into practice. And I think supporting organic product is a support to helping the world become more sustainable. So thank you again. Thank you, IFOAM and the former president. He's from Australia. Let's give him a round of applause. We can see him every time in different organic agriculture meetings. So we can see that he's still got the passion and he's still working. I think he's a great inspiration to also all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Xu. Here today we have different participants from the county government and different businesses as well come. And then Ms. Huang Zhangrun. And then the Green Foundation Chief, Mr. Chen Wende. And Mr. Chen Guangwei from the Ministry of Agriculture. And then Secretary Cai. And then Mr. Gao Zhixiang. Now let's welcome the Matthew John, Mr. Matthew John, the chief of IFOAM, to give us a keynote speech.
guests, Mayor Shu Chen-wei, IFOAM and ALGOA members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Such a pleasure to be here and to see smiling faces early in the morning in Taiwan and so much of enthusiasm and passion. I was telling Jennifer last night that you could feel the excitement even while traveling here. And I think that gives us all a great hope going forward. Even talking this morning to Andre also, that to see so many young people here, it generates the excitement, the enthusiasm, the commitment that this set of people have for the coming years. I would like to start by expressing our gratitude to Mayor Shu Chen-wei and to the County of Hualien for organizing this summit, this youth summit, and to taking on this responsibility. It's just so much of an honor. This is my second trip to Taiwan, and I can just feel the warmth every time, the hospitality, every time we come here, that we have been welcomed with open arms. And this youth summit is a reflection of that generosity that they have. I would also like to express my special thanks to the Council of Agriculture of Taiwan for their cooperation and support for this event. We've heard that we have more than 60 participants from foreign countries. We have over 300 from the country of Taiwan too, and it's just so grateful to be here today. Two people to be remembered and to be thankful for. One is Andre. Thank you so much for the effort that you put in, and as a pioneer to be constantly supporting us in our work everywhere. Yeah, and Dr. Shen, thank you so much too for being such a support and an inspiration to many of the young people all over the world. Thank you so much, both of you. As I stand here, I'm reminded of some words from Mahatma Gandhi. And he said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." And I think that's very important for each one of us. Many times we, as young people, we expect somebody else to take the lead. But I think it's very important that we remember that we need to be the change. That change doesn't need to be huge. It can be just few steps, one at a time. And I think we will see change coming into the world going forward. He also said, "You may never know what results come of your actions, but if you do nothing, there will be no result." Yeah? The future depends on what we do in the present. And I think Mayor Shu also said, just the last few weeks have been a reminder of the grim realities of this world. Yeah? We've been seeing floods, earthquakes. Even in my country, in India, this year we have seen such an overdose of floods. And it's thousands of people who've lost their lives, thousands of people who've lost their livelihoods. And I think it's just a reminder for each one of us that the time for action is now. We can't just keep waiting for the next year or for the state to be able to take actions. We, not only as civil society, but as academia, as researchers, as young people in organizations, as individuals, each one of us needs to take steps. We're constantly reminded that there's no planet B, yeah, for action. We have just this planet, and we have to take care of it. Every time I share, I keep going back to the 4 principles of organic agriculture, and I think that's constantly a reminder for us that organic agriculture is so much more than just a production side. Yeah. We talk about the principle of health. And it's again, it's just a reminder to us that we have this one world that we are a part of. There's the principle of ecology, and it reminds us that systems, ecological systems, are one and indivisible. We can't just pick and choose what we want to address. We have a principle of fairness. It again reminds us that as people, we are part of that system, that ecosystem. And that principle of fairness needs to extend all the way, all across, and not only as human beings, but to the flora and fauna that exists around us. And importantly is the principle of care. I think that principle of care is what excites us, that there is a future, that there is a carrying over, a handing over to the next generation of people. And I think this Youth Summit is a start for that to happen. Many times when we look at these principles, at different times, some of them may be important, but I think it's always important for us to remember that all four of these organic principles go together. For the youth who are present here today, I would like to draw your attention to the first summit and the declaration that was made there. Sometimes we take these declarations just as pieces of words that we leave in some documents, yeah? But I think there's a lot of effort that goes in, and when we make those commitments as young people, I think we need to go back once in a while, read those declarations again, because that's a commitment that we make. And as young people, there have been commitments that have been made, and I just want to read out some of them. It says, this network believes in the transformation of the current food systems into more sustainable and organic food systems, which prioritizes the well-being of the ecosystems and the health of life on Earth. I think in just one sentence, it encapsulates what we want to do. And I think some of these words, we need to keep reading them over and over again. It will restore the pride of our organic farmers, who are not just the producers of our food, but the protectors of human health and our Mother Earth. Our organic farmers are our superheroes. I think more than superheroes, they're also stewards of this planet. Without them, we won't have food on our tables. And I think it's important that we give them the respect for the effort that they make for each one of us. Lastly, the Global Youth Network also made a statement. It will persevere. It's not just a one-time effort. It will persevere to become agents of change, to pursue innovations with courage and ingenuity, guided by the principles that we just talked about. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's time for the young people to take the lead. Many times, as an older generation, we become cynical because we've seen everything. We've discussed this time and time again. And I think it's time for the young generation to move forward. And I urge the young people present here to take this opportunity. I think the most important thing is that you are meeting physically. COVID took away a few years of all of our lives. But I think the time has come again to meet, build those networks, build those relationships, because every time you meet, you learn something. And every time you learn, and when you share, you give away something. And I think it's only through that process that we will continue to grow. So thank you once again, and hope you have a great 2 days together. Thank you.
我们谢谢分会主席 Matthew Zhang。接下来我们
Okay, thank you, Matthew. And next, we would like to invite Xu Huifei from the Agricultural Affairs Agency. Welcome. Okay, so Mayor Xi, dear Mayor Xi, and also the Inforum Asian President John, and also our international participants and delegates from around the world, and also experts and friends from Taiwan, and also dear former minister, and also our director, deputy director, and also our friends from the organic community. Good morning. So it is our honor today to be here at this summit. And first of all, we would like to express our gratitude to Matthew John. Thank you for your support in organic farming and your contribution. And also, we would also like to express our gratitude for Mayor Xi. She has been a supporter of organic farming, and Hualien currently boasts the largest area of organic farming farms. So this is why the summit is held here in Hualien. And from the Ministry of Agriculture, I think we've been spending a lot of efforts and resources on the promotion of organic farming in recent years. And we've been promoting organic culture, organic farming, and also being eco-friendly. And in 2018, we have the Organic Farming Promotion Act established. And after the act came into effect, we've been investing $1 billion new Taiwan dollars every year to guide the development of organic farming. For example, we've been really providing incentives and also subsidies for organic farming, and also the verification services. And at the same time, we have been subsidizing facilities, devices needed for organic farming, and also the compost, the fertilizers for organic farming. And also we've been promoting local farmers to really establishing organic farming areas in the community so that we can really promote organic farming on a local or community level. And establishing these supporting functions for farmers, we believe it will foster the development of local organic farming. And also in terms of marketing, we've been guiding the sales channels or retailer channels to establish shelves or special dedicated areas for organic food or ingredients. And also we've been promoting organic school lunches as well. We've also participated in a lot of exhibitions to promote the awareness of organic farming ingredients in Taiwan. And also we've been working with Japan, the US, Australia, and also New Zealand, and a lot of countries to really signing these bilateral agreement on organic farming. We want to promote our products to the international market to further support our farmers. And up to August this year, the total area of organic farming is around 14,700 hectares. And the eco-friendly farmer area is also very huge as well. In total, we have around 28,580 hectares of local organic farming and also eco-friendly farms. The Ministry of Agriculture has established the first Organic Farming Research Institute in Hualien, and we believe this will be the hub for the research and also incubation center of organic farming. This would be a milestone for the organic farming development in Taiwan. And I believe you're all aware that due to extreme climate, we are now under a lot of challenges from the nature. And Taiwan is committed to achieve zero carbon emission by 2050. The MOA has vowed to achieve the target by year 2040. So being organic means that we don't use antibiotics and also pesticides. And also we want to really reduce the carbon footprint. We want to reduce the greenhouse gases produced by the combust and also the fertilizers. And this would be helping us in achieving zero carbon emission in the agricultural sector. So we believe the world is going to be flat, to be hot, and to be crowded. So, and also we've just encountered a typhoon in the eastern Taiwan area, and I believe this is just an example of many of the natural disasters we've seen around the world. This is a question or a challenge that we all need to overcome around the world. So let us work together in the agricultural sector to deal with these challenges together. And at the same time, in this World Organic Youth Summit, this is held in Hualien, and we believe Hualien is the perfect location for the summit as we enjoy the coastal lines, the mountains, the farms here, and we are really excited about further exchanges between all of our distinguished guests from Taiwan and also around the world. And I wish every success and health to all of you and to the summit as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's welcome Mr. Chen Yizhen. He's the Undersecretary from the Ministry of Agriculture Coaching. And advise Dean, Mr. Si Jiaqi. Next, let's welcome. Let's take a look at the videos from ALGOA, the chief of ALGOA from Ramon Arnaldo.
Of ALGOA. I'm the mayor of Casuagan, Lanao del Norte, Philippines, to give you my greetings and Mayor Su Chen-Wei, President Mafrio John, distinguished guests from Taiwan, the Philippines, Europe, ALGOA members, ladies and gentlemen, it is with greatest pleasure that I stand here as the President of ALGOA and the Mayor of Casuagan, Lanao del Norte, Philippines, to give you my greetings and welcome you to the second World Organic Youth Summit. The World Organic Youth Summit is one of the fruits of the activities of ALGOA. In 2016, at the first training of the ALGOA Organic Foundation course, the attendees from more than 12 countries in Asia were so inspired by the 7-day residential training that they decided to group themselves as the IFOAM Asia Organic Youth Forum. This spontaneous action led to the hosting of the Youth Forum in China, Philippines, Taiwan, Nagaland, India, and South Korea. These actions culminated in the first World Organic Youth Summit in 2021. The event drew attendance from 44 countries and areas around the world. Today, we have participants from more than 25 countries and areas. And we are here to highlight the importance of the youth for the future of organic agriculture. As youth, you have the energy, creativity, and commitment to make a difference in the world. You are the leaders of the future and the molders of what the future would be like. You have the dynamism to transform the future. And at this juncture, let's remind ourselves once again that organic food and farming are part of the solution to many of today's challenges. As a life-enhancing, sustainable form of farming, organic agriculture delivers many of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a pathway to addressing hunger and malnutrition, but also other challenges, including poverty, water use, climate change, and unsustainable production and consumption. Personally, I stand here to affirm the principles and the benefits of organic agriculture in my beloved hometown, the municipality of Kauswagan. When I became mayor, Kauswagan was a war-torn area controlled by rebels, and it had one of the highest poverty rates in the country. I initiated a project called From Arms to Farms, an organic farming program to overcome poverty, food insecurity, and inequalities between population groups in my municipality. Today, Kauswagan is an abode of peace with a poverty level of less than 20%. This has all been possible through organic farming practices. The former rebels are now exemplary organic farmers, and some are even serving as valuable members of the local council of Kauswagan. To end, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Mayor Su Chen-Wei for the generous sponsorship of this event. Thank you very much.
谢谢我们的 Romeo 主席。那接下来我们欢迎菲律宾国家有机农业校学长。
Next, let's welcome the Chief in Advocacy and Policy Division of the Department of Agriculture from Philippines. Let's welcome Leah. Next, we have the mayor of, the co-chairman of ALGOA.
In this opening ceremony of the second World Organic Youth Summit that represent also a great opportunity to bring new ideas and energy for the development of the organic communities and territories that we call organic districts. 1 year ago, in October 2022, we met in Gyeongsang County in South Korea for the Organic Expo, where at the official closing ceremony was proclaimed the Organic 3.0 Local Government Declaration, with 10 goals to achieve, the first of which is the development of organic districts. Last June, the ALGOA GAUD Summits and the 6th Organic Asia Congress were held in Kauswagan in the Philippines, where we decided to give a strong impulse to the development of organic districts in Asia. In this way, we will be able to contribute concretely to the creation of the critical mass that is needed for the world peace building through organic farming, following new routes such as the one laid out by the inspired Mayor Rommel Arnado, that is also the president of ALGOA and Loam City, Philippines, and the co-chair of GAUD, with the program From Arms to Farms. The organic districts, with all the local actors involved, act on the territory by adopting a development model in which local communities decide to move towards a real local, real sustainable and real healthy food system, starting, for example, from the organic school meals and public procurement. I look forward to a fruitful relationship with Taiwan and especially with Hualien County. I thank everyone who worked so hard to organize this summit, and I am grateful to be part of this great event. God is ready to listen and implement all the good ideas that will surely come out by the Youth Summit for a more organic world. In GAUD, we have the work groups so that we can exchange good practices between different organic districts and develop common strategies. A working group is specifically dedicated to youth and organic, so we can immediately take action to share in the 5 continents all the good practices that will emerge from this summit. I am honored to work with all of you to build together a better humanity for our planet. Thank you very much.
谢谢我们的连线联席主席。接下来，我们欢迎菲律宾国家有机农业计划宣传和政策发展处处长 Leo Taekwondo 为我们致贺词。欢迎我们的处长。
Good morning, everyone. Everyone here present who are the champion of organic agriculture. I am here to represent the director, the National Program Director of National Organic Agriculture Program, Director Bernadette F. San Juan. Please allow me to read her message, as I might not give justice to her message if I don't. So here I go. Greetings, everyone. Dai Hao, I hope I pronounced that properly. Let me begin by extending my warm felicitations to our esteemed friends and partners from the IPOAM Asia and Young Organics Global Network for bringing together more than 500 youths from all the continents around the world. Moreover, this gathering won't be possible without the full support of the naturally vibrant country of Hualien. Your place is beautiful. Nididi Ping Hao Liang. Had my schedule allowed, I would have visited your Taroko Gorge. On behalf of the Philippines National Organic Agriculture Program, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the organizers of the Second World Organic Youth Summit for always including our country in worldwide events like this. You have given us gateways to learn and create valuable linkages in order to be more involved in the local and international promotion, propagation, and implementation of organic agriculture. to be an active part of the solution, to help each other in leading change organically. Organic agriculture in the Philippines is still relatively young compared to our developing countries, despite our having the Organic Agriculture Act in 2010. Be that as it took some time for the Filipinos to realize its great potential and importance, especially in these changing times, it was in 2020 when the Organic Agriculture Act was amended to incorporate the Participatory Guarantee System, or PGS. With this, to a certain extent, the organic agriculture certification became faster, with over 100 hectares of organic farms being certified. We in the NOAP are deluging our best efforts in gearing up to unleash the boundless potential of our country's organic industry. As of today, as we put the organic youths on the center stage, the future of our country, I would like to share one of our programs that is centered on the Filipino youth. Earlier this year, we launched the Youth Internship Grant on Organic Farming. This internship program is a highly specialized program designed to instill and develop in the trainees an appreciation and eagerness for organic agriculture and eventually adopt it as their source of income. The program provides startup support and mentoring for the implementation of their business plan, thus empowering the youth to become organic agripreneur. The 21-month internship program for the youth aims to fully imbibe the life of farmers. It has two components. First is the 9-month on-site training to the farm partners, and the second is the 1-year hands-on practice and implementation of the proposed organic enterprise. The program aims to provide all-out support to the trainees until their enterprises are established and made profit to ensure sustainability and boost their morale. The program has two key players, classified as trainees and farm partners. The program provides trainees with 5,000 pesos, monthly stipend for the first 9 months, startup support worth 150 pesos, that is like equivalent to $650 US, and another 10,000 monthly stipend for 12 months. Farm partners who will serve as mentors of the youth trainees will also receive 5,000 monthly stipend for training for 21 months. Internship programs and assistance from the NOAP encourages capable and deserving youth to pursue studies related to organic agriculture. These internships serve as a route to increase the number of organic agriculture adopters in the country as it carries out the initiative of the program to support the youth in their interest to enter the industry of organic agriculture. The NOAP also takes other activities meant to enhance the capacity of the youth and other organic agriculture stakeholders, such as production of information, education and communication materials, pamphlets, and other trainings. For organic farmers, cooperatives, and associations, the NOAP provides support for organic agriculture livelihood project. The OALP is designed to strengthen and empower existing OA practitioners and groups by serving as a business integrator of organic farms from production, processing, marketing, and logistics. The program grants up to 10 million pesos to each FCAs. In the future, the NOAP plans to strengthen its marketing assistance to OA farmers, primarily by promoting the PGS, MARC, and conduct of consumer education to expand the consumer base of OA produce and products. We are prepared to do more than our share to advance organic agriculture beyond our shores. There is no limit to our resolve to act in concert with other nations to promote sustainable growth and exchange knowledge, best practices, and technologies. We hope to be part of more of your future endeavors and activities. Once again, congratulations to IPOAM Asia, the Young Organics Global Network, and to the Hualien County. My best wishes to all in a unified quest for the empowerment of world organic youth. 谢谢。
谢谢我们的有机农业委员会。
Okay, thank you, Leah. And I think we're now at the group photo time, so it's time for us to take a group picture together. And I think we will have our photographer on the stage to take a group photo together for everyone. Okay, so please remain seated and our photographer will take a group picture for everyone from the stage. And also we would like to invite our guests on the front row to really raise your placard and banners. Friends from the government, from all of our partners, please raise your banners so that we can all be in the picture together. Thank you. Okay, so our photographers, can we all fit into the picture? Okay, perfect. Okay, please look to the camera in the middle. 1, 2, and 3. Say cheese. Okay, smile and cheese. Okay, thank you all. Thank you. And next, we will have our session 1 for today. This would be the roles of young organic farmers. And it is our honor to invite Comrade Hopflesh from the Starfish Organic. Welcome.
Oh, wow, I've got lots of tools. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got that. Does this one work? Yes. It does. Okay. Usually, I'm a trainer, and training is quite different to making keynote speeches. I find it quite challenging standing here, having to make a very important speech to very important people. But thank you for the introduction, and I really am blessed and privileged to be here. And allow me to acknowledge again all the VIPs, the leaders of industry, the leaders of our political parties and leaders of governance and industry and the advocates of change that we have in the room and the honored guests from around the world. Welcome and thank you for being here with us. But actually, I think the most important people that I would like to introduce today are our MIPs, most important people, the youth. I've been, and those there, you might recognize some of them. I've been on this planet now for over 6 decades, and I only discovered organic agriculture in my 40s. And since then, I've traveled to, I think, about 60 countries, and I dedicated most of my working and much of my non-working life to promoting and multiplying knowledge as widely as possible. And as a trainer and a teacher, you do hope that something that you do teach will make a change. But actually, in my case, it was mentioned earlier today, during the first Organic Foundation course that took place in Gaesan County in Korea, I was in my hotel room after a whole day of training, taking a rest, and I was dimly aware of some noise and discussion under my hotel window of some of the young people having a few beers after the day's work. And that is where the Asian Organic Youth Forum was born, during that evening when these young people came together and talked about they wanted to do something, they wanted to make some kind of change. And that was the root of what we see, the result of that initiative and the hard work of IFOAM Organics Asia has resulted in this amazing gathering. And, you know, so I'm really proud and humbled in a way that I've been part of that for some of my life. And as I said, I discovered organic agriculture in my 40s. And when I was younger, I had to help my father clean the chicken run in the back garden, which I didn't really enjoy. But I did learn a little bit about compost, which I used in my aloe garden at the time. But I'm not really here to reminisce. We're talking today about the youth in organic agriculture. So what is it that we talk about when we talk about youth? In Korea, it's ages 9 to 24, and recently I heard that it will change because now people will suddenly become 1 year younger. And in Taiwan, it's ages 12 to 24. United Nations says it's 15 to 25. My country of residence, Germany, 14 to 26. Philippines, 15 to 30. And my home country, or my country of birth, South Africa, 14 to 35. And in none of those definitions could I even qualify in any way as a youth. I really do feel like an imposter. By none of these definitions am I a youth. But I was asked by my sister and student, Jennifer, to do a keynote speech and to talk about the roles and responsibilities of youth in organic agriculture. And in a way, I do feel like an imposter, and I do feel that we, as the oldies, we do not have the right to try and tell you what it is you need to do. I don't know if we deserve to preach and lecture if we look at what has happened over the last decades. You know, we're expecting you to take over the stewardship of a planet in crisis, and somehow more divided now than it was a decade ago. And how that happened is still not clear. You know, in the decades spanning this millennium, we saw some amazing things happen. We saw in my home country, I was a small part of that, voting for change, changing under the inspiration of Nelson Mandela. We saw the Berlin Wall fall. We saw the first African-American president in the USA. And today, somehow the world feels more divided than ever before. We are in crisis, in a climate crisis. We are in a crisis of war and extremism. And, you know, as a parent, you always hope that you want to leave something better behind than what you inherited. And when I look at what we have done over the last few decades, I'm not quite sure that that's the way it is going. It really feels, in a way, quite bleak. And we are trying. We have this collective vision of trying. There's not a lack of trying and lack of money. We're putting billions into the development goals. We're trying to make huge strides. But we are now over halfway towards 2030, and we're only on track to achieve 15% of our development goals. We are missing these goals. At the UN, the most recent study, the Goals Report of 2022, is saying that we're not making it. We are not changing fast enough. And we're doing so much with development projects around the world. A lot of my time I spend in developing projects and working in development projects in many parts of the world. And many of the people of my age, the sort of baby boomers, the 60-somethings, we are very active in working in development projects around the world and really hoping that this can make the change. And I often, when I train, I tell the story of an Italian aid worker, Ernesto Ciroli, story about Italian tomatoes in Zambia and about hippos. And he was telling the story. He believed as a young professional that, you know, his heart was in the right place, that the Italian people were basically good people, and they had the best intentions for their aid work in Africa. And he was working in southern Zambia, a beautiful part of the world, on the banks of the Zambezi River. And they had this brilliant idea of introducing Italian seeds to the African soil. And the aim was to educate the locals to cultivate Italian tomatoes and zucchini. And somehow the local people didn't show any interest in growing Italian tomatoes in the Zambezi. So the Italian aid worker said, right, let's pay them to come and work on the farm. And that got a few more people involved. And they were really looking at this and saying, we really want to show you that there's a better chance of doing something. But rather than asking why there wasn't a real interest, they expected this outpouring of gratitude because their timely intervention will save the locals from potential famine. And the Italian tomatoes grew beautifully. They grew big and fat and red and juicy. And just at the time of harvest, 200 hippos came out the river and ate everything. So the Italian the workers were saying, oh my God, the hippos are coming. What do we do? And the Zambian villagers said, yes, that's why we don't plant things here. And he said, but why didn't you tell us? He said, well, you never asked. And to me, there's so much in that story that we need to remember to ask, not to tell. You know, I really feel sometimes that this is where we are challenging this approach of development. For so many years, this approach is still prevailing. We hear of projects failing, of inequality remaining. We hear of promises made and not kept. We see poverty and inequality and conflict, and somehow we keep on trying, and we keep on falling short. And this in a world where there is no time to try, left to try. We need constant, harmonized, focused action. This summer, we've talked about it already, we see heat waves never before experienced. We see forest fires, droughts, extreme weather patterns. And the climate change has really become the full-blown climate crisis. And yet, at the same time, we see governments, especially so-called leading governments, postponing action, maximizing their oil exploration, really trying to fiddle while the world is burning. And very few of these leaders, on my definition of earlier, could qualify as youth. We're pumping more oil, we're mining more coal. Industrialized countries are flying their politicians around the world in private planes to climate meetings. You know, talking about that, I did a calculation just of my carbon footprint coming here, just my flight, 1,633 kilograms of CO2. How many people do I have to teach and train to offset that carbon footprint? Makes me feel that the way that we are doing things, it's not really working. We really have to come up with a way of doing it. And I feel that the oldies are somehow kicking this can down the road, hoping that if they kick it far enough, they won't be around to reap the results of their activity. So, you know, this climate crisis generates, in a way, a feeling of grief. I took that picture the last time I saw my mother, and I was reminded of this, the 5 stages of grief, as it's known: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. So many of us, when we go through grief, separation, first we try and deny that it's happening. We say, no, it's just not true. I cannot believe that that person is gone. I cannot believe that she filed for divorce. And then we get angry. Then we start fighting it, and we say, no, this is unacceptable. And we get extremely angry. And if this doesn't work, we bargain. We try and say, how can we make a deal with fate to change things? And if that doesn't work, we get depressed. We go into inaction. And finally, we get to the stage of acceptance, of creating a space where we accept what is happening around us. And we still have many millions of people in the world denying the science, the overwhelming evidence of the crisis. We have too few people that are angry, and angry enough to go and glue themselves on the doors of banks, or chaining themselves to private planes. And then we get upset at them for doing that. And then we see too many of our large corporations and politicians in the bargaining phase, greenwashing deals, making deals, selling their carbon to other countries, making all sorts of interesting bargaining deals to try and offset what they are doing. And some of our activists are struggling to stay motivated. They're going into a space of depression, of climate depression. Yeah, many of us are at a stage of acceptance, accepting that this is the reality. But I believe we have to go to a sixth stage of this situation, and that is one of positive action. Positive action. Yes. By now I'm halfway through my presentation, and many of you might be wondering, when am I going to get to the topic that I was supposed to talk about? Why am I focusing so much on the climate crisis? How does this relate to the role and responsibility of youth in organic agriculture? I think it is exactly here. The role and responsibility is at this one. Positive action, activism and action. It's a key role, not only in the climate crisis, but in organic agriculture, in the advocacy for organic agriculture and climate change. Youthful energy, adaptability, enthusiasm, positivity. That's what we need. We often have this thing in organic that we define ourselves in the negative. Organic is not using pesticides. It's not using synthetic fertilizers, no treated seeds, no antibiotics, no GMOs. If we keep on defining ourselves in the negative, how can we stand for positive action? Organic isn't only about no, we don't. Often we do, and we have in recent decades, defined organic in terms of regulation and control systems, which is avoiding this, not doing that, otherwise you cannot be organic. Now, if you listen to these words of no, we don't, this is not allowed, we're putting ourselves in the wrong mind frame. We have to have a change to, yes, we can. We do build soil fertility. We do nurture biodiversity. We do ensure a living soil. We protect the ecosystem. We support fair trade. Coming into that space where we create life in the soil, on our farms, in our ecosystem, in our food systems. And it's here that I believe the youth can and should play a much bigger role in telling the story of yes, we can. Yes, you can speak truth to power. We often get stuck in the prohibition and avoidance. And it really is so much more than using pesticides. It's one of the key solutions in the fight against biodiversity loss, against our struggle to adapt and mitigate the effects of global heating on the food system. And this positive fight doesn't only need the old farmers with old ideas. It needs young farmers. It needs young scientists. It needs young teachers, young politicians, young business people to bring that positivity into the system. And I do know that the word activism has many faces. We've seen so often recently, especially in Europe where I live now, at very angry young people sitting in the streets, throwing oil, creating a mess, making people angry. Because they are angry, they feel helpless, and they are taking a very, very active part in trying to push for change. But we also know that that kind of culture is very difficult and very problematic for so many of us in many parts of the world. Where I grew up, as a young person, you were not allowed to have an opinion. You were not allowed to challenge authority. It was frowned upon. But how do we get beyond that as young people to say, yes, we honor, we learn from our leaders, we learn from our pioneers, we get inspiration from the past, But how do we challenge for a future that we will be part of? How do we create a positive action approach? Protest and advocacy are very effective weapons in what we do in our campaign towards climate justice and campaigns for fair and sustainable food systems. But they're not the only tools in our change toolbox. We, in organic, and it was said earlier by Matthew as well, talking about the 4 principles of organic and the definition of organic. It does not describe organic agriculture in simplistic terms. There's room for adaptation to local conditions. So how do you do activism in Europe or in South Africa or in India or in Indonesia could be very different. But activism is what we have to do. We have to be active. It's not a negative word, it's a positive word. There's allowance for differences of approach and vision for the future. And that future lies with you, young people, under 35s. How many of you are under 35, I wonder? But maybe in our heart we can remain youths. And while you learn from your teachers and you respect your elders and you value the traditions of your community, you have to face challenges that were not of your making. And you have the right and the responsibility to question, to challenge, and to lead. And like I said earlier, not everyone has to be a farmer. Your role and your responsibility can be in many places. We need organic scientists. We need organic consumers. We need organic teachers, organic parents, organic politicians, and organic activists. And the opportunities for the youth in organic agriculture is equally rich in diversity and opportunity. And those that are working with active hope and a positive vision for the future can achieve that aims of an organic world, not only in the fields, but also in the factories, on land, in laboratories, amongst communities, in our villages, in our neighborhoods, and in our cities. We need to build organic communities and organic food systems, and we need our young people to do better than we did. I know that every generation inherits a less than perfect world, but it really feels to me that the once idealistic boomers, the people born after the Second World War and the big baby boom, have kind of left you with a very, very high mountain to climb. But we cannot be stuck in pessimism and despair. And I want to go towards the end of my address to talk about hope. We can't go home yet. The problem hasn't left. And I would like to share some words from Rebecca Solnit. She's an author and an activist on issues ranging from the environment and climate to human rights, feminism. And she wrote a brilliant book called Hope in the Dark. Please find it and go and read it. But recently she wrote an article in The Guardian that was titled that we cannot afford to be climate doomers. She says about the doom prophets that they're surrendering in advance and inspiring others to do the same. If you announce that the outcome has already been decided and we've already lost, you strip away the motivation to continue. And you cannot and we can't settle for the worst outcome. Many of us do get stuck, especially older people, myself, in this sort of doom situation. We can't settle to be doomers. We need the young energy, the fresh ideas, the adaptability, and your can-do attitude to make a real difference. We can, and you can. Organic is an integral part of our solution. It's not just a label. It's not just about farming. It's about a mindset that can transform our entire food system. Organic activism is climate activism. And the youth must carry this organic flag from a challenging past and a desperate present into a better future. So, let's get going. Thank you.
我们谢谢执行長帶來的精彩分享。
Thank you. And now we are going to have a break time. We have some refreshment outside. Please feel free to enjoy them. And this is a great time for you to exchange your ideas with our speakers as well. And then our meeting will be resumed in a few minutes. Please be back in time. Thank you.
亲爱的各位与会贵宾，我们的下半场的会议即将开始，请各位尽速就座，谢谢。也请在外。
And also for all of our guests outside the conference room, please return and be seated. Our first session will begin soon. Thank you. Our first session will begin very soon, so please be seated. Thank you.
亲爱的各位与会贵宾，我们接下来的会议即将在1分钟后
Today
正式。
will begin in 1 minute, and please be seated. And we would like to also welcome all of our guests back to the main conference room. Thank you.
我们在现场这里有捡拾到一个
Okay,
黑
so
色
a
的
housekeeping
镜
announcement.
框的眼
We
镜，如有
found
贵宾这
a
里有黑色镜框的
black
遗失，可以
glasses.
来到我们前台这边的舞台
So
来做领
if you
取，谢
lost
谢。
a black glasses, please come to the front stage to approach to our staff. Thank you.
呃，那再次提醒我们的
Okay,
与
so
会
a
贵宾，
friendly
我们的
reminder,
会议议程
our
即将开
first
始。
session
那
will
请各
begin
位
very
的
soon,
我们的与会贵宾
and we
尽
would
速
like
就
to
座
welcome all，of
谢谢
our
大家的
guests
配
back
合，
to the
谢
conference
谢。
room. Thank you.
OK， 他们同步口译，现在没有在翻译吗？哦，好好。没有，因为他们应该没有在吃东西，我直接讲，因为他们都有在同步翻。哦，好，那我这边同步在翻译 ，OK。Okay, so distinguished delegates, our following meeting is about to start, so please be seated. We will be start the next section seminar. Thank you very much. OK， 那我们各位亲爱的与会贵宾，我们下半场的会议即将正式开始。好，那再请我们的贵宾尽速就座。
I'd like to invite everyone back to the conference room.
Special guest, our meeting is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you. 好，我们接下来的议程。
Okay, so our following session distinguished guests, before we start the first session, one announcement here. Distinguished guests, before we start this first session, we would like to make an announcement. So, the Hualien County government has compiled all of our achievements in developing organic farming and sustainable farming in this publication. It's called The Promise from the Sea and the Mountain. And we will provide a copy to each of our participants today so that you can know more about our efforts made in Hualien. And there are a lot of figures here, for example, the total land area, population, and a lot of the policies by the county government. And hope that you can enjoy reading this magazine and know more about how we implement organic farming and sustainable farming in Hualien. Thank you.
Okay, so our distinguished guests will accept a special magazine and publication which published by the Hualien County government and which introduce a lot of agricultural industry just happened in Hualien. So later on you can read through this publication. Thank you. OK， 亲爱的与会贵宾，
Okay.
我们的会议即
Dear
将。
guests, we would like to formally start the first session. Please be seated.
Distinguished guests and our special delegates, our meeting is about to begin, so please be seated. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so the following session is the first session for our keynote speech, and let's welcome the moderator, Raman Yu. He is the special advisor of iForum Organics Asia. Let's welcome him. Welcome.
Ni hao. Zhao shang hao. Wo shi Wang Wen.
I am Raman Yu. Good morning and hello.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramon Uy Jr. I'm a special advisor to iForum Asia, and I will be your moderator for today's session. So the first topic is understanding organic agriculture in Taiwan. So our first speaker is the Secretary General of Taiwan Society of Agriculture and Life Consultant of Hakka Eco Farm.
还有我们的客家农业
Technical University in Germany. She's the founder of the World Wide Web of Taiwan Organic Agriculture, an adjunct professor, executive director of Organic Center and research fellow of Environmental Education Center the National Island University. She has a Bachelor and Master of Agriculture Economics at the National Chung Cheng University in Taiwan. She is a professor and chairperson of the Department of Applied Economics and Management at the National Island University. She's also a founder of the Organic Center and Environmental Education Center. Founded Haka Eco Farm in Pintong with the family in 2012. She's honored as the promoter of organic agriculture in 2011, as a Organic Agriculture Ambassador in 2019 by the Minister of Agriculture. She received the Outstanding Contribution Award from the Association of Taiwan Organic Agriculture Promotion in 2019. So our first speaker, may I present Professor Dr. Zhang Ju Huang.
Thank you for introduction. 各位贵宾
Okay, dear guests, and also organic partners, friends from the international community, it is my honor here to introduce the history and development of agri-farming, of organic farming in Taiwan. Although I'm no longer a young person, I believe that this topic requires someone like me, a not so young organic partner, to speak on. So I hope that my sharing can help young people and friends in Taiwan and from around the world to understand more about the development of our organic agriculture. So my talk today will be divided into two parts. So first of all, I will introduce the development of organic farming in Taiwan. And the second part, I will introduce some of the pioneers who have made significant contributions to the development of organic farming in Taiwan and their influences. So as we talk about the economic development in Taiwan, we have to consider the development of agriculture. So just similar to other countries, the methods of green revolution have become the mainstream of Taiwan's agricultural production. So for example, we have been taking granted for the usage of pesticides, chemical fertilizers, and herbicides. But then the government began to consider whether it's feasible to implement organic farming in Taiwan. And in a 1986 conference, it was concluded that organic agriculture or farming is feasible in Taiwan. This could be a first turning point in Taiwan. And then the Kaohsiung District Agricultural Research and Extension Station has experimented some of the researches. And this research branch has been conducting testing and trials for over 76 years. And they have contributed and produced a lot of valuable research results. And as all we know, IFORM divided the global development of organic farming into three stages. First of all, the Organic 1.0 was an era of grassroots development of organic agriculture. And then 2.0 was the era of establishing various norms to manage organic culture. Whereas in the 3.0, we aim to expand the area under organic cultivation through different participation models. We want to provide better protection to the earth. We can say that Taiwan really skipped the 1.0 era and directly entered the 2.0 era when we started organic farming. It was first initiated by the public sector to really guide the farmers to embrace organic farming. We have these governmental agencies to help the farmers do so. So this is why we said that really the organic farming in Taiwan started from Organic 2.0. And we can say that really 1996 is the year when Taiwan started to really implement organic farming, because this was the year the government established these cultivation standards or farming standards for 4 types of crops: rice, tea, vegetables, and fruits. And then we started to really calculate the total area of organic farming. In the first year, we only cover around 223 hectares, but in 2001, this government has transferred this calculation of organic farming areas to the private sector. So we have 4 private sector organizations to really verify these organic farms and calculate the land areas. So these 4 private sector organizations include the MOA Foundation, Tzu Chi Foundation, the Chinese Organic Association, and the Taiwan Organic Association. So really they became the earlier prototype of our verification companies now. So they set standards for the verification of organic farms, and in 2003 the government established the guidelines for the management of organic agricultural products. And afterwards we start to see an increase in the total land area for organic farming. In 2007 we had the first law on organic farming or organic agriculture. So we call this the Agricultural Production and Certification Act. And then this really formally settled down the system or mechanism we have for organic farming certification. And between 2007 to 2012, we started to see really a rapid increase in the organic farming area at the rate of 23% year by year. And I think we need to mention one thing here first. So starting from 2017, we started to have this green subsidy from the government. And between 2013 to 2016, we saw a stagnation of the organic farming in Taiwan. And also, the global organic farming also experienced a period of stagnation between 2009 and 2012. So this is why we started to propose Organic 3.0. So in 2017, we started to have this green subsidy for organic farming. So later on, we started to see a rapid increase of area for organic farming. So you can see the red line here. It's a really rapid increase here. And in 2018, we saw the establishment of the Organic Farming Promotion Act, which came into effect in 2019. And then this Organic Farming Promotion Act, it's quite different from the previous regulations and laws. It considered the initiatives in Organic 3.0, and also we included the PGS, the Participatory Guarantee System. So in Taiwan, we call the PGS system the environmentally friendly farms. And let's take a look at the area growth here. So by 2022, the total area for organic farming was 13,545 hectares. And for PGS, or environmentally friendly farm, the area was 5,863. In total, we have 19,409 hectares. So such a growth here, I would say, compared to the 2017, we saw almost a double growth of the organic farming land areas.
So how much organic land we have? In 2017, we have only 1.02. And by the green line, that is certified by the third party, the organic land is 2.67%. And the PGS is 0.1%. So this is our growth. And let's take a look at the organic crop growth area trend. Oh, you see there's a steep growth. We see big growing in rice. Why there is such a big growth in the vegetables is because that a lot of city governments, they want their kids to know more about agriculture, organic agriculture. So they provided subsidy for the organic, for a school lunch. So they may have one organic school lunch every week. That's why we have big growth in vegetables here. So these are vegetables and tea. This one is quite special. This is others, the orange one. This includes a lot of miscellaneous grains because the government provides them some subsidies for the miscellaneous grains. And we have very high self-efficiency rate in this kind of crops. The average organic farm size we're growing year on year. So you see that we have different crops for rice. Takes up is the biggest, which is 6.3 hectares. And vegetables is 2.2 hectares. And let's take a look at this red line. This is organic farms land. In 2020 is 2.85%. So how about the average farmland? What do you think it is? Is it higher than the organic farmland? So every farm, the average organic growth is about around 1 hectare, which is about 0.79 hectares, which is 3 times more than the existing organic farmland. So ordinary farmland, usually the size is not very big. And 50% of the farm in Taiwan has their income coming from non-farming sector. So I think compared with other countries, our organic farmland is quite small. But our organic farm is, I think, is much more professional. We don't really have lots of part-time farmers. And now I want to talk about some stories of some people. Why would I share this story is because I think this is a big driving force of the development of the organic agriculture here in Taiwan. So some of you may know this gentleman. I gave a speech at Legislative Yuan one time. There are a lot of people sitting down and listening to my speech. So I asked them, do you know who initiated the Organic Agriculture Promotion Act? A lot of people don't know. I said, it's your president. You're the president of the Legislative Yuan. So that was 2011. He was the politician from an opposition party. He was joking that he lost his job because they lost the election. So he spent more time on developing this sector, and he invited a lot of professionals and experts to promote organic agriculture here in Taiwan. And he drafted, and his idea is to initiate this act. So he led a group to the Legislative Yuan to lobby them and ask them to see if they can pass the Organic Agriculture Promotion Act. So in 2016, the partisanship new political party took place, and in the administration sectors, we started to talk about how we can really implement the Promotion Act. So the law was done in 2018, and after that we started to implement the details that we want to achieve. So in 2011, Mr. You led everybody to move toward the Organic Agriculture Promotion Act. This is this line. Because we realize that we are in stagnation, in terms of the organic agriculture development, and we realize that we need bigger action to protect our environment. Without a law in place, we really don't have a guidelines to follow. So once this act is in place, we start to have a guideline to move forward. So I think the government started to change its role. In the very beginning, he was a manager, but now they are a participant in the development. So the next person I want to introduce is Li Meiyun. When we really don't have any idea what organic agriculture is, she already started the movement, and she founded the Taiwan Organic Farm Education Resources Society. She carried out organic volunteer trainings and services. She invited a lot of volunteers to promote the sector. They are not necessarily farmers. All of them are teachers. So now they have set up a database. So now we can access this database to find out where are they selling organic food. So in 2020, they received an award to recognize their effort. Next, I want to introduce myself to you. So in 1997, the internet is not what it is today. So I helped establish a lot of websites to include a lot of organic farmers information or information about shops or farmers market or maps. And we build a verification label. There are a lot of we have a lot of partners joining in our association. The next one is Professor Dong Shirui. He created the first organic farmers market in Taiwan. Now we have over 100 organic farmers market, and he is the one who pioneered this. And he also led Zhongxin University to initiate an organic agriculture promotion center. And this is Mr. Su Murong. He's from Cixin Organic Agriculture Foundation. This is the oldest organic promotion initiatives in Taiwan. So I think farm is not just a production center. It is a protector of the environment. And I think Mr. Su and his foundation have done a lot to protect the environment. And he hopes that he can also help the farmer, even though they are facing a lot of challenges from ecology. So if we can help them to gain more support from the consumer, then they will be better. And I think once we have this foundation, I think we have gained a lot in promoting the sector. So in this journey, I've met a lot of people, have great contribution in the sector. A lot of people on the stage have retired, but so I hope that the young people here today can join us to make organic agriculture better, more, have more varieties, and to expand. I think in this journey, a lot of farmers, consumers, and experts and pioneers and government officials have put in great effort. And I really appreciate their contribution, and I hope that we can also continue this and make this a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang Ju Huang, for enlightening us with the history and the remarkable progress of Taiwan organic agriculture. Xie xie, Dr. Huang. So our next speaker is the Organic Agriculture Section Chief from the Farming and Soil Support Division of the Agriculture and Food Agency from the Ministry of Agriculture. So she's a graduate of the Department of National Chongqing University, Economic and Trade Negotiation and Litigation Talent Training held by the Executive 1, 2013. Her experience includes forestry and forestry aerial survey, forest planning section of forestry and nature conservation agency, recreational section of the Forest Management Office of Nantu, and Pingtung branch, certification of administrative and teaching personnel in the field of nature conservation by environmental educators, promotions and marketing of organic agriculture, international organic agricultural bilateral and multilateral exchanges, organic equivalents. So our next speaker is Ms. Judea Chen Tong.
The distinguished guests and all here the good organic friends from all over the world, good morning. My name is Judea Tan. I'm working as the Organic Agriculture Section Chief in Agriculture and Food Agency. Today, it's a very big honor for me to give you all the presentation about Taiwan's organic policy. It's very big nervous to me because I believe I should give this presentation in English, but looks like not like this. But I will give you my best sincerity, and I will speed up my presentation because the time is very tight. So allow me give you this presentation in English. But if I'm not fluently, please forget me. Forgive me, not forget me. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Okay. 往这里吧. Okay. Firstly, in the very beginning, I will introduce you an organic Bible in Taiwan. Like Dr. Huang just mentioned, that's Organic Agriculture Promotion Act. It is enforced on 30th of May in 2019. And I will give big thanks to Dr. Huang because she gave us a lot of pre-information of my presentation, so I can save my words for introduce you some details. Okay. Actually, Taiwan government echoed the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the iPhone Organic 3.0, the concept. Together, we make the organic measures and the policies in response to global trends. We have 3 phases to make the policies. The first one is adjust goals and areas of organic agricultural development. that's to set more suitable or proper or useful measures or assists. Sorry, I need glasses. The second phase is adopt new technologies to improve production quality that can make us to get more high quality and quantity organic products. The third phase is expand the markets and the channels of organic agriculture to can encourage more organic consumption. Okay. If the products, the agricultural products will be sold in Taiwan as organic, they must conform to two conditions. The first one is agricultural products that are produced, processed, or packaged and distributed in accordance with the certification standards established by the central competent authority, now it's the Ministry of the Agriculture, and certified under Organic Agriculture Promotion Act and the relative regulations. The second part is agricultural products are certified within the territory of the country that has signed the MRA with a mutual organic equivalence agreement with Taiwan, with the importer having obtained an approval documents from the central competent authority. That's the two-way the products sold as organic in Taiwan. That's by the law. Okay. And you can see this just see that green round mark. That's Taiwan's organic mark. You can see 3 leaves is in the mark, and that's Taiwan organic in English and the organic products in Chinese. Okay. Because Dr. Huang, so I can save a lot of words to explain this chart. You can see the year. This chart shows the years from 2009 until July this year. The organic and the eco-friendly farming land, the size in Taiwan. You can see before 2017, that's a little bit stopped increase. And after 2017, you can very significantly increase. Okay, because just Dr. Tang mentioned, 2017, we start to promote our non-certified organic, we called eco-friendly farming. So the farming land size is the orange color, you can see there. And you can see 2019, the Organic Promotion Act enforced. So you can see it's very speedy increase in this chart. And a little bit different with Dr. Huang's calculator, because maybe we use the total farmland is different, because it depends on how to see it, to look at it. In my record, in July this year, the organic, certified organic is 14,599 hectares, and the eco-friendly farming land is 5,974 hectares. So in total, it's 20,237 hectares. So that occupied 2.6% in total farming land in Taiwan. So a little bit different, but in this subtropical area zone, this amount is not so easy, because we have a lot of disease or pests like that. So that's the area. And also in Taiwan, you can look at the map that says Taiwan. Okay. We have the white line is the government boundary. The deeper color is bigger size of the organic land. You can see if we divide Taiwan to two parts, that north-west, one part is northwest, and another part is southwest, east. So you can see southeast, the organic land in southeast part of Taiwan is bigger than the northwest part. And you can see Hualien. I have to tell you Hualien. It's a little bit dark, but can you see here? See the dot? Hualien County is the biggest size of the organic farmland in Taiwan. So very thanks for she. Yeah. Okay, this is our then district. And also we can see the different crops items. We separate them to 5 categories. So in Taiwan, the biggest size of the organic land is vegetable, and the second is rice, and the third is fruits, the follow-up tea, and others about 25%, like Dr. Huang mentioned, because we provide organic vegetable to the school students for their lunch. So that makes the vegetable quantity more, we need more vegetables. And then in Taiwan, we promote organic farming. We have some rewards and subsidies for organic farming. First, we have 3 types. The first type is from the conventional farming, get into eco-friendly farming. That will give the eco-friendly rewards, 30,000 per hectare per year. But this is only up for up to 3 years only. If the 4th years or 5th years, there's no this rewards, because we are promoting organic farming, not only eco-friendly farming, but for our target. Okay. The second type is conventional farming or eco-friendly farming. It becomes into in conversion farming. This can get the eco-friendly reward, $30,000 NT dollars, and production subsidy 30,000 to 50,000 NT dollars per hectare per year. And this is also only for up to 3 years and depends on the certification status. That means the in-conversion farming has its duration for short-term crop like vegetable or rice. The duration is 2 years. And the longer duration crop like tea trees and fruits, the duration is 3 years. So it depends on the, their items and their certification status. And the third type is eco-friendly farming and or in conversion farming becomes into organic farming, that's certified organic farming, that will get the eco-friendly reward 30,000 NT dollars per year per hectare, and this reward is no duration limited. Okay, and also we have some production subsidies and measures to other items like greenhouse and production equipments subsidy, and organic agricultural materials subsidy, like the fertilizers. And the certification fees, we will give the subsidies of 90% of the certification costs. Yep, you can see that. Okay. Another thing is, because organic farming is very scared about the neighbors' pollution. So in Taiwan, we promote organic zones. There are 27 organic zones in Taiwan. It's 16 public setting, and 11 is private operated. There's around Taiwan. And the Taiwan government will promote organic consumption. We have 6 different skills. The first one is, we can see the brown one. This expand the organic consumption of the dining group, like Dr. Wang said, the 有机之星 restaurant, and also green dining, green dining guide. There are more than 370 restaurants and hotels. Their dishes are made of a lot of organic products. And the second one is food ingredients for students and the army. In Taiwan, there's 1.62 million elementary and junior high school students. They use organic ingredients for school lunch with over 248 metric tons per week. That's quite a lot. And also, our army purchased organic ingredients for non-stable food for 17.7% of the total procurement in this year. And later on, coming to organic agricultural products counters, like like Dr. Huang said. Thank you for your information. And we government guide supermarkets and organic stores to set up more than 240 counters or shelves, or even a corner to get the organic products together. And that's for consumers can easy and conveniently to purchase organic products. And the orange one is organic educational marketing activities. For my section, we organized more than, last year we organized more than 190 organic agricultural educational activities. But in the peak year, we organized more than 400 activities about of this kind of education activities. But not only my section do that, also the local government and some private groups, they also organize much more than this quantity of the organic agricultural education activities. So in Taiwan, that's very hot activities for students or consumers to enjoy, to join that kind of activities, to learn what's the organic ideas and encourage them to buy the organic products. Okay, the next one is organic e-shops. Government and also Dr. Huang, the website helps the farmers to set up, establish their organic online stores that for their consumers can do the online access. Another one is organic farmers market. Again, like Dr. Huang said, there is organic farmers markets in Taiwan. There are 16 farmers markets in Taiwan. The first one is Zhongxin Daxue Farmers Market. Now it's 16 local organic farmers market that promote local production and consumption. Okay. All about the domestic markets, we talk about the international markets. But according to the Organic Agricultural Promotion Act, Taiwan signed bilateral organic equivalence agreement with many other countries. So far, we have 7 countries who have the MRA with Taiwan, but the first 5 countries are Japan, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and the United States. Why did I say these 5 countries first? Because these 5 countries signed the MRA with Taiwan by 30th of May of 2000, the year 2000. Because after that year, if the country didn't or not yet sign the MOU with Taiwan, the recognition we give to them will be canceled. So like now, maybe you know, there is no, we don't have an MRA with the EU, so EU's organic products cannot direct imported to Taiwan, sold as organic. And later on, we have signed with India and Paraguay. Okay. Have a look at the items we export and import. Or about grains, drinks, we import that kind of products. And we export mushroom, tea, and soybeans or vermicelli, that is gluten-free products. Like for these years, we learned that we have some high export potential products can sold to our international market, like tea or herbal tea, pickle food, processed plant powder, spicy seasoning, and its products, and fermented food or processed grain products, canned food, and others. Okay, this is the year, different years, the import, export amount, the quantity. The import, we imported most from the country of United States, and we export more to Canada. Okay, that comes the conclusion. We combine the iPhone organic concept and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we also refer the ESG trend and the carbon credit. We promote our organic farming, and we would like to make Taiwan as an organic country. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Judea Chentong. So our next speaker will talk about the agricultural policies for the youth in Taiwan. So our next speaker is the Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Agriculture in Taiwan. So he is a graduate of Bachelor of Science from the Department of Animal Science, National Chung Sing University. He's a Master of Science, Department of Animal Science. His experience includes being the Chief of Farmers Welfare Section of the Department of Farmers Service, Council of Agriculture. He's the Vice Chief of Department of Farmers Service of Council of Agriculture, Vice Chief of Department of Farmers Our next speaker is Mr. Yi Jian Chin.
我们花莲县的我们大家长徐县长，还有 Meso 江主席 ，Hello everyone.
Dear distinguished guests, welcome. Here, I would like to talk about the agricultural policies for youth in Taiwan. Under our framework, the agricultural governance framework, I think the objectives are mainly two. First, we want to increase the farmers' income, and then next is that consumers can have access to safe agricultural products. And everything we do is evolve around these two objectives. And I think this is highly related to all of us, and we can also maybe take a peek of what's going to happen in the future. So I think farmers, we really need to take good care of them. They deserve good welfare, and so sometimes they may encounter occupational disasters. So we provide them accidental insurance, and we also want to give them a good health insurance, and then give them great farmers' retirement system. Especially right now, the climate change is affecting us every year, and so that we hope that by providing this insurance can make sure that they have good life. So the basic condition is that we should be able to protect them against the major animal and plants disease. Maybe by providing different subsidies. So in the farming sector, we have a lack of labor force issue. So we hope that we can work with different co-ops or county governments to make sure that we have enough source of labor in this sector. So how can we solve the labor issue? I think first that a lot of the aspects in farming should be automated. Okay, I think that is the first thing that we can do to solve the labor issue. And then I think we need to promote food and agriculture education. I think this is a movement in Taiwan, and we should make sure that everybody can have safe and clean food to eat, and everybody can understand where are these food coming from, and then they can respect this land and food. So I think, and this is a part of the measures that we do, and we also need to do other things to make sure that we have enough ability to encounter climate change. And we want to also make sure that school lunch can have more local ingredients, and we want to have an upgrade of the rice industry policies. And we want to make sure that the cold chain is good. And if the young people want to come into the industry, they may encounter a lot of different challenges. And I think the most common one here is the aging population. The average age, farming age in Taiwan is 68, and I think this is a common issue in a lot of different countries, is that we have a farmland fragmentation issue, and trade market liberalization could be a problem for them too. And on the farmland side, so there are different issues that we need to tackle on this sector. So now we have different policies to help this industry. So now we are having more farming population. For the past few years, the farming household income has increased by 5.6%, which is 1.5 million on average. So the number of farming population is about 822,000, and coming the next one could be the forestry, fisheries, or animal husbandries. So like I said, there are some obstacles for the youth who wants to come into this sector. First, probably the funding, and the land is hard to get. The next is the equipment. It could be very pricey. Next one is the technology support and the lack of labor. And they need a lot of support in terms of getting information and knowledge. And the next one is how they can sell their products, how they market them. So these are some obstacles that we encounter. And I think the local government, the farm associations, and the farming co-ops, and the private groups can come in together and help to support them to come into the sector. So how we can help them? First, to make sure that they have good insurance, that they have nothing to worry about. Then is to provide them consultation. We have hotlines from the Farming Research Center and the Farming Research and Extension Center. So they can just call this number to ask questions, and we have experts there to answer them. And not only we can answer them, we can also be at their farm to give them some advice. Then, if they need some equipment, the county government and the Farm Agriculture Research Center can also come in to help them to deal with the processing machines. If the youth want to expand the area of their land, then we can do matchmaking for them, make sure that they can find a good piece of land for them to grow fruit. We also have different consultations and technical trainings. And we can also invite them to come in for internship. We have incubation centers. We also work with schools, work with different research centers. From a fishery, forestry, we work together and to build incubation center for the young people to come in to learn more about the sector. And we also provide financing. And so if we can overcome that, and then for the first 2 years he started, he might not be able to have enough income to maintain a good life. So we will give them a start kit budget, finance support. So if you once you start the project for 2 years, and we will provide you a sum of money to kickstart, because for the first 2 years you might not have enough yield to support your life. So the preparation capital could be from 360,000 to 722,000 so in 2 years. So in schools, starting from high school, we provide them different supports. We ask them to come to the farm for internship. They can get to have real experience in the farm, and then now they can grab that chance to think about whether they want to be in this business or not. And once they move into the college, they can apply for a public funding special class. So those people, they may already have a farm in their house, and they show interest in this industry, and they may have relevant degrees, and so they can. And for those people, they can apply for the public funding class, and we will. And 4 years later, with the help of their teachers, and then maybe they can start the business. And the threshold is 4 years. So this is how we help the young people to get into this industry. So, okay, so like I said, funding could be an issue, the financing could be a problem for them. So this is how we help them. You can take a look at this chart. So we provide 2 million yuan with 5 years interest free. And if they exceed that amount, the interest rate is 1.29%. And every year we have different associations will give us a recommendation list. So these people are the top 100 young farmers. This is a special group and they can get special support. So we only have 100 young farmers in this category. They can have more funding when they are trying to apply for the loan. They can get 5 million yuan NT dollars. Also got a 5-year interest free.
Okay, so for these young farmers, one of the other challenge they're facing now is that they need to scale up to really increase the profit and reduce the cost. So we have a farmland rental platform. This is established by our agency. And we have worked together with a lot of the governmental agencies, for example, the National Property Administration, Taiwan Sugar Plant, for the possible matching of farmland. And then for the agricultural and food facilities, we've also provided subsidies for the young farmers as well. So for example, for the miscellaneous grain production and also the greenhouse devices and also the small agricultural machinery, we've also provided subsidies for them. So it's mainly 50% subsidy for the cost that you need to pay. We try to increase and elevate the quality of our organic farming and try to really help the young farmers join the whole industry. And then we want to help them scale up. We can have some really specific projects for these young farmers to subsidize them. And then for these farmers who wish to really learn more on the techniques and knowledge, we have these courses for them. We have this Farmers Academy. So we have some really basic preliminary courses that can be conducted remotely. And then we have the beginner training for these production techniques. Then we have the advanced production techniques. And then also we have these courses provided by all of our research institutes and extension farms. So all of the farmers can really feel free to participate in the courses. Some are charged, some are free. And then for these farms, we've also subsidized some of the farms to really teach the other young farmers to train them. So these farms have to be certified in order to train other farmers, to teach them how to really adopt these techniques. And then, for these young farmers, if they are running on their own, they could face many challenges. And this is why we want to really gather young farmers in each location, in each region, so that they can exchange ideas, techniques, and solve the challenges they encounter together. So in each of our city and county, we have these organizations or associations to really gather young farmers together. Right now, we have associations involving 7,349 young farmers. Some of them are quite active in these areas, and they can be involved in marketing activities. They can even establish cooperatives. So we see these are quite meaningful collaborations with them. Many of the young farmers are quite active locally. And this way, they're not alone. They are really participated by other really peers of their same age. And we can see an improvement and increase in their productivity. And also, governmental agencies, for example, the Tea Industry Research and Extension Center, the Improved Breeding Grounds for Seedlings, Agricultural Experimental Research Center. We have a lot of governmental agencies to provide consultation services for young farmers. So wherever you need, you can always contact the government agencies for further consultation. And then for the young farmers, we can guide them on production techniques, and also we can guide them on how to sell their products. So we've been also training young farmers to run e-commerce platforms. We want to tell them how you can really sell your products online through the e-commerce platforms, and also how they can work together with logistic companies to reduce their transportation cost. So these are the things that they all need to work on. So I'll give you a few examples here. So for example, we have these case study for the really 100 top young farmers here. So for example, we have someone here farming sweet potatoes. So this farmer processed his sweet potatoes, and we have a lot of the processed products from the sweet potatoes. So we gave guidance to this farmer, and then in the end he was able to sell a lot of organic processed products. And then another case here is a young farmer from Fuxin Township in Taoyuan, and we trained him so that he can also train the other local young farmers in the Fuxin Township, so that the whole local area can develop and grow together. And in this case, it's the cultivation of rice. So this farmer also grow the black bean tea, and this is really helped by our research institute and extension farm. So we've also really sent his products for verification, and it turned out that his products can be quite healthy, quite effective to promote the health. And in this case, this farmer tried to really divide his rice products in 6 categories or 6 tiers, and in the end, the top tier of his rice product really won the championship, and it was sold on the e-commerce platform. And it's really successful cases here that we can share with you. So this concludes my talk for today. Thank you.
So our next speaker will talk about the government support policies for youth in organic agriculture. So she is the Assistant Secretary for the Community Participation in the Department of Interior and Local Government in the Philippines. For many years, Assistant Secretary Elizabeth N. Lopez de Leon has worked with peoples and communities from different sectors and fields. It is no wonder that hard work, positive attitude, and dynamism brought her to her position as Assistant Secretary for Community Participation. She is a woman focused on sharing her experiences in supporting other peoples and groups to be movers in the community for its well-being. Her passion to help is felt by anyone she meets. At the ALG, her areas of concerns are environmental protection, organic farming, solid waste management resettlement, and other grassroots concerns. Others include the concerns of seniors, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, interfaith groups, and similar sectors. The participation and networking among people's organization and civil society organization to support the DILG programs and initiatives is another key concern. ASEC Lopez de Leon also serves as the DILG's alternative representative to the National Organic Agriculture Board, or the NOAB, and an alternate ex officio member of the Cooperative Development Authority, or the CDA Board. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Elizabeth N. Lopez de Leon.
Thank you to my kababayan, Mr. Ramon Uy, to Wallen County Mayor Sue Chenui, International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movement, Organic Asia President, Mr. Matthew John, Global Alliance of Organic District, Co-Chair Salvatore Basil, Asian Local Governments for Organic Agriculture, ALGOA, Romel Arnado, Young Organics Global Network Co-President, Julia Leonard, IFOAM Organics International Vice President, Lanua Kum, and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good noon. Good noon. Sauan? Sauan. I was invited to discuss the Philippine national government support policies for youth in organic agriculture. This is a subject more suited to our Philippine Department of Agriculture, but in our own way, the Department of the Interior and the local government, DILG, supports and encourages enterprising young people to venture into organic farming. The DILG, together with the Department of Agriculture, particularly the National Organic Agricultural Program, urges local government units to craft ordinances that protect and support organic farmers, including the youth. With the Department of Agriculture, the DILG specially pushes for the cultivation of hybrid and high-yielding crops as part of our drive for food security and to boost the viability of the agriculture sector. We are also looking into reviving the One Town, One Product, or OTOP initiative, so farmers of one locality can engage in partnerships and have lands, machinery, and human resources in common. Meanwhile, we also support the Gulayan sa Paaralan, or school vegetable gardens of the Department of Education. It is one of the sub-programs of the National Greening Program of the Department of Education that aims to promote the production of food that is rich in protein, carbohydrates, vitamin A, and iron as major components in school feeding. Gulayan sa Paaralan covers the creation of vegetable gardens, vegetable, and tree nurseries, tree planting, propagation of medicinal plants, composting, school landscape aesthetic vegetable development, crop museum, and related livelihood activities in 4 to 6 class municipalities or towns. As mentioned earlier, composting is encouraged to provide fertilizer to the school gardens. According to the Philippine National Youth Commission, which is an attached agency of the Department of Interior and Local Government, 7,797 youths were among the beneficiaries of the National Greening Program last year, and 7,196 members of people's organizations aged 15 to 30 were involved. The National Youth Commission also reported that last year, 29,842 young Filipinos joined training and extension programs hosted by the Agricultural Training Institute. Furthermore, 14 young Filipino farmers completed the 11-month internship under the Young Filipino Farm Leaders Training Program in Japan, while 29 completed the 11-month internship under the Filipino Young Farmers Internship Program here in Taiwan. Congratulations. In addition to the latter, a second batch of 48 young farmers underwent the internship in 2022. Other agricultural training programs for young farmers include educational assistance for the youth in agriculture, or EC-Agri, which had 223 scholars. Youth in Agripreneurship Program, which had 18 youth beneficiaries as of February this year. 9 out of the 18 were awarded business grants in 2022. There was also a training program on digital farming with 1,223 participants. Finally, a project that the Department of Interior and Local Government can call its own is the HAPAG. Halina't Magtanim ng Prutas at Gulay sa Barangay Project. It aims to strengthen the capacities of barangays, which is the smallest administrative political unit of local government in the Philippines. Barangays are encouraged to lead sustainable agriculture initiatives through community and backyard gardens that will help diversify food sources and boost food security. Local government units are encouraged to provide the land for community gardens, and residents are advised to practice natural farming. The department, with the general supervision over local government units, is doing its best to catalyze local economies. Thus, we actively do our part in implementing laws promoting ease of doing business and enjoin local government units to have a business one-stop shops, which speed up the processing and issuance of permits and clearances, such as business permits and licenses, building permits, and certificates of occupancy. Among the famous sayings of Philippine national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, is that the youth is the hope of the nation. It is a truth that never falters throughout generation. Thank you for listening to my sharing on Philippine government support policies for youth in organic agriculture. I am now ready to listen to your successes and best practices which we may replicate in the Philippines, and bless the organizers and participants of this Organic Youth Summit. Thank you. Sheshe.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Beth. No, we are very happy to have an ally in you, no, in the government in the Philippines. No, thank you very much. No, so our next and last speaker for this session will talk about the introduction to the ALGOA, or the Asian Local Governments for Organic Agriculture Young Elected Officers Network. So Mayor Javi Benitez was sworn in as the youngest mayor of Victoria City in Negros Occidental, the Philippines. He currently leads the ALGOA, or the Asia Local Governments for Organic Agriculture Young Elected Officers Network, or the YEON, which was launched this year in June 2023 at the Asia Organic Conference in Kauswagan, Philippines. Mayor Javi is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Political Science at Santa Clara University in California, and an actor, and was part of the ABS-CBN Star Magic Circle Batch 2019. He is a sportsman playing badminton and football. Javi is also a go-kart racer who competed in Asian Karting Open Championships. Mayor Javi is one of the youngest mayors in the Philippines and is part of the new breed of leaders in the country. He is a top-performing mayor in Western Visayas, a focal mayor for youth and sports development of the League of the Cities of the Philippines, the Buhay Ingatan Drogay Ayawan Programa, or the BIDA Ambassador of the Department of Interior and Local Government, the youngest and the first ever millennial mayor of the city of Victorias, and the president of the Negros Association of Chief Executives. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mayor Javi Miguel Lopez Benitez.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. 中午好，我是彭浩谦，大家好。我很高兴来这里，花莲的 county. And so if you're wondering, I studied in the Chinese high school, grade school and high school in the Philippines. And I know I'm standing here today in between you and lunch. So this is probably the hardest message or speech that will be delivered today. But don't worry, I'll try to make it as painless as possible and as concise as possible. But first, of course, to our distinguished guests, Mayor Su Chen-wei, and to your entire team, thank you so much for having us here. I look up to you, your city, your county, and your entire country in Taiwan. And in organic agriculture, I know it is one of the best places in the world for organic agriculture, and your country has advanced agriculture through appropriate policies and development in research, science, and technology in the agriculture industry on a global scale. So congratulations. Let's give her and Taiwan a round of applause. And I'm sincerely overwhelmed by all the academics, the industry leaders, the fellow government officials, and everyone who are here from across the globe to be here at the summit today. I'd also like to, of course, address the Philippine delegation, Undersecretary Zamzamin Abatuan, who is the second alternative representative of the Department of Agriculture to the National Organic Agriculture Board, or the NOAB, who is here represented by his son. A round of applause. Mayor Romel Arnado, who, again, another mayor who I really look up to. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here today, but I give him my high regards. ASEC Beth Lopez de Leon of the Department of Interior and Local Government, who is here with us today. She is also the alternate to the Organic Board, right? And Ms. Leia of the Department of Agriculture, the Chief Policy and Advocacy Officer. She is our go-to for policy in Department of Agriculture, and I'm sure that after this event, there will be many things that we will bring and exchange in terms of knowledge from here to the Philippines. So, Ms. Leia. And, of course, to the person who introduced me today, the special advisor of IFOAM, Mr. Chinchin Uy. You know, I met him 10 years ago, about 10 years ago, when I was a sophomore in college. I visited his organic farm in Silay City in Negros Occidental. And 10 years later, here we are at the second World Organic Youth Summit in Taiwan. IFOAM and AGOA members, Young Organics Global Network members, especially the 400 plus youth organic practitioners and enthusiasts who I understand many are from here, Taiwan. Of course, Sir Matthews, Sir Boyet, the President and Vice President. I'd like to also recognize the Maxwell students studying green technology for sustainability in Nanhua University, who are from the province of Negros Occidental, where I'm from. I'd like to give them a round of applause. They're from the Philippines, and they are here on a provincial scholarship. So I guess this is really our students studying here in Taiwan, and hopefully bringing back a lot of their learnings to the Philippines. But I understand some of them already want to stay here, so maybe we can discuss that after. So again, I'm truly honored to be invited here today and really feeling overwhelmed by the energy, the passion, and knowledge of this summit. I do want to say that I was inspired by the keynote presentation of Konrad Hauptflich, the CEO of Starfish Organic. Can we please give him another round of applause? It was such an inspiring message. And do not worry, I am not here to talk about the geopolitical landscape or any of the Philippines and Taiwan, but I am really here to present Victoria City, the city where I'm a mayor in the province of Negros Occidental, and to introduce to you the ALGOA Young Elected Officers Network. So first, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Javier Miguel L. Benitez, Javi Benitez, the 29th elected mayor of Victoria City. I'm also the youngest and first millennial mayor of Victoria City. I am currently the youngest mayor in the province of Negros Occidental and the third youngest city mayor in the Philippines. And I'm also the concurrent president of Negros Association of Chief Executives and the focal mayor for youth and sports development of the League of Cities of the Philippines. And I am as well the ambassador of the Buhay Ingatan Dorga Ewan of the DILG in the Philippines. But again, youth, is just one factor, and I think that it is really important for us who I'm speaking to. It needs someone who is from the same age group to really address and to really also convince those who are in our fellow age group. So I speak on behalf of all the youth here today. And it's critical to have as many of you, I do want to say that as a youth, I wanted to do something about my community and my country. And that is the reason why I ran. Especially coming from the pandemic, I realized that the national government has been such a gridlock. And it is in the local governments where there's much more dynamism and there's much more work that can be done. Especially when you talk to people on the ground, and there's still so much things that you can do. And as a mayor, I felt that there is really direct intervention when problems and issues arise, and that is why I ran. And I was also a very passionate young person, almost to the point of rebelling. But I found that it is really in direct intervention by joining government where you can have the greatest impact. I've been involved in many other non-government organizations, but I felt that is that indirect impact. But yes, it is also important to have these kind of organizations and platforms. But I think the best way is to really join government and really make a difference in that way. Because the leaders of our county, of our city, and our country really can set the national agenda. And for me, in my city, in the city of Victorias, which is located in the northern part of the province of Negros Occidental, it is 46 kilometers from the capital city of the province. And Victoria City is a sugar producing city. It is where the famous Victoria's Milling Company is, which used to be the world's largest integrated sugar mill, and is now currently Asia's second largest sugar central in Asia. And today, aside from sugar, we are taking pride in various organic farms in our city that has pioneered in what we have pioneered in the practice of organic agriculture in the province of Negros Occidental. And Negros Occidental is known as the organic agriculture capital of the Philippines. And I'm very proud of that. And I do want to say that this has been the work of many of those who have come before me, in governors, mayors in the province of Negros Occidental. And Victoria City, with our administration, is really continuing to push for that legacy and to really make Victoria City the organic city of Northern Negros. And so I'd like to showcase some development of organic agriculture in the city of Victorias.
City, the sugar capital of the province of Negros Occidental, is a fast-growing component city with vast resources ranging from agriculture, commerce, trade and industry, to its abundant culture, tourism and arts. Located in the northern part of Negros Occidental, Victoria City has a total land area of 13,392 hectares, distributed to 26 barangays, 58.20% of which is covered by agricultural land, with sugarcane farming as the primary agricultural activity. Victorias is a true home to over 90,643 Victoriahanos. With the leadership of the incumbent local chief executive, Mayor Javier Miguel Benitez, the City Council led by Vice Mayor Abelardo Bantu III, Victoria City is a thriving city, well equipped with infinite potential to offer. The agricultural land of Victorias covers 7,852 hectares and is approximately 58.6% of its total land area. Sugarcane is the major crop, occupying 66.31%, followed by rice plantation, coconut, corn, vegetables, banana, pineapple, and mango. In 2013, the City of Victorias laid the groundwork for its agri-ecotourism projects with Japan International Cooperation Agency, Lekiwings NPO, and Nanjo City, Okinawa. Local farmers, micro, small, and medium enterprises, implementers, and students were sent to Japan for an organic sustainable development program and learning visit. Numerous trainings and learning exchanges were made possible under the Victoria City Agri-Ecotourism Enhancement Project with Nanjo City through the forged partnership between the City of Victorias, Japan International Cooperation Agency, Lekiwings NPO, and Nanjo City, Okinawa. The Victoria City Strengthening Regional Vitalization for Sustainable Development Program has equipped agri-ecotourism practitioners, program implementers, local farmers, employees, students, business owners, and members of various sectors with vital knowledge on tourism and agriculture. This is the building block of the city's agri-ecotourism program, which paved the way for organic agriculture and ecological tourism. Ordinance Number 01 of 2014, or the Victoria City Organic Agricultural Ordinance of 2014, promulgated the institutionalizing, promoting, and developing organic agriculture in the city, providing funds therefor and making Victoria City an organic city of Northern Negros. The mandate encouraged local farmers to adopt and turn their farms into organic. With this, different organic fertilizers were made available in the city: compost, vermicompost, mokusaku, fermented plant juice, fermented fruit juice, and fish amino acid. Panhilason's farm has a total aggregate area of 15.3821 hectares and operates orchard and vegetable plantation, hog raising, and poultry enterprises. Panhilason's farm started in January 2020 and focused on organic vegetable farming with a total land area of 1.6 hectares. The existing vegetables planted are bitter gourd, eggplant, tomatoes, okra, pepper, spring onions, pechay, banana, calamansi, and string beans.
Amoy na siya nga nag-venture gid ako sa organic farming para makuha ko gid ang healthy lifestyle, healthy environment, and healthy food. So gina-encourage ko gid ang akon nga mga kaupdanan nga mga farmers nga suportahan gid nila and they will go also organic para sa masanag ang Boss Damlag.
The farm was able to produce 800,000 pesos gross income for 2022. With 300,000 pesos net income. Panhilason's farm continued to produce more and more as the years go by. The local government unit of Victorias, led by Mayor Javi Benitez, upgraded the promotion of organic agriculture and ecological tourism. In May 2023, the city partnered with the International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movements Asia and conducted the Algoa Organic Foundation Course Special Edition. It was the first ever training program conducted outside South Korea and in the Philippines. The partnership intensified the efforts of the LGU in promoting the sustainable development of the city's organic agriculture and making Victorias a more progressive community that can rival the outside urban cities. Despite being a young program, the city had already received numerous awards from provincial, regional, and national award-giving bodies since its launching. With its several promising features and unrivaled potential, Victorias is on its way to a bigger and brighter future where no one gets left behind.
Thank you. So that is the developments that we have for organic agriculture in our city. And as a young mayor, I'm interested in engaging with other young people to promote organic sector, the organic sector, not only in our city, in our province, but even in our country. And I do want to say that I recognize that organic agriculture is also related to climate justice. And the first ordinance that I proposed as city mayor to our Sangguniang Panglungsod, or legislative body, is to ban single-use plastics in all government buildings and offices. And we have been using glass, recyclable bottles, and bringing our own water bottles in government buildings and offices. And another ordinance that's also related to that is I signed 2 weeks ago, which will be implemented next month, is the Car-Free Mondays of the very first Monday of the month. There is a zone right beside the City Hall where we allocated an area where it is only for walking and cycling. So no cars are allowed in that zone area. And if ever you do want to use your cars, you have to be dropped off and loaded and unloaded in those outside of the zone. And so this is really for less carbon emissions, less noise pollution, and really to promote slow cities, really to bring back the cities to the people where we can be walking and cycling again. And in our city, we also promote climate justice, which is also equivalent to food justice. And food justice, what we've heard before is food security, food sufficiency, but really we're promoting food justice, which is commonly understood as a norm, and I quote, that everyone should have access to safe, healthy, and culturally appropriate foods, no matter one's national origin, economic statuses, social identities, cultural membership, or disability. And of course, as mentioned earlier, we are actively supporting the organic agriculture sector in our city. Aside from regularly including them in our hotspots for local tourism attractions, we are also providing our organic farm producers with a platform to showcase their agricultural products, best practices, and latest discoveries through trade fairs and festival tie-ups. Our city is also actively pursuing partnerships with national government agencies in livestock farming and animal husbandry, Last year, we inked a deal with the Philippine Carabao Institute to place one of their field laboratories in our city through our local Carabao Racing Cooperative. So by increasing the presence of organic farms in our city and mounting trade fairs and public spaces, many young people will be introduced to farming in general and organic agriculture in particular. We recently organized other government-initiated linkages for our constituents and various agribusiness-related programs. We have launched a farm school in one of our high schools. And we are also pursuing other initiatives to narrow the gap between the consumers and the delivery of organic products by creating better farm-to-market roads, programs, and policies that support local organic farming. And now I would like to explain AGOA Ion. Really, the main thing of the talk. As you may know, AGOA stands for the Asian Local Governments for Organic Agriculture, and that has been established by IFOAM Asia in 2016 to work with local governments to promote organic agriculture in Asia. And it currently has 260 members in 16 countries and areas. Hualien County, our host for today's event, is one of the most active members of AGOA. The members meet annually for the AGOA Summit, and in June 2023, the presidency of AGOA was transferred to the Philippines under the leadership of Mayor Romel Arnado. And on June 5th, 2023, at the 9th AGOA Summit, I proposed the formation of AGOA Ion, a membership organization consisting of individuals and elected officers under the age of 40. So these officers can be from all levels of government, from local to national government levels. And the aims of AGOA Ion are to be a representative voice for young elected officers locally, regionally, and globally, to undertake annual events such as congresses and capacity building programs for young elected leaders, to create projects focusing on the involvement of youth in the organic sector, to forge links with other like-minded organizations locally, regionally, and globally. And so I proposed this then, but I'd like to propose this significant initiative to you again. The AGOA Young Elected Officers Network, or AGOA Ion. And this is not just an endeavor that I bring forth as the mayor of Victoria City, but as a collective vision that I believe we all share. The need for youthful engagement and sustainable growth within our organic sector. The youth, with our energy, passion, and innovative ideas, represent the future of our sector. To ensure that future remains bright, it is crucial that we engage together now. We bring among ourselves not just fresh perspectives, but also a deep concern for the environment and could further invigorate our shared cause. The AGOA Ion aims to provide a platform for young organic and elected leaders in our government who are under the age of 40 to mainstream organic agriculture practices in Asia and in the world, who will take part actively in the organic sector. It is our belief that the energy and creativity of youth, coupled with the wisdom of experience, can drive our sector to new heights. Through this network, we hope to initiate projects that focus on encouraging, involving, and empowering our youth in the realm of organic agriculture and consolidate a network of like-minded individuals who are committed to the creation of a safer and more organic world. We intend to undertake capacity-building programs to further educate people in local governments and agencies to the basics of organic farming and to develop policies that are conducive to the growth of organic farming. And moreover, AGOA Ion is conceived to serve as a bridge, fostering connections and collaborations locally, regionally, and globally with other like-minded organizations. So we are not alone in our mission. Across the world, there are communities like ours, and there are young leaders eager to make a difference. So together, we can learn from each other, share our best practices, and forge a stronger global alliance for organic agriculture. And we envision AGOA Ion to conduct annual events such as congresses and capacity building programs. And these events are aimed at creating an atmosphere of mutual learning and growth, empowering our young leaders with the necessary tools and knowledge to lead the organic movement in the future. And as we embark on this exciting journey, I call upon all of you, the pillars of our community, to support this initiative. With AGOA Ion, let us provide a nurturing ground for the seeds of youth leadership in organic agriculture so that they can grow into strong trees that will bear fruits of a healthier, sustainable, and more resilient future. And I'd like to end by saying that as youth, you know, we don't really claim to be better or smarter than those who came before us. But we are exposed to new trends, and we are digital natives, and we bring in energy and passion to the sector. And I'd like to amend a little bit the ending that was said earlier of let's get going. I'd say, let's keep going. So God bless the second World Organic Youth Summit, and God bless Algoa Ion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Javi Benitez, for taking on this role in leading this initiative in the youth, particularly the Young Elected Officials Network, not only in the Philippines, but also across Asia and the world. We are extremely thrilled and proud to have dedicated young officials like you. We are eagerly anticipate the success and expansion of the network of young elected officials in the field of organic agriculture. So now we will take a break first for lunch. So in the afternoon after lunch, we will have one more speaker to talk. So thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
I would
like to thank all the speakers from the morning session. So this session is a green summit. So we have prepared a green lunchbox. So please make sure that you prepare an ID and $100, and then to go collect your lunchbox according to your numbers. Thank you. We will have 1 hour break, and please be back at 1:40, and then we were going to have more speeches in the afternoon. Thank you.
Kindly remind the distinguished guests and delegates with us today, owing to the summit belong to the Green Promotion event. So we prepare eco-friendly lunchbox for everyone. In order to make sure that all the lunchbox will be recycled correctly, please prepare your ID or $100 deposit while sign up for the lunchbox. And each lunchbox have its own number on it. So after lunch, please follow the instruction for garage classification, and you will get back your ID or deposit by returning the lunchbox. Thank you for your cooperation.
这样会爆吗？1 2 1 2 3，好，好，你这样 OK 吗？亮。
如果转到底的话是比较 OK。
好，那好像就大家可接受的范围了。
就这样交代。
就这样。
好，感谢你。
Exploration is an innate instinct inherent in humans. In the process of fulfilling curiosity, the world you perceive is quietly undergoing a change. Tell me, how did you come to love Hualien? Is it the towering and majestic mountains? The sheer cliffs that stand like 1,000 blades? Or the primitive and tranquil ancient trails? Listen closely to the heartbeat of this land. Explore a unique facet of Hualien. Even though we come from different countries, we all have fallen in love with this place. Now, could you tell me what Hualien looks like in your eyes?
Our session in the afternoon is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you.
Okay, the distinguished guests and the delegation, and our meeting is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you. OK， 各位亲爱的与会贵宾，
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Our session in the afternoon is about to start. Please be seated, and a few housekeeping announcements here. So please switch your phone into the vibration or silence mode. Thank you.
那在下半场的会议
Before we start the second session in the afternoon, I would like to remind you that to promote, to echo to our pursuit of sustainable development, we have really used all of our ingredients from local farmers in Hualien, and we would like to express our gratitude for them.
especially share with all the delegation and our special guests in order for the summit for these 2 days and reach the green environment eco-friendly policy. All soil from Hualien City give us a special cuisine for us to enjoy. Okay, so dear delegates and our special guests from abroad, our meeting is about to officially start in the afternoon. The second workshop session 2 is about to start, so please be seated. Thank you. Okay. 亲爱的与会贵宾，我们的议程。
Okay, distinguished guests, our second session in the afternoon is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you.
OK， 感谢各位。
Thank you for coming to today's World Youth Organic Summit. And in the second session in the afternoon, we will have the moderator from the first session, Ramon Yui, to introduce our moderator for the second session, Mr. Miyoshi Sakato, World Board Member and iForm Organics International. So please welcome. Good afternoon.
So we're gonna wrap up our final session for today, for the first session. So our last speaker, we'll talk about the public support policies for the involvement of the youth in organic agriculture. So Vladislav Zmailyo is a Senior Policy and Guarantee Coordinator of IFOAM Organics International in Ukraine and Germany. IFOAM. Vladislav is currently working as a Senior Policy and Guarantee Coordinator at IFOAM Organics International. He joined IFOAM 2 years ago and is working on organic policies and regulations on local, regional, and global levels. Before joining IFOAM, Vladislav garnered 8 years of invaluable experience in various positions within the organic industry, including development cooperation, consultancy in Germany, and roles in organic food processors in Ukraine. Vladislav holds a degree in linguistics that he obtained in Ukraine and a second degree in agribusiness from a German university. Throughout his career, Vladislav has tirelessly advocated for sustainable agricultural practices and the inclusion of organic smallholder farmers and processors from developing countries in the international organic trade. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vladislav Zmailyo.
Because I asked for a laptop. Yeah? Okay, let it be. Yeah, let it be. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vladislav Zmailyo. I'm Policy and Guarantee Coordinator at IFOAM Organics International, and I'm very, very excited to be here. I'm not only excited because it's my first time in Taiwan. I'm not only excited because I'm probably the only one representative from Ukraine here, but I'm also very excited because the presentation that I will show to you is very related to the situation that I have experienced when I started my journey in organic agriculture. Back in 2008, I decided to become an organic entrepreneur in Ukraine. So we started our business processing organic sunflower seeds, organic walnuts, organic linseeds into organic oil. And it was very difficult, I need to admit. It was very difficult not only because the market back then in 2008 was absent. People didn't know what was organic agriculture in my country. It was also challenging because it was 2008, a financial crisis. But I need to admit that the biggest challenge was that there was no support, no governmental support that was provided to organic entrepreneurs like it was me. Doesn't work? Okay, let's start. According to the latest statistics that IFAD recently provided, there are around 1.2 billion of people on our planet between the ages of 15 and 24, and half of this number is living in rural areas. The fastest growing rates of youth population are in the least developed countries. If you add to these statistics other age groups who have enough energy and health to work in agriculture in rural areas, the statistic will not be so bad. So you would ask me, what is the problem? And the problem is here. So the average age of a farmer or a household head engaged in farming activities is 62 years in Taiwan, 51 years in India, 50 years in China, and 49 years in Africa. If you continue like this, if you maintain the status quo, not only sustainable transition of our food systems is threatened, but also the overall food security is threatened. It's a big problem for our planet. But if you check our website, each year we make a I Grow Your Food campaign. By the way, it will happen tomorrow. This campaign is targeting organic farmers and help to multiply their voices and to show how they produce our organic food. And there are a lot of good examples of organic youth on our website. So for instance, Karina Gonzalez David, she is not only organic farmer, but also a feminist activist. Also, young Gambians are using training to advance organic agriculture in their communities. And there are many others who will show their videos tomorrow on social media. So what should we do to have more of these examples? For some countries like Philippines or Taiwan, I will not show today a rocket science. You have already a wonderful mix of organic policies that also promote organic entrepreneurship in your countries. But some countries are missing very simple tool for organic entrepreneurs to advocate for, and very simple tool for for governments, for ministries of agriculture to implement. So my presentation will be today very simple. So Konrad took today a keynote speech role, and I will take the role of a trainer. So let's start. You cannot design a policy that supports organic use without having all of these components. So there should be, of course, general agricultural policy. There should be, of course, organic policies. And there, of course, should be a rural development policy. This mix will yield into youth in organic agriculture policies. So what are the general agricultural policies? If you look at any developing or developed countries in the world, so these are policies, for instance, like subsidies and financial price support, trade policies, research and development, education and extension, food and nutrition security program, support for marginalized group, and here we are, policies that target small scale, youth, women, indigenous farmers, and many other vulnerable groups. And of course, organic policies or other so-called sustainable agriculture policies. In ideal world, of course, there should be no distinction between conventional farming and organic farming. All policies should support organic farmers. Like, for instance, in Indian state Sikkim, but we are not yet there, and of course, the normal mix looks like this. Anyway, there is no matter how much you invest in organic policies, there is no matter how much you invest in organic youth policies, if there are no rural development policies, you will fail. So youth will not stay in rural areas and will not produce food if there is no infrastructure, if there is no education and healthcare, if there is no proper natural resource management, if there is no market access and value chain promotion programs exist in rural areas. And of course, if there are no microfinance and financial service for citizens of rural areas. Now we go to organic policies. Back in 2019, IFOAM has developed a policy toolkit. Very simple toolkit for policymakers and organic advocates to use to implement action plans and strategies to boost the organic sector in their countries. To simplify it, we split it on 3 parts. These are push measures, pull measures, and general enabling measures. It is really important that government do not only support supply of organic products, but also support the demand of organic products. If we damage this equilibrium, we will have either oversupply or over-demand. So what are these policies? Push measures: support organic research and extension, improve organic education, increase availability of organic products. These measures increase technical capacity of farmers to convert. Then also measures organic area payments, tax breaks for organic operators, support to organic farm investment, agri-environmental subsidies, support to certification. Together with previous set of policies, these policies influence farmers' decision to convert. Also support to companies for organic processing, product development, marketing. My experience, when I was an entrepreneur in Ukraine, of course, we didn't have these policies, and it was very challenging. Also support the organic supply chain development project. Sometimes they are donor supported, sometimes they are government supported. They influence farmers' decision to convert and also processing companies' decision to create new organic products. So these are supply side policies. What about pull measures? Of course, public procurement to public canteens, public procurement to school canteens, and so on. Then also promote organic in schools, common logo for organic products, organic consumer campaigns. But government may not only tap on internal demand, but also on external demand. For instance, support of export to other countries, and also organic trade agreements or equivalence agreements that are currently in the European Union and will be shifted to trade agreements. So these policies change the tap on consumers' decision to purchase organic products and also caterers' decision to serve organic products. Also, there are general enabling policies, like for instance, national data production and dissemination, very important. Government should know how many farmers do they have at all, how many organic hectares do they have, and how to develop a policy that will target this amount of farmers and will bring them to the higher level. Support development of organic associations, support to NGOs like IFOAM Organics Asia or IFOAM Organics International or other local grassroots organizations that work in this field. Support to PGS development, also very important. Recognition of PGS development, of PGS as organic guarantee system is also very important on the state level. And of course, build organic expertise within the public sector. We are working a lot at IFOAM Organics International with different governments around the world. And it is very, very challenging to find sometimes a very experienced person in the Ministry of Agriculture with whom it is possible to maintain the dialogue and to design the policy. It is very important to have such person in the government. And what about youth? So if you think about all of this that I have presented, we can take piece by piece from each policy and create a great policy mix that will support policies that boost organic youth participation. So push measures, youth-centric organic agriculture education. We need to educate organic farmers. Without them, there will be, of course, no organic food. Financial empowerment for organic use, microfinance, subsidies, tax breaks, and many others. Technological innovation hubs. Then mentorship networks that each young entrepreneur may have a mentor who will support his journey. Then seamless certification and market access. Of course, seamless certifications seems very promising, especially in the European Union when you probably need to have a master's degree in organic regulation to understand it. But still, support with the certification is very important. Capacity building of farmers about the certification has a crucial importance because it's not the role of certification body to build the capacity of farmer. Then, of course, entrepreneurship accelerators for organic youth. There are, I have met today from India, for instance, business accelerators that are working with organic farmers, and they get the support from the state, and it is very important. What about the pull measures? Consumer awareness raising campaigns on organic youth. It is very important to show to consumers that where their food comes from. If it comes from organic youth, you need to highlight this. Then local and global market linkages. As I said in my previous slides, it is very important to support farmers to sell from rural areas to urban areas, but also to sell for exports. Rural tourism support, bringing tourists to rural organic entrepreneurs. Public procurement in school, also very important. Not only it raises the awareness of kids about organic agriculture, but it also helps organic entrepreneurs in rural, young organic entrepreneurs in rural area to sell their products. Also, organic agriculture awareness curricula at school. What are the mixed measures? Organic youth networking events. Very important. Not all of you realize, but basically this is a part of the policy of Taiwan. This networking event is supported by the state, and it is a great example that should be highlighted. So it helps us to build our connections and to either to sell our products or to bring expertise to organic use and so on. Also, youth engagement in policy making. It is really important to bring the perspective of organic youth to the policy making process. Policies are usually boring, they are written in a very complex legal text, and this very much discourages youth to participate in this process. Policymakers should bring youth to the table. Then, of course, data collection and research on organic youth. To boost the support to organic youth, you need to understand their needs. What do they need? Where do they have challenges? Do they have challenges with certification? Bring them experts to help them certify. Do they have challenges with experts? Help them to export. Support to organic youth NGOs, also very important. There are a lot of good examples of organic youth NGOs, but they're struggling financially. They need to have a support. Also, of course, focal persons in Ministry of Agriculture. As I said, sometimes it's just challenging to have at least one focal person in the Ministry of Agriculture that is responsible for organic agriculture. But when there is already a department responsible for organic agriculture, might be it makes sense to have one designated person that will work with organic youth. And also public land management. There were already shown today examples when the public about a platform in Taiwan that shows available land, and it helps organic youth to get more land for their farming activities. But there are also examples around the world when, for instance, the public land is rented through the affirmative action towards organic youth only, because they might have more motivation to work with organic agriculture. It is easier to convince them to convert into organic agriculture than experienced old farmers. And of course, other policies that support rural development in general and rural youth inclusion in particular are also very important. Without rural development policies, there will be no youth in rural areas. So to sum up, the aging farmer population is a big threat. It's a big threat for our food systems. It's a big threat for our food security. Policymakers should work on attracting youth to organic agriculture to solve this problem. And only a mix of agricultural and rural policies that target organic youth may help to solve this problem. Thank you.
我们谢谢召集人精彩的分享。接下来的议程是来到第二场与有机先锋的特别对话。我们特别邀请到这场的主持人。
We're going to start session 2. The topic is a special dialogue with organic pioneers. And let's welcome our host, Mr. Miyoshi Sadoko, from the World Board member of IFOAM Organic International.
Everyone, good afternoon. Okay, my name is Miyoshi. I'm from Japan. I'm a member of World Board of IFOAM Organic International, and I am an ALGOA ambassador, and also I'm a graduate former member of Organic Youth Group. So it's almost a tradition to have a dialogue with pioneers in this youth summit or youth conference. You know, when the pioneers started maybe a half century ago, they're your age, you know, they were youth, and they're very brave to start. It was not much government support, not much information, not much knowledge. They were there, but they started. In Japanese, it's interesting enough, we call organic agriculture Yuki Nogyo. And Yuki also means brave. So we almost often joke in organic agriculture is brave agriculture. You need to be very brave to start with. But I feel, especially recently, as I saw this morning, the support, big support from Hurrien and Taiwan and other countries, it's no longer only brave. You have a lot of knowledge from pioneers and the friends and people just starting. And it's really exploding. More people are getting into organic, and it's such a beautiful to see. But also, we need to learn more. We want to know more from pioneers' experiences. So this session, I'd like to introduce two wonderful pioneers. So the first speaker is, I hope I can pronounce well, but the Professor Shin Chun Chun. He is the organic pioneer in Taiwan. You know that every country has organic pioneers. He's a professor for 3 universities, and he is also farming organically. He's the professor of he's also ambassador for organic agriculture COA in Taiwan. So please welcome Professor, please.
Thank you, Ms. Miyoshi. Okay. So this meeting seems for young people only, is that right? If I'm young people, young man, no, I'm already 76 years old, so I'm no more young, okay? But believe me, my heart is as young as yours, okay? Because we are working for organic agriculture, that's right? Organic agriculture can keep us, our heart, always young. Okay, so thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to talking something about my story. Okay, so yeah, just now, so you know, I'm now organic farmer. Okay. 接下来我想我用中文啊，这样讲比较快，因为我大概有200多张的幻灯片啊，所以就好像这个跑马灯一样啊，很快跑过去。
Today I have over 200 slides, and this is like this is a short, kind of like a long story of my life. So let's be seated and let's start. So for the past few years, I have led many people, you know, from the sector. But I want to give them a round of applause and thank you for your effort. Take a look at this lady. She didn't wear any protection gears, and she's holding this bee wax. You can see that we're all very brave here. So I started as being a chief of Agriculture Research Center. I helped build these houses. In the very beginning, there was nothing here. We have 18 acres, but we only have a production of 180,000. And some of the farmers, they have sprayed lots of pesticide, and that caused them having a lot of people with liver disease. But I want to help them to change their life. So we started to promote the organic agriculture here. And you see, this man is the person that I told you that he has liver disease. And once he started with organic agriculture, he started to be more healthier. This is the Aigamo ducks. These are the paddy ducks. We have raised a lot of ducks here, and once you release them here, and then the worms in the paddy field started to disappear. So you see here that we have a lot of animals here. We have bees. It's very interesting. And this is Azolla. It can help us control the weeds. And we have these different training courses for the farmers. This is a house that I helped build, and I have lots of classes here. And this is a short, this is a piece from the news. It's talking about me helping the students to get their property back. So I work with lots of students and people from India, and she is the dean in a university in India. On the left-hand side, that's a professor from Henan Agriculture University. So we have, and then here I started to be the general affair of the association, and I want to promote organic school. They are not allowed to have any pesticide in the school because we have so many people like walking around the campus. So if we have pesticide here, then we're poisoning those kids. So we set up the rule that you cannot have any pesticide or insecticide or herbicide here. And we went to New Zealand to promote this idea. We have the so-called organic public area. And before I retired, I think that I can still give. I feel like I can do more. So that we have a big seminar. We have over 600 people with 2 big meetings, and people suggest that we should have a Taiwan Agriculture Promotion Association. I set this up at Mingdao University. So we have done a lot, and including this. This is when I also work with Ministry of Education. I want to set up this eco-friendly school. So we went to different schools, elementary schools, to persuade them to set up an organic farm in the premises. So Yunlin County, they started first. All the elementary school, junior high, and high school, the government asked them to set up an organic farm on the campus. And now we have gathered so many schools here, and they can have competitions, and the highest award they can get is 500,000 NT dollars. I think, and then we set up a food and agriculture classroom in high schools, also in vocational high schools, and then we set up a organic school alliance. We encourage them to use local grown food in their school. We also have a lot of collaboration with the government. Starting out with, and we worked with Yunlin County. She wanted to build a agriculture capital here, but at that time we didn't have any agriculture university in Yunlin. So they started to build this alliance, and she went to different schools to encourage them to start being green. And this is my picture with the county mayor. She came to our house with a lot of other government officials. So you see, I am very happy doing my job, and this is the picture we took in Nanhua University. And moving to Zhanghua County, Mayor Huang also wanted us to help them, so they set up a private agriculture workshop in Zhanghua. Then we also built an organic golf course. What a surprise! That was in 2011 in Nanbao Golf Course. They wanted to get certified as being an organic golf course. And we asked the EcoThird to come here to certify the golf course. This is the fish from the golf course, and you can actually eat it. At that time, it was the first and the only one. The CEO, I think, is about maybe over 90 years old, and I think he's still with us. As I said, being organic can make you young forever. So this is scenery from the golf course. Next, we wanted to set up a national or organic day. Okay, so not only we want to educate the farmers, we also want to educate the consumers. So we want to set up a national organic day to teach the consumers more about organic food. Because without consumers, this sector won't grow. And the following is being held in Zhongxin University. I remember I have this meeting with Mr. Lu Husen, and there was a student coming in, and she said, "I want to thank you because what you said, I built a business." So she set up this Yazhi organic farm. So I had this meeting. I have seminar. I said, if you have a piece of land, then you should make it a organic farmland. And I think that is the best way to encourage other people to join. So she told me that once she heard me say that, she said, I have a piece of land, maybe I can turn it into an organic farm. And then she thought I am right. So she wanted to follow what I said to her. So first she started to raise some chickens and then the egg, and now she can produce 5,000 organic eggs. She can get 30 NT dollars per egg. Also, and I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Xu. We have worked a lot to make that happen. Then I became the president of the Agriculture Education Association. We have, at that time, we had organic wedding. This was held in Mingdao University. We have young professors who were getting married, and I said, why not having an organic wedding? And we were also part of the organic of a group of people setting up the organic promotion law. So this is when this happened. Okay, we talk about what we can do, what we need from the government, and Ms. Dong Zhen has said, "Oh, I really admired your presentation, and she's my student." So I said, "Oh, you must come." Okay, there are a lot of things that we can do together. So not only we can we can do something more than having educational seminars. We always wanted to promote food and agriculture education, and there are a lot of things that we can do internationally. For example, this is a picture. You can see Jennifer, you're here. Andre, you're also here. This is the cooperation we have with China, and this is Jennifer when you visited us. This is at Nanhua University, and this is Catherine, the former chief. We also invited her to Mingdao University to give us a speech on the annual meeting. This is my visit to Korea, and this delegate is from Mongolia. He's a delegate from the cabin. And this is a seminar that I had in Guatemala. The topic was about organic agriculture.
So we've held a lot of the seminars and also training sessions. We've also worked with the expert scholars from other universities in China and also in Hong Kong. And we've worked together with a lot of universities as well. For example, we worked together with the Tangkou University, Jeju University, to hold international seminars. It was in Kim Song. And also we've worked together with the university in Hong Kong as well. And also we have training session in Taiwan, both in Taiwan and Hong Kong. And so we have this the principal forum of the agricultural universities in Southeast Asia. And also, we've been to the Hanoi Agriculture University in Vietnam as well. We were invited to be a consultant there to help on the curriculum design. And I encouraged them to really establish a promotion center for organic agriculture. And the university also sent a lot of their faculty members to Taiwan on faculty training. And also, okay, this is the same meeting here, and this one. This is the provincial governor from the Philippines. It's from the Negros Occidental, and I believe many of you here know Mr. Alfredo Maranon. and he actually granted us a 300 hectare of land for to really build a branch there. But we failed to do that project, but we still really appreciate his generosity. And also, we've held the international seminars here with the McGill University. And so what do we do here? So at the time, they raised $2 million to really help farmers who was injured during the Vietnamese War, the Vietnamese and US War. And the chairman of the NGO mentioned that he wanted us to really go there and provide the support and resources. So I invited the principal from the Pindong Science and Technology University with me as well. And it's not the end, but it's really later on I became a member of the IFORUM. So the Mindao University and the IFORUM has a close collaboration. And also in Boan, we have this office here. And also the president was there as well, Shuavishihat. And also we attended the bidding at IFORUM as well. We've been to South Korea and we've been to other countries. We were wearing the outfit for indigenous peoples. So people are they were quite interested in the Aboriginal clothing or outfit. And at the same time, we were really, we faced the challenge from the mainland China as well in terms of the international situations, because sometimes we have to name us the Chinese Taipei. So we really sacrificed a lot and tried really hard to maintain our name Taiwan, because I wrote a letter to Angela, and then really at the end we can still put Taiwan on our flag, not Chinese Taipei. So it was really a memorable moment, and whenever you encountered really challenges like this, we encourage you to really make reference to this experience as well. And also we've attended many of the events. Also IFORUM, I'm really thankful for IFORUM because they still invited me as the moderator, the chairperson for the summit, even after the event. And also what you can see here is the really pictures of a lot of our colleagues, team members, friends. Me and my wife are also on the photos as well. And this is really a cover of the magazine. And also, IFORUM sent me a recognition award to really recognize my contribution. I would say I didn't really make a lot of contribution. I was just running around and doing what I should do. And I think we can also see the signature of our president on the certification. So for example, Andre was the former president, and he will be also giving a talk as well. And also we worked together with IOIA as well. So what did IOIA do there? So at that time, I received a $2 million budget from the government to hold this training session for the independent verification personnel. So we invited the trainer from Malaysia and also other countries to train these young inspectors. And then I think we did a lot of things here. Some of these pictures are repeated. Okay, here we also work together with APO, the Asian Productivity Organization. They've been holding training sessions and courses for governmental officials in terms of organic farming. So it was held in New Delhi, India in 2011. The trainer was Gerardo Herman. And we talked to a lot of the officials from the governments in Southeast Asia. And then we also initiated the East Asian Forum of Organic Agriculture. It was held in National Zhongshan University. So we invited Andre and his wife. We knew that he would become the president of IFOAM. So this is really a accurate prediction here. And you see we have friends from around the world, and we all want to work together to improve the organic farming scene in Southeast Asia. And then in the second time we held this forum, it was held in Hanoi. We also invited a lot of the officials from Vietnam. The third forum was held in Korea. And Catherine and I were both keynote speakers. The fourth one was organized in Taiwan. So we have Marcus, we have a lot of friends here. We've known each other for really a long time. And then I think we're going to hold this fifth one very recently. And then after I retired actually from 3 universities, from Mindao University, and then from Nanhua University. And that was the time I established the Sustainability Center and Master Program of Green Sustainable Technology. So we have a lot of students from the Philippines, from India. And do you have students from the Philippines who studied in Nanhua before? Yes, so that was the time we established the promotion center. I really hope that Nanhua University can become carbon neutral in 10 years of time. And we really appreciate Mayor Xi. She is also trying to make Hualien a carbon neutral county as well. We know that Hualien has the potential to do so. And then this is really my life as an organic farmer. So this is my farm actually. Quite small, it's not 0.3 hectare, but I think I can generate a revenue around $1 million New Taiwan dollars every year. And I think what I've been really growing here is the black soldier fly with these soybean byproduct. And we're able to really grow it so that the body weight grow by 4,000 times within a month. And then you can see that they can all become the feed, the fertilizer for our chickens, and we can have all of the fresh chicken eggs organically. And even TSMC, the most well-known semiconductor foundry in the world, has been trying to learn from us to really process their solid waste. And also in Taidong, we have a Luye farm. They also came to learn from us as well. They tried to be carbon neutral and try to process their solid waste. So I think by really raising these black soldier fly, we want to turn these waste into really valuable protein sources. And this is a picture taken from my farm. We've also raised bees as well. I think we have Matthew John, our president, who's also going to share organic farming on bees as well. And this is my beehives here. And really, if you can keep around 60 beehives at your farm, you will be able to make around $1 million New Taiwan dollars a year. So, you know, everything from the beehive can be sold for money. The honey, the bee pollens, the royal jelly, all the things there can be sold. So this is the pollen, the honey. And one thing here we would like to share with you here is one of the project that we are doing. So we want to do carbon secure. We want to really seize the carbon, fixate that carbon in the land. Because usually when you burn the woods or when you burn the farmland, you will release a lot of carbon dioxide into the air. Right now we're doing this Hugakutur garden method. So we can put the hardwoods, the old softer woods, and then rotten woods layer by layer like this. And then for 10 years of time, we can fixate the carbon in this area. So I think this is me. I was digging out 6 tons of soil. I'm trying to bury these lumber and wood stick into the ditch. And also I think Mayor Xi also visited my farm as well. So by doing so, we're able to fixate the carbon in the land. This is my city bear number 1. This is the ditch that I dig. And also number 2 here. We put a lot of the lumber, the wood stick there. We don't need to burn them. Just put them there or bury them there. You'll be able to really fixate the carbon inside the soil. And number 2 here, I finished it in December last year.
So you see, everything that I've gone about this piece of land are doing really well. So I don't think I really did a lot, but if every one of us can do this all together, then I think we can achieve a carbon neutral future. I think that is the ultimate goal. I'm still learning playing drums, you know. I'm trying to learn how to bake my own coffee beans. I learned how to play saxophone. My wife says that you're having too many toys. And I said, come on, having these toys keep me young. If you want to stay young forever, keep playing. So this is my farm. So I still have some final remarks that I want to share with you. I have this picture, but it's gone, but the water can go through the stones. So what I wanted to say with that picture is that the reason why the water can go through the stone is not because water is very strong. It's because that water is very persistent. It is persisting, hitting the rock, and one day the water can go through the water can go through the rocks. So I think if you believe in yourself, I think the people who are so dumb that believe in this world, I think we all can. I think that even though we are a little bit foolish sometimes, but I think with a great passion we can achieve something together. I don't think that we are the owner of the properties. I think the people who really own this land is the people coming after us. We're just keeping them safe. Our job is to keep them good, in a good shape, to protect them, make sure our descendants can enjoy a beautiful land. When our kids grow up, they still have a planet with clean air, clean water, and then have clean food. I think that is our responsibility, and I'm very happy that I get to share this with people coming from 26 countries. And I hope that we can pass this on and share this idea with other people. And I believe that we still have hope. And I want to thank Mayor Xu. Thank you for listening to my life story. Even though I think it's just a little story, but once you accumulate them, and you will see that it is a very powerful story. So thank you, Hualien County. Thank you, Mayor Xu, and good friends from around the world. I hope that during your stay, you can see the best of Hualien. You know, Hualien, it has the most spectacular view in Taiwan. Zero pollution, and all the air you breathe will make your body even more healthier. You know, if you stay here for a week, you can live 2 more years. Thank you.
For journey, and I can see the history of IFOM as well. So thank you so much. Please, there's a youth members who want. Thank you. Wonderful, thank you. Well, that was wonderful and beautiful pictures. Thank you, Professor Chen again. So next speakers, I would like to introduce this wonderful man from Australia, Andrew Liu. He is the farmer, organic farmer. He has a beautiful farm, organic farm in Australia. And he has been very active in playing a very important role for international organic movements for a long time. He's a very and most passionate IFOM president ever, and very active. And he's the author of 2 books. Andrew, please. Please welcome Andrew Liu.
Thank you, Miyoshi. And to the organizers, thank you so much for inviting me. And I believe this is a very special event because we are here with our future leaders. Just one point I'd like to say, you'll be relieved to know that that unsigned certificate that Professor Chen showed you, I signed it today for him, so that's good. Chen and I actually go back a long way, and we're good friends, and he's taken me all around Taiwan. I've been privileged to see a lot of Taiwan, but it's actually my first time here in the eastern Hualien, and I'm really pleased to be here. This is such a special place. The other thing I'd just like to say is that on Professor Chen's business card now, he's got his occupation as an organic farmer. He's actually graduated from being a professor at 3 universities and is now an organic farmer. I started the other way around. I started over 50 years ago as a youth, as an organic farmer, and now I'm actually a professor, or part-time professor at 2 universities with a doctorate of science. So and I'm about to turn 70, so I realize in the next few years I've got to get 1 more professorship, and then I can retire full-time back to being an organic farmer. I've been asked not to talk about my life story, but to actually talk about really the future of us as a species and our children. And the title is based on my first book, The Myths of Safe Pesticides. But my second book was actually the most important. I called it Poisoning Our Children, and it's the parent's guide to the myths of safe pesticides. Trying to get this to work. Which one do I press? This one here? Good, okay, thank you. As Matthew said, it's just so wonderful that we can be finally meeting together, and I know especially for Taiwan, we've just come through a pandemic. The World Health Organization has declared the pandemic over, but there's another one that's even bigger that started before COVID and is still going, and the World Health Organization calls it the global epidemic of non-communicable diseases. And these diseases, such as heart disease, stroke, cancer, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, are the leading cause of mortality. the leading cause of death in the world, far more serious than COVID ever was. And these diseases, you cannot catch them by sitting next to somebody. You don't get Alzheimer's disease or cancer or stroke or heart disease because you're sitting next to somebody. You can't catch it. You get it because of environmental and lifestyle. So this is the good news. This means we can prevent them by changing our habits, by changing the food we eat to avoid toxic environmental exposures that cause them. And the peer-reviewed science, the gold standard of science, shows that synthetic chemicals and pesticides are strongly implicated in these diseases. So let's talk about pesticides, because what we're told, and I hear it all the time, there's no need to be organic. All the pesticides are scientifically tested as safe. You'd have to eat a truckload to get sick. That's the sort of thing you hear. It doesn't matter if there's residues in our food. We have tested them and they are safe. So let's look at that statement. Well, what have they tested? Well, the majority of pesticides, they are formulations of a number of different ingredients. By law, they really only ever test one. They call it the active ingredient, and quite often that is less than 1%. And then based on that, they make an assumption. And an assumption is not science. They make an assumption that the whole formulation is the same, has the same toxicity. But the independent science, done by independent scientists and published in scientific journals, peer-reviewed journals, the gold standard shows that these compounds, these formulated pesticides, are generally hundreds of times more toxic than the nominated chemical. On top of that, there's no testing for children's health, for reproductive effects, birth defects, cancer, developmental neurotoxicity, epigenetic mutations, hormone, immune, and metabolic symptoms disruptions. Zero. And these are all the issues that contribute to this epidemic of non-communicatable chronic diseases. So there is only one study that's done by an independent scientist published in a scientific journal that looks at the exposure of a standard formulated pesticide at the residue levels that are found in most of us, in our blood, in our urine. Only one lifetime study. We are expected to be exposed to these chemicals over a lifetime, and they're telling these small amounts that we have are safe. What does that one study do? That chemical, by the way, is Roundup. Well, majority of female rats that were treated had mammary tumours. The only one that didn't get a mammary tumour had an ovarian cancer. The other thing that they found is it wasn't just the Roundup, the chemical. They also found that they were testing GMO foods. The GMOs did it, and the combination of GMOs and Roundup. These here are pictures of the tumours that were removed from the animals. It wasn't just tumours. You can actually see damage to the livers and kidneys. That's just one formulated pesticide, but the fact is, in farming, multiple pesticides are approved to be used. So some will be used to kill insects, insecticides. Others are used to kill fungus, fungicide. Others are used to kill plants, herbicides. And it is expected that all of them are used in a normal crop production cycle. Consequently, most food, when it's tested, has multiple residues. And most people, when they are tested, have multiple residues in their urine and their blood. There is zero requirement for testing these chemical compounds, even though they are approved to be used, and all of them are used at the same time, and all of them are found in food, all of them are found in people. Not one test is required to see that they are safe. What they find when we do peer-reviewed studies of these is that they tend to be synergistic. It's more than additive. It's not that 1 and 1 makes 2. 1 and 1 make 2, 3. We have some studies, 1 and 1 is 1,000 times more dangerous than either one. Then the other thing we hear all the time is that, oh, the residues are so low that they don't have any effect. And what we know is that many of these chemicals start to work as hormones at very low levels. And this is in parts per billion and parts per trillion. Part per trillion is the equivalent of 1 drop in 3 Olympic-sized swimming pools of water. I want you to get this across, that these chemicals can have very profound effects at these low levels. They are called endocrine disruptors, and the fact is they tend to be more dangerous at the lower growth levels because they can cross these special barriers in the cells when they're smaller. So what they call the acceptable daily limit, these residues they have in food, they're at higher levels. Not one chemical in our food has been tested at these lower levels, even though we have over 600 peer-reviewed studies showing the damage that they do. The regulators were supposed to start in the 1990s, and as yet, not one regulator has tested one. They put it in a too hard basket and they're pretending it's going to go away. It's not going away. A lot of these chemicals,
这些很多的化学物质呢，
working like hormones, they
它会干扰荷尔蒙，
work like estrogen.
那它就会变得有点像雌激素，所以很多的生殖的系统就会受影响。刚刚讲到了这么多的流行病，这种生殖的癌症，比如从乳房、子宫颈等等这些很多相关的癌症。
Particularly in developing countries, as countries get more and more pesticides, we find that couples have more and more trouble having babies because of these chemicals and what they're doing, but also what they're doing to causing defects to the genital urinary tracts of babies and children.
所以小孩 跟新生儿可能生长也会受到伤害。
The modern chemicals aren't like the bad ones like DDT that they break down very quickly, don't leave residues. Well, if that's the case, why do we need maximum residue limits? If they didn't have a residue, why do we need a residue limit? We need a residue limit because they leave residues.
那之所以会有这样子的标准，就是因为农药是会
But more importantly than this, what we're told is when chemicals break, they break down quickly.
这些化学呢，在
What they
分
don't
解的
tell
时
you
候，
is that when they
它
break
会
down,
降解。可是呢，
they
在
form
降解
these
的过程当中，
metabolites
它的这
that
些
are
代
far
谢物
more toxic.
其实是
We
非常
know
有毒
that
的。
many of them are hundreds of percent more
那
toxic when
它
they
的
break
毒
down. So
性
in fact, the
很
older
多
the
的化学物
chemical
质
is,
在降解的过程，
the
它的
more
毒性是会倍
dangerous
增
it
的。
is
它
in your
的
food.
这个
Then all our countries have regulatory authorities, and their job is to regulate chemicals and make sure that they are safe. That's what they're supposed to do. But they are captured by industry. Instead of basing their their conclusions on the gold standard of science. This is what we call peer-reviewed studies in reputable journals by independent scientists, scientists without conflicts of interest. They do it the other way around. They just use the studies that are supplied by the pesticide industry. And one of the big problems with these studies is that they are commercial in confidence. We can't see them. We can't get them. So if we want to look at what are the studies that the regulators used and independently review them to see if they are making the right decisions on our behalf, we can't get that information. It is hidden. When we get it, and every now and then we get it, it gets leaked to us, or we can use legal channels sometimes to get it, we find that these studies are either very poor, they're not good enough to be published in a scientific journal, or when we look at the data, we actually find that the data clearly shows the damage. They're hiding it. That's why they don't want us to see these studies. Then you have the revolving door. You see it all the time. Pest managers from the pesticide industry get jobs as managers in the regulators. Then they approve their old employers' chemicals. Next thing you know, they now get a job back as a vice president or higher position in the pesticide industry. And this is corruption as well. You know, that the fact is that people who are paid by the pesticide industry are making decisions about pesticides instead of independent scientific experts. The word for this is regulatory capture, and it's a major problem around the world, and it's an example of why, even though, for instance, the EU and the US governments task their regulator with basically regulating and banning all these endocrine disruptors, not one has been done, is because they are captured, not because they are lazy. This is the one which I think is really important here, because most of you are young people, you are parents or about to become parents, and this is the area where pesticide regulation is its most shameful. The special requirements of the unborn, the fetus, the newborn and growing children in relation to what's called developmental neurotoxicity, that's the development of nerves. And don't forget, our brain is our biggest collection of nerves, and numerous other diseases. It's actually subject to what we call data-free assumptions. Data-free means they have no data, no scientific data, and they make an assumption. That's not science. So, but currently, there is no requirement for regulatory authorities to specifically test for the effects on the unborn, newborn children, and the other really important time is when people are going through puberty. The fetus and the newborn, the growing child, does not have the protective liver enzymes that we have as adults. As adults, we have, in our liver, we have enzymes that can break down small amounts of pesticides. They have none, zero, which means that they cannot break down the smallest level of a toxic pesticide. So the smallest amount, doesn't matter how small it is toxic and does damage. And the peer-reviewed testing shows this. And what it shows is that these small amounts are leading to lower IQs, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactive disorder, autism spectrum, organ damage to kidney, liver, lungs, reproductive tract, autoimmune diseases such as asthma, lack of physical coordination, loss of temper, anger management, the bipolar, schizophrenia spectrum of illness, depression and childhood suicide. And the other one is childhood obesity, because these endocrine disruptors, hormone disruptors, disrupt the normal hormone system of children. It's not just eating junk food. So I want to show you this. This is the increase in the number of children with autism in the US. That's the yellow bars. And the red line is the increase of Roundup, of glyphosate, that was used in the United States, as introduced for the Roundup Ready GMO crops. And when they, in the 1990s, when they introduced it, the rate of glyphosate went up, and so did the rate of autism. By the way, that graph continues to go up. It finishes in 2010, but it's actually exponentially curving at the moment. So it's not going down. We did what's called a Pearson's correlation coefficient. I feel sorry for the translators trying to translate that one. What it is, it's a standard tool that we use to see whether one causes the other. Generally in science we say correlation does not equal causation, but we have tools to see, is it an accident or does one cause the other? Well, with this tool we've found that the chance that it's an accident is 1 in 10,000. It's a really strong probability. This, by the way, is a peer-reviewed paper. If that was a medicine and we published it in a peer-reviewed journal, that medicine would have been withdrawn with that sort of correlation. But thankfully, it's only a pesticide. It's only poisonous, so we don't need to do it. We were criticized over it. They said, oh, you know, there's, you know, it's just correlation. It's not real. The year after we published it, this study came out. And this shows the actual mechanism how glyphosate causes autism. So maybe it's easy if I look here. This is a nerve cell that hasn't been treated with glyphosate. This is one that's been treated with a really small amount, like what we get naturally from food in the environment. So what's happened here, you can see it doesn't, the one with the glyphosate doesn't have this long line, which is called an axon. The axon is what a nerve cell puts out to join up with other nerve cells to build our neural networks. Here you can see it's now branching out like lightning. Each one of those will connect to this part of a nerve cell, which is called a dendrite. And that's how they all connect, and in the brain they build a huge network of these connections. What you're seeing now with the Roundup, it's, you know, it's delayed in its development. In the final development, this one has lots and lots of connections to join and build a really strong neural network. This one is delayed, it's unformed. The brain is our biggest collection of nerves, and these networks are what builds how our brain works and functions. These brains, unfortunately, are not building proper neural networks, and that's why we're getting all these psychological problems, of which autism is one, ADHD, bipolar spectrum. This study alone should have been enough to get Roundup banned, but what do? They ignore it, pretend it's never been studied. Never been published. Then we talk about cancer. Cancer is an epidemic. Well, probably the most important study that ever came out was the US Cancer Panel study that showed that 80% of cancers are not caused by your genes or hereditary. It's environmental. Toxins and especially chemicals and pesticides. That's good news. That means by changing our diet, changing our environment, we could solve the cause of 80% of cancers tomorrow and use the funds for the other 20%. Cancer could be a disease in the past. But we have the evidence, you know, say for children, for instance, how the cancer rates continue to increase, particularly children of farmers. Here, World Health Organization, actually I should get the latest ones to show that this rate is still going up. we're seeing this increase in childhood cancers, but in all sorts of cancers. So this is an example, again, of Roundup. Same study, peer-reviewed. And what we're seeing here now is thyroid cancers. And the green line here is the bar of what we say, what the trend was before Roundup happened. And you can see it was fairly stable. It wasn't going up, it wasn't going down. Then something happens. Suddenly, in the mid-90s, GM crops are introduced. That's the blue line to show GM soy and GM corn. And of course, they were Roundup ready, so the Roundup goes up, and guess what? The cancer goes up. And once again, when we did the correlation, it's a 1 in 10,000 chance that this is an accident, that glyphosate is not the cause. It gets ignored. They say, oh, you know, it's just correlation, you know, it could be anything. But the year later, the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research in Cancer gives glyphosate the second highest level of cancer. It's called 2A. 1A is for where we have enough evidence that things definitely cause cancer in people. 2A is where the evidence clearly shows cancer in animals, limited cancer in humans. Thyroid cancer, by the way, was one, and particularly non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And there still are fights and court cases over this, and regulators like the EU has completely ignored this and allowing these poisons to be used in our food. There are other pesticides that affect the development of our nerves and the nervous system. Development of the nervous system is really important in the developing baby, in the unborn. And like I said, particularly the brain. And a lot of the pesticides are nerve poisons, like organophosphates. They're developed as nerve poisons. They damage the brain. So here, for instance, this scientist is showing that the smallest amount of organophosphate pesticides will have direct effect on the development of nerve cells, like you saw with Roundup. It stops them from developing. It poisons them, kills them. This is research done in Mexico, and looking at two groups of farmers. They were Native Americans, and one group lives in a valley, and it's a farming area, and is pesticide sprayed, and the drift goes through the valley. The other group lives in the foothills where there are no pesticides used. And they asked these 4-year-old girls to do drawings. And to me, this is just so sad, you know. Well, if we look at this one here, you know, as a parent, this is exactly what you'd expect a 4-year-old to draw. You know, it's just lovely. And you look at this, and it just breaks your heart because, you know, that child has got brain damage. By the way, this study was ignored. They said, oh, that's anecdotal, that's not hard laboratory science. But hard laboratory science has come up 4 studies later that showed that exposure to the smallest amounts, in fact, one they couldn't even find the lowest limit of these caused damage to the nerve cells and reduced the IQs of children. What I want to say here is really important. Most people aren't farmers. Most people get these pesticides from eating non-organic food. And anybody eats it will have residues. We have much more sophisticated ways of looking at it. Now, this study says everything to me, because these are MRIs of brain scans of children who are born to mothers who ate the normal American diet. And in this, they could actually show the areas in the brain where the mothers have got the most of these organophosphate pesticides, ended up with the most brain damage. They could physically measure it. And so this is the slide which to me is the most important, and I can show you lots of these. Peer-reviewed science by independent scientists, showing that if you eat organic food, actually within days, the pesticide residues basically turn to zero. It's so simple for us to prevent it. And we get told, oh, organic is so expensive, you know. I can't afford to buy it. Well, how expensive is this? What are we doing when we have the science? We can see the damage. Not just kids are being born with autism and other problems. Here we actually have solid scientific evidence, gold standard of the damage that the so-called safe levels of pesticides are doing to our children. This, how expensive is this? Giving our children a lifetime of ill health? This is just too expensive to even consider. It should be banned. And in the end, this is the best value that we can give our children. And I wanted to just say here for most of the people here, you're about to start families and start your future. Give them the best by eating organic food. And what we are doing by growing and promoting organic food, I think is one of the most important jobs on this planet, because we are the people who are giving our planet a healthy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for the inspiring. And I thought about the principle of, please stay on the stage. Sorry. Just to remind me the principle of care. Yeah, the youth member like to have some gift for Andre. That's from the Nagaland, India. Thank you.
Hey，好，谢谢我们的引言主持人以及以上讲者精彩的分享。我们接下来的议程是第3场有机农业的最佳实践。
Session. The topic is best practices in organic agriculture. Our next speaker is Professor Lu Husheng from National Taiwan University.
About the life my classmate Chen Shixiong just showed us, and we are classmates at the university, but not at the same age. Okay, due to the limit of the time, in my section, the focus of my section is best practice in organic agriculture. So I'm the moderator for this section. We have 4 speakers, including me, talking about digital agriculture and the seed production in organic, and also build up the lifestyle through rural development, agriculture, and permaculture for food production in lifestyle. So 2 speakers are from USA and 2 speakers from Taiwan. So I'm the first speaker. To be fair to the audience, so I prepared my talk in English context, but I will be speaking in Chinese to explain more detail using the development of digital technology in Taiwan agriculture. So I trust the translator there can translate my content in detail in English. I'm sorry about that. OK， 所以以下呢，我用中文的方式来。
Now I would like to present my speech in Chinese.
Culture with digital technology. That means more active, not just passively using digital technology. 那我改了一下这个题目，希望它能够更主动的让大家来思考。
So I want to, use a more proactive attitude to look at digital technology, and I'm very happy that Ms. Mayor Xu for your support. In order to make sure that we can move this industry forward, I think technology is very important. And of course, we may need some investment in this area. We have a lot of smallholders here in Taiwan, and they need support from the local government and the central government. So that, for example, they can build a common platform for everybody to join, so that the smallholders can have access to these digital technology. I think I don't really hear. In the past, I don't hear a lot of speech about technology and organic agriculture. So this is a topic that's set by the summit. This is a topic that they gave me. They hope that I can talk about how we implement digital technology in agriculture here in Taiwan. And maybe see if we can also do this in organic agriculture. Or organic farms. And I think this is that I really want to thank the organizers for giving me this topic, because I think this is something that we can really think about for our future. So I want to briefly talk about the organic agriculture and its relationship with Taiwan. I think some of my previous speakers already mentioned it. So we've been doing organic agriculture for some years now. And we need to think of the possibility to marry technology and organic agriculture. I think this is a very important part for a sustainable future. I think we are already heading a smart way, using a smart way to do it. And maybe by this presentation, we can also think about whether we can improve it for our future farmers. So this morning, one of the speakers talked about the obstacles that the farmers are facing. Which I think the first thing is the aging population. So the average age of farmers is about 62, 64 years old. For example, I am 64 years old. Can you imagine me working in this labor-intensive industry? Maybe the president, you can. I think you can do it, but I'm not sure about myself. So the aging population is an issue, and lack of labor force is another issue. Small farmland could be a challenge for us too. So how can we make it more effective, more productive is something that we can think about. The biggest challenge of all is the climate change, I think. There are some numbers here, but you don't really need to look into details, but everything is rising, except the salary.
To face 我们要面对的这样的一个挑战，对台湾来讲，我们刚刚经过一个台风。
So we just had a typhoon a few days ago. I think climate issue is a big challenge no matter where you are for the farming industry. The typhoon just passed by the southern part of Taiwan, and besides typhoon, we also have torrential rains. And these climate disasters not only affect the ordinary farmers, I think the smallholders are greatly impacted too, and maybe even more severe. So besides climate abnormality, drought, torrential rain, I think, or maybe even just normal environment, we still have a lot of challenges. And
所以为什么呢？现
So the climate is, the temperature is rising. We all know that, but what does it mean for agriculture? You know, and we see a temperature rising at night. So when we have a temperature rising at night, it may cause a reduction in production. So with this great change in temperature, also this part are written in Chinese. So what would happen? Let me just summarize it. The growing pattern has changed. The quality is decreasing, and there we might have more insects and pests problems. And the diseases, that we may have more of that in the animal husbandry. And that could also pose a potential threat to humans. And because we are under these threats, and this might have people maybe using more pesticides, since they cannot raise their production, they might use more pesticide. So I think in the end, this is quite sad situation. Not only will affect this generation, we might do damages to the next generation. So this is a burden in terms of production. So we have lower labor force, and the people are aging. On the right-hand side, the aging population. And the speed of aging is quite steep, and it's even faster than Japan's. And the decreasing population, I always remind the people who work in agriculture industry, I'm telling them that we are going to have 3 to 5 million people less. What does that mean? Now, how about Hualien County? How many people you have in Hualien County? You have 320,000 people here. My hometown, 600,000 people. So the people who are going to consume your food are decreasing. Are you going to make some changes in the scale of your businesses? No matter you're in conventional farming or organic or greenhouses, I think for us, a total industry in total, I think we are facing a lot of bad effects. And because of these threats, and we really need to think about how we can overcome those obstacles. So we have to think about how we can encourage more people coming into our industry. That is one side, and we already mentioned that in the morning. And this is the farmland in Taiwan. So now we are kind of in a stagnation right now. The pure organic farmland is in stagnation. Now we have more and more eco-friendly farms. And now if we are going to see more organic farmlands, then we got to think about how technology can help them.
Okay, so let's take a look at the slide here. If we want to really move forward in organic farming, what we need to do is to face or deal with these challenges here. First, pest control. And under climate change, we believe that the pest is going to be more and more severe, and we have a high labor intensity, we have unstable production, and also we need to deal with consumers' demand as well. This is a major challenge here, I would say, because we need to communicate with the consumer so that they know more about organic products, and also they have better trust in organic products. So I think this is really important and something we need to deal with as well. So in my slide here, I tried to bring up the techniques and also supportive measures we have in facilitating organic farming, how we deal with the challenges here in Taiwan. So first of all, if you take a look at digital technology, they are there for us to really utilize and deal with the problems. For example, first of all, we want to develop digital farming so that we can be more resilient and more smart against climate change. And then we can use automated and smart system to reduce our reliance on labor and increase our production. And at the same time, we can use more smart devices and really pursue precision farming. We can reduce our input cost and try to increase our output revenue. And then also we can discuss or communicate directly with the consumers in the market. We can try to build a more direct connection with the consumers. So this is an example from Taiwan. I'm not sure if you're using this in your farm as well. So this is the climate detection machine here. So this machine or device allows us to really pursue precision farming. For example, on this slide, what you're seeing here is that the Central Weather Bureau and the Ministry of Agriculture have worked together to develop this disaster prevention calendar or system. And I'm not sure if you have this system loaded on your phone right now. I would recommend you to do so, because for any of the natural disasters, they will send really early warning notifications to your phone, and it will be based on different crops that you keep in your farm. So we'll just take mango, for example, here. So they would give you recommendations on the cultivation suggestions throughout the year. So I believe that with this system and also the early warning notifications, you'll be able to know what to do in advance. Even when natural disasters strike you, we still have these recovery advice, and you can access this information on the platform very easily. So we believe that this will help you reduce your agricultural loss when natural disasters happen. And the other system we would like to introduce to you is the crop disaster early warning system. It's basically a traffic light here. So in Taiwan, we have almost over 300 weather observation deck or platform around the island. So we can do really precise and accurate weather forecasts. So we can have this prediction or forecast on temperature, on rainfall, and give different kinds of signals. And this would be able to give you recommendations on adjusting your farming methods. It's not about telling you to use pesticide or other kinds of chemicals. It's just let you have a better control of the timing, what you need to do at the right timing, and try to reduce your risk. The other system we want to share with you is the digital organic sales here. So starting from the production side to the transportation side and all the way to the consumer side on the right hand. It's something we want to connect all the way, because we want to bring the demand side, the supply side, and the transportation side all together. So from farm to table, you want to have a smoother process in between. And here, what you want to see here is that, well, I think COVID-19 actually taught us something very important. As we try to review what we have learned from COVID-19, many of the business model for farmers that survived during the pandemic, actually these farmers, they all had e-commerce platforms, they all do e-commerce. And I think we now have a lot of these e-market or e-commerce platforms so that we can see these platforms serve as a place for consumers and farmers to interact directly. You can also even set up your own e-commerce platform. We have governments giving supports to guide people who want to build up their own e-commerce platform. And further analysis into this is that here we have this climate resilient formula. So this is the formula that we have been using to build a more resilient agriculture. So by looking at the formula here, you can see a good genotype. We need a good genotype, and we need to have a good agriculture practice. We need really good agriculture practice here, the GAP. And then, if you want to really scale up, you need digitalization. And also, you may also need to calculate your carbon emission or carbon economics. We want you to know whether you can become really carbon neutral or if you can get payoff in your carbon contribution here. And also, we need to have a business model. So these are all multiplied together. When you adjust any of the factor here, what you get as a result will be a scale-up feedback. So I'll give you a few examples here to better analyze or talk about how digital technology can help us. So this is the digital breeding or intelligent precision breeding. It's not a GMO. It's really a better breeding practice through technology so that we can really put marks on certain genotypes to really accelerate the breeding process in a short period of time based on the original seedlings that we have. So I'll give you an example here. This is the Kaohsiung #1 from National Taiwan University. This is a new species. And then what you can see here is that this rice, they can be used to really fight against diseases against the rice. So if you can utilize this new strain or genotype, you can fight against rice blast, a disease commonly seen for rice. And we've been trying to develop a lot of different kinds of varieties or strains. A lot of our governmental agencies are developing new varieties here. You can choose the one that you would like to put in your organic farm. And you can even replace the current varieties you're growing on the farm. And this is part of our resilient formula. This is the first variable. And then secondly, we want to control the pest disaster. So this is something that has been commercialized already. It can be used on organic farms. So what you're seeing here is that we have these yellow paper. They can use AI to tell whether there are pests and diseases. They can calculate how many holes are bitten by the bugs or insects And then when the host reach a certain amount, then the system will tell you that certain measures need to be taken. For example, in conventional agriculture, maybe you start using pesticide, and organic farming, you may be taking other measures to use these other kinds of bioprotection method. So this is what we called precision integrated pest management.
Use the organic materials. Yeah. 所以这一些数位
Okay, so these digital devices don't really differentiate between organic farming or conventional farming. It's just that they're there to help you to better control the damage from pests. And this is also especially effective in greenhouse as well. In a greenhouse, we also try to really fight against extreme climates, for example, typhoon and other kinds of weather disasters. The magical tool here, what we're seeing here is that we have a lot kinds of assistance for the farmers, and also we have these supporting measures. For example, on your phone, you're able to access so many management settings. So for example, the environmental parameters, the production parameters, the footprint, and also pest management advices through your phone, through your mobile phone. So this is something you can access on your phone. This one is made by the Yunnan County government. And I really encourage the Mayor Xi from Hualien County can also try to convene a team to develop such app as well. So we have these weather conditions, soil conditions, and with these parameters, we're able to access the data, and your consumers may also be checking your production status in real time as well. And so I think this is very important for organic farming.
So I think this is a very transparent platform, and all the information you need is on this platform. So with this system, I think we are able to attract more youth into this sector. And these are some examples that I have. This is in Yilan, and other examples from coming from other regions in Taiwan. For example, Yinchuan, the first weather station that I set up was in Yinchuan. That was the first one. The pillar was still there. But now they are going to use a second generation system. And later I will talk about that system. This is an animal husbandry farm. So we can set up some sensors around the environment and integrating smart system in here, and we'll be able to get precise information from the fisheries and from how you grow shrimps and other animals. This is more advanced. We designed this is to respond to the aging population. Is it possible that we can have a no-man organic farm in the future? Well, maybe my classmates will agree with me, because I think for him farming is a part of life. But maybe this is something that we can do in the future, that we have no-man farm. So with these digital tools, maybe a person can handle much more farms in the future. So if one person can take care of many farmlands, and maybe we can have more people coming into this sector. Without enough laborers, then we really need to get the support from technology. And the information in this database are all based on your experience. Maybe we can use a chip, we can install that, and this chip can get information or experiences from maybe Mr. Chen Shixiang. He's my classmate, so I think we can really learn a lot from him. This is something we want to expand in the future. So this is this is what we do for large-scale farms. A lot of things are being digitalized and recorded digitally. And all the knowledge you have are integrated in this database. This is like a knowledge graph. There are over hundreds of farms in this database, and everything they know are being integrated into this knowledge graph. So this is a very important information asset for our future generation. So for people coming in later, they got all these data from this platform, and it will be a lot easier for them to kickstart their business. And the consumers can also get information from this database. And this platform can also calculate the carbon emissions. So carbon emissions coming from the agriculture industry. Now we have all the data here, and every data can convert into a record of emissions. And you can also get on the NFT to create a database for your product.
Agroverse, very big, but achievable, doable. 好，所以这是一个思考，提供大家来思考一下。
So this is something that we can do in the future, but how we can do it? First of all, we need support from Mayor Xu. As I mentioned before, we have a lot of smallholders here in Taiwan. So we need support from private sectors. Maybe they can come into our farm to set up a digital system. And these are the partners that are working with us. You can go ask for their help. So this is the situation we're facing.
We cope with climate change by praying. Now we have technology. How can we merge this technology together with our tradition in organic management? So that's maybe our future. 大家可以思考一下。谢谢大家。Okay, after technology, now we're back to the truth. We need good seeds. Yeah, so 我们的下一个的演讲者呢，就是这一个。
The next speaker is from US. He's David Gold. He's going to talk about a very important aspect in agriculture, which is the organic seeds. I remember I was the chief of the agriculture technology. We've been talking about this, like how we can extend what we have from the breeding process and to seed production, and how we can also put that into our system is something really difficult. So maybe Mr. David Gold can share some of his experience. So his experience, you can take a look at the booklet for his past experience. But now let's welcome Mr. David Gold.
To the organizers for giving me a little bit of time to really raise your awareness, if it's not already raised, about a topic which I think is of existential importance for the organic sector. I might even argue that the topic of seed and the importance of seed is the biggest and most important existential challenge to the organic sector worldwide, because seed is fundamental and we are losing our genetic heritage. If we lose our ability to get good genetics, good organic seed, then it's over. The organic sector is done. So we need to find ways that we can preserve, be good stewards of that genetic material, and make it better and share it better. So, and my topic is about seeds. I'm the secretary of the IFOAM Seeds Platform. You could extend this topic to animal breeds, to planting stock for trees where you're grafting, but we'll call for genetic material, but we'll use the seed as our main model here. And think of this topic today and this talk as a seed as well that will grow, hopefully, into a bigger movement. The topic of seeds and genetics is very complicated, and I'm really only going to give you some very quick, hopefully take-home messages that you can explore further after this. Where do I point this thing to? Oh, I've got the wrong one. Okay, so basically in the world right now, we have a very fundamental choice to make, right? And there are two ways in which the model of seeds and sharing of genetic material works right now. There's the consolidation model, right? Which is multinational companies controlling the genetics of the world, essentially enslaving farmers by controlling those seeds, right? It reduces biodiversity by limiting the varieties that are out there, and it concentrates the wealth in fewer and fewer hands. It is fundamentally unfair. The other choice that we can make is to have a more distributed model, where there's more access by more farmers to more kinds of genetic material, right? Gives a sense of seed sovereignty, of control of those seeds and of the genetic material and what we do with it, in a way to increase the diversity and the quality that is more adapted to certain contexts or to certain kinds of qualities that we want, and shares the actual wealth. These are really the two models that are working right now in the world, and the consolidation one is the one which is winning right now. And at the IFOAM conference in Gosan last October, at the 50th anniversary celebration, Karen Mapusua, the president of IFOAM, asked me a challenging question. She said, well, you know, Bill Gates, the Gates Foundation, CJIR just got $1 billion for their new revolution in agriculture. What do we say to that as the organic movement? And the answer is there are many more of us than there are of them. We have power in numbers in our ability to actually carry out this distributed model. And if we don't, we have to realize that in the future, there might only be two kinds of seed: genetically engineered seed or organic seed. And that's only if the organic seed survives. Now, there's going to be another talk later in this conference about GMOs and genetic engineering, so I'm not going to go into it too much right now. But suffice it to say that right now we are undergoing a new era of genetic disruption such as humanity has never seen. After this session's over, you can go out on the coffee break and the tea break, and you can go online, order gene editing equipment, have it delivered to your place of residence, and start doing it in your kitchen next week. It's unregulated, it's untested, and it is disruptively accessible. And it's unproven at this point in time. So it's something we really have to watch out for. So IFOAM does have a strategy for this. The organic sector does have a strategy, and it was passed in the General Assembly in India in 2017 as to what to do about seeds and breeding material. Basically, we need to support more organic and plant breeding and animal breeding initiatives, right? We need organically bred varieties, not just a bunch of conventional varieties which are grown on an organic farm and called organic seed. We need to breed them under organic breeding practices so that they are then adapted to organic kinds of production system. There's a good study that's been done in the United States of conventional wheat and organic wheat seed. And they take the conventional wheat seed and they grow it under organic conditions, and it does very poorly because it's not used to, not absorbing synthetic NPK. And they take all the organic wheat varieties and they grow them under organic conditions, and they do very well. And then they do the opposite as well. They try to grow they try to take the organic wheat seeds and grow them conventionally, and they also don't do very well. It's like using the wrong tool for your system. So we need to have more organic seeds and more organic breeds available, right? We need to also develop strategies to protect the organic sector from contamination by these genetically engineered varieties, to avoid contamination and to make sure that there's the proper traceability in place for them. And the other thing that we need to do, which is a very organic 3.0 approach, is we need to engage with the mainstream sector to try and bring some sanity to the way in which they're doing things, so that we can protect ourselves and bring some science and some rationale to how they're doing things. We are not, as a small organic sector, going to shut down what the conventional multinational paradigm is doing, but we can do things to actually make cogent arguments to governments and to farmers to try and do things in a more realistic or safer way that protects us. So we do have a basic strategy now for seed sovereignty. And we have 4 interacting pillars for this. One is that we want to build the network of farmers and of people who are interested in organic seeds or in preserving this type of genetic material in a distributed kind of way. And it doesn't matter whether you call yourself organic or not. Again, a very organic 3.0 approach. This is a challenge if you're a smallholder farmer or you don't want to be subject to one of these multinational type of consolidation efforts. If you are interested in having some sovereignty over how you farm or how you produce food or what's involved in the production chain of the food that you're manufacturing or eating, then you need to have some say in what's going on. As long as you are interested and supportive of the principles of organic agriculture, we don't care whether you call yourself organic or not. It's whether you're making that choice to go for the distributed model as opposed to the consolidation model. So we're building a network, right, where people will be able to see who is doing what where, and they can communicate with each other, right? They can exchange ideas, they can unify messages, and we can collaborate using some common communication platforms. The other thing that we're doing is we have a policy advocacy component where we're basically trying to do the things that I talked about on the previous slide. We really protect us against incursion from contaminating genetics, to protect and promote the thriving of the organic sector, and to put more resources into organic genetic development, and to also enable us to have a better market availability for greater diversity, quantity of high quality seeds. There are laws in the world right now that make farmers, that put farmers in jail for trading seed with each other. Right? There are laws in the world that say you cannot have an organic seed because you must treat it with a synthetic pesticide or a fungicide. Right? So we need to advocate for enabling laws and policies which allow us to follow our mission. Another thing that we really are trying to do here is we need to have a succession plan. Right? This is about you, the youth here. Right? People like me soon are not going to be here anymore, and we need more young breeders. Right? We need more young seed entrepreneurs. We need more people who can actually take up this business and make a living at it. I meet a lot of very young, educated, passionate, altruistic people now who want to get into organic breeding, organic seed production, and they find they can't actually make a living at it. Right? We need to enable them with enough reward to do their job so that we actually can have this as a viable occupation. So we're trying to connect researchers and breeders and people who want to get into this business to be able to have internships or connect them with mentors so that we can actually create the next generation of breeders. Right? We're also trying to, in this learning situation, trying to train regulators and certification bodies so that they know how to actually control the sector and help protect it from the risks that we have and to enable us to actually give the market really what it is expecting from the organic sector. In addition, in terms of research, we also are trying to find new and better ways to breed, to develop things like organically compatible seed treatments, to be able to accelerate the kinds of organically compatible breeding that Professor Luhr was talking about. Right? We need to make sure that they are still married to the principles, but we also need to find ways in which we allow more people to try and do it. The other thing that we're trying to create is a common market platform. One of the things that has happened in the seed and breed world is that it's all left to the seed farmer, or it's all left to the breeder. But the reality is we all depend on it. And what we need to have is interdependence throughout the value chain so that somebody can actually pull on that chain to give the seed breeder and the seed company and the farmer enough pull to actually give them the economic incentive to do it. Right? As I say, it's a value chain, and you can't push a chain, you can only pull it. Right? And so what we are looking for are companies, whether it's a seed company or whether it's a group of farmers who want a certain kind of seed, or whether it's a brand of breakfast cereal or juice that says they want to make sure that the ingredients that they're getting are actually going to be of a high organic quality. And so what we're going to do is connect all of them together, everybody in the value chain, so that they support each other and that the value that is necessary to pay for all of the resources and the work to do it is actually there. So all four of these pillars are things that we are starting to work on in the iFoam Seeds platform, and they overlap with each other. They don't exist as silos. They really are interlocking or intersecting kinds of topics. I'm having a hell of a time. I'm not going to go in the interest of time, I won't go into all of the things that are on this slide right now. But suffice it to say, for those of you who are younger, when you develop some kind of strategy or plan, you need to figure out what it is you want to do, what are the specific things you're going to do, and how you're actually going to measure it to know whether you're actually succeeding in your plan. And so here what we've done in the platform is we've talked about the kinds of activities or outputs that we're going to have. Those will give us certain outcomes, which we will then measure and see how we're doing, to see if we actually are achieving our goals or where we're falling short or where we need more help. I've listed a few key resources here, and I'll talk just briefly about them. We have, I'll go actually from the bottom up, the use of seed and plant propagation material in organic agriculture. This is a position paper that was written quite in about 10 years ago, I think, by iFoam Organics International, and it talks really about very basic topics about why we should be advocating for the kind of seed which is bred under organic conditions. One of the things that we're also developing right now, I should say, is that what means organic breeding is still only a very general topic. Breeding is a very detailed, highly technical skill, and it needs a lot of discussion to make sure that we can fully distinguish between appropriate breeding techniques and how far back we can trace in the system to make sure that we have truly organic seeds. Also, I would also just say at this point that being an organic farmer is a hard job. Being an organic seed farmer, that's an even harder job. Right? It needs a lot of technical expertise and it needs some mentorship to do it. But it's possible to do, it's very rewarding, and I dare say it's the highest value crop you can have. There's a position paper on genetic engineering and genetically modified organisms. That takes us up until the recent wave of new genomic techniques on gene editing and talks about why they don't have a place in organic agriculture. They primarily violate the principle of care, but they actually thoroughly, the way they're run, violate the principle of fairness and the principle of ecology and the principle of health. The compatibility of breeding techniques in organic systems is one of the more recent complete papers that we wrote. And what it does is a panorama of all the breeding techniques that are known now and in which ways they are compatible with organic systems and which ways they are not. Right? Some of these are just unproven and some of them are not going to be compatible. There are political talking points in this paper as well as a technical breakdown of each of the different techniques that are known, from the most traditional to the most modern. This top one is the first recent output of the SEEDS platform. It's a risk protocol for these new genetic techniques. One of the things that we see right now is there are two arguments that you basically hear in the discussion. One is that all these NGTs are bad and they should never be used. And the other is they're completely safe, let's just go for it. And the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. We know in organic that we're not going to allow them because we've made decisions about how we evaluate these things based on the principle of care. But in the regulatory framework now, whether it's in the United States or perhaps soon to be in Europe or in many other countries right now, there is no actual risk assessment for these genetically, these gene-edited varieties. And so this safety protocol is some basic sanity that speaks to how do we actually bring some sanity to the mainstream sector, because we know that they're going to keep doing it and we want to try and do it in a way which not only protects the organic sector but just protects the public welfare and environmental sustainability. I think that's all I have for now. I could talk about this all week long, but I won't. I want to give you some more time to talk about, to hear from my counterpart, Toto, who's going to talk about something that's actually happening on the ground with real seed production now, right? Here's somebody who's actually doing it on the ground. So thank you for listening to me, and happy to answer your questions later.
Thank you, David, for the very informative talk. I highly suggest Hualien 改良场 invite David to your station again to discuss about organic seed breeding and the industry. Okay, so very informative talk, even under the science background. So very attractive, at least to me. Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you. Our next, our next talk will be delivered by Matthew Biebel. Am I right? Yes. So the topic with him is with organic urban agriculture growing a livable future. In this? So from Thailand, right? Okay. Oh, this? Okay. It's a Sampong Warago. Right? Yes, yes. So actually there are two speakers in this talk. So who will be the first? Okay, so please give him some time to prepare. So during the preparation of the next speaker, I just follow the talk of David. I would like to suggest the county mayor to, to improve the seed industry in Hualien County. Yeah. Because seed, organic seed, very important from the breeding to the actually industry. So a county like Hualien, the most acreage for organic farming, should have at least a basic seed industry for organic. Yeah, that's my suggestion, and you can collaborate with the Hualien 改良场. There are some breeders there, so they can help through their just build a center for organic research center. You have one, just one, yeah. 我觉得那是非常值得来推动的一个产业，而且会有 business. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So they need a little bit more time in finding their file. So while we take early break, 10 minutes. So please come back 10 minutes after sharp. Okay, thank you very much. 10 minutes break, please.
OK， 好，那我们谢谢以上精彩的分享。那我们中场休息10分钟，让我们的讲者有多一点的时间可以准备。那再请10分钟后准时回到场内，谢谢各位。Okay, so now we will take a short break for 10 minutes, and we will take a quick short break, and after 10 minutes, and we will see you later. Thank you.
PDF is okay. 泰国人先，然后再回到原本的历程。Send it to you so I think you can download, right? Send it to me. You have Wi-Fi? I have only a PDF. You got it? Okay, that's fine. I have no Wi-Fi. Yeah, I will.
各位与会贵宾，我们的10分钟这里即将，我们的会议即将开始。那再请我们的与会贵宾呢，请尽速就座。那我们要接下来我们下面的与会论坛，谢谢大家。亲爱的与会贵宾，我们下半场的会议呢，即将在10分钟后开始。我们延续5分钟后直接开始。那我们会延续上半场的讲者，这里会持续会邀请到我们有机种子的重要性的讲者 Songpong， 有机亚洲联盟成员，来自泰国的成员来跟我们做分享。那再请大家尽速在用完餐点后尽速就座，谢谢。亲爱的与会贵宾，我们还有3分钟，我们的会议即将开始。那再请各位贵宾迅速就座，谢谢。Our distinguished guest and delegate, our meeting is about to start in 3 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. OK， 各位亲爱的与会贵宾，我们还有1分钟，我们的讲座即将开始，再请各位贵宾尽速就座。Dear distinguished guests and our delegate from abroad, and our section is about to start in 2 minutes, and please be seated. Thank you. OK， 那我们的会议直接正式开始。那我们再邀请到我们的主持人，我们的老师来帮我们做我们的引言介绍。那再请大家呢帮我们尽速就座，谢谢。
Please be seated as soon as possible. Thank you.
Please be seated. And now we will welcome the moderator again to the stage to introduce to our next speaker. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. 好 ，OK， 好，接下来我们
Now we invited a guest from Thailand. He's going to give us an introduction of his farm. And he and his family have been growing organic seeds, and they have been doing a lot of seed preservation work in the past. Now, I know some of you who work in the organic industry are also doing work in terms of seed preservation. So we're very happy to have him here to share some of his ideas and his experiences. Let's welcome Sampong Wargon.
Come back and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to share our story. Maybe I need to say sorry about my language is maybe not good. So sorry about that. I will want to talk about our group and community about seed saving and how can survive in our hometown. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Sampong Wargon. After graduate from university, I come back to my hometown and became a farmer. Today, I want to representative of our group Isan White Farm Network to share our experience to you. We are youth return home who grow organic vegetables in Isan regions, Thailand. Isan region is the collective term for the province in north of Thailand. Each region have their own characteristic language, culture, and as well known in Isan is very dry and drought climate. Lacking irrigation system for agricultural farming, we just wait for rainfall. In Isan region is often considered the most economically challenged in the country. We grow up in a community where the majority people are engaged in farming, cultivate the rice or cassava. Skilled individuals also forage in the forest and adapt to the season during the rainfalling. During the rainy season, we gathering the mushroom. After that, maybe 3 months, we harvest the rice. We dig a small animal like a calf or fish. I grow in our village and found happiness in the traditional way like that. And I want to go back to return home to connect our roots, connect to my community, my resource, and people. Return home is engaging in farming is very difficult. It's not easy. People will love you if you say, I want to be a farmer. Yes, our family have been involved in farming for generations. When I came to my generations, my parents insist on sending me to university and didn't want me to return home for farming. they just want me to send money back because they knew the farming is mean the hardship of life. I want be overcome this challenge. In our hometown, we know many people. We want to come back and share louder and be a part of community again. In this picture, in our community, we do something together. Why seeds? I want to wholly say that we want to survive in our community and benefit our community. At that time, I became interested in the diversity of plant variety. If I were to grow vegetable, seeds would be the first thing I think about. I realized that commercial seed didn't quite meet my needs, so I started to collect as many different of seeds as possible. We think about the community seed bank. On that time, we try to share our knowledge. We try to have our space for sharing with the owner person and me and our group to share and to think about how can survive in our lives. About the community seed bank is a living bank, meaning we preserve seed by planting and collecting them every year. People in our community take the seed, they just interested, and then go eat, and then plant and collect the seed again. On that day, we give a space for share, for everyone sharing. We just an easy question: what did you eat in the mornings? And when they have a space, they share about story, about food, and connecting with the seeds that we have in the past or in the present too. Why we want to have a community seed bank? Because we want to preserve the seed of food that we have and the regions. We found some variety of seeds like eggplant, cucumber, or pepper that we used to go and eat. Some species disappear due to the change eating habit of life. When we first come in our village, they took commercial foods, and people in my country change the right style to eat. They forget to the own species that they eat. They just eat the new thing. And the last time, and the last reason, the seed preservation help us to generate income. When we conserve local seed variety, our seed become unique. They adapt well with the local condition and differ from seed offered in a regular seed company. As well, most consumers want to buy seed from our group. Currently, we have 4 seed farming in community, with 3 of them certificates under PGA standard. My first garden is me. I don't have the land for my own, so I have moved several times in Asia. But this year I have my own farm. I in the process to move to my own farm to grow the vegetable and save the seed. Normally move in 5 or 10 years. I move in 3 farms. But every day I have I can collect the seeds, maybe 30 variety of plants. The second farm is Mekong Nomad Farm. She is one of the members who saved the seeds. She name is Netting, who work NGO. She have with the organization for 10 years. When her father passed away, she make a decision to return home and live with her mom. She served agriculture communication. She always loved to share her knowledge for another people. And she got a young generation involved in farming and bring them together and be a part of group. The third farm, he is Gop. He graduated in the agricultural but worked in a factory for several years. After graduate, before decide to return home, Gop want to become and take care of his parents. Individually, he start to grow rice, follow the traditional his parents. However, he want to increase his income. So he began to cultivate red fruit to sell the local restaurant. At that time, the red fruit cultivation was relatively new in Isan regions, and he does ensure the red fruit will be good for our soil. But finally, he succeeded to grow the red fruits by selling in the restaurant. It is challenge a little bit because it's a limit demand. After that, Gop shifted his focus to growing red fruit for seed preservation. He found the good way to sell the product or the country because he just sent the seed direct to the consumer. Now he very expert about the red fruit. He can grow and breeding the new species of red fruit. He can produce a lot of red fruit for community and our group and sell in the market. The last one, she is the aunt in the community. She is very special person. He have a native cucumber. It's a very big cucumber. It is deep. This appear in many regions in country, but I found her grow the cucumber. So she interested to join to our group, and then we come to learn to grow the cucumber with her, and we found her cannot to save the seed at all. We try to exchange about how to save the seed for selling, and she teaches me about how to grow the cucumber, exchanging, and we have a special cucumber in our group. This cucumber is special because it's so big and a little bit sour. We have to cook for the great taste, but it appears in our market very fast because a new species of cucumber, normally small and no seed, but this one is seed inside and a little bit sour. So we're very proud to connect with the older person in our community to share knowledge like that. Now our community has about around 70 varieties of plants from 4 gardens. These seeds include a vegetable that we use for food, such as chili, eggplant, tomato, long bean, cucumber, lettuce, and some variety of the flower. We preserve this seed is still challenge because some year we are unable to grow all seed together, and some species have gone in our group because some species, like we have 5 species of corn, but we cannot to go the same time. So in one year maybe we go just 2 or 3 species of corn. So some species of corn gone. Seeds production is we still learning and doing about seeds production. Like we have a easy step like planting, harvesting, and packaging. In the first step planting, we just grow the seed different species and not the same species like the corn. So, and then we select the good plant like a good food and a good taste and the big of the product for save the seed. When the time comes, we harvest the seed and then we clean and dry it. And last step, we store it in the refrigerator before we sell or use. We do germination test first. Our seed is mean sharing and exchange and selling for income. It's an easy way to sell the seed. We just bring our seed and go to local market and sell it. We sell with the local people. Many people come and talk about the native seed, and we exchange some native seed from the local market here. We sell and exchange. Also, we travel around. Sometimes we go by train. We bring our seed to sharing, or even the COVID-19. We share our group from the Zoom in online Zoom. The last thing, we have many challenges like climate change. We want to improve scaling up, and we some have a problem about the seed law too, because if you want to sell the seed in the market, it have the seed control law. So in the next year, we will to able to establish to have a seed company, and then we will registration for sale, and it will legal in my country. So thank you for sharing. And
thank you, Sompong Waragold, to share with us his experience. 经营一个保种的这一个，它不是一个农场，它是一个社区。在社区里面几个农场一起来经营这个保种的工作。那他最后也提出了一些挑战，那个挑战我觉得也是我们台湾自己保种所会碰到的问题。气候变迁，然后怎么放大规模，最后是我们的种子的法规有没有办法保护我们这种原生地的传统以来所使用的这些品种。好，我想这个经验很值得我们来做参考。那下一位是这个 Matthew Bible 先生呢，他是在 Oregon State University 学习这个园艺的景观的经营。那这几年呢，他的景观的经营能够延续到永续的这个农业的发展，尤其跟都市生活的 景观做结合，最后呢能够推展到一个urban agriculture， 就是都会农业。都会农业其实在台湾的桃园、台中也讨论过很多这样的问题啊。那花莲可以考虑一下，但是怎么跟景观跟 organic farming 能够连接在一起，我们可以听听这个Matthew 的这个分享。So please join me to welcome Mr. Matthew Bibo. Bibo, please.
Well, thank you so much. Now, I know that it's the time of day where it's really hard not to start closing your eyes. When we had that little break, I saw people tipping the coffee dispensers practically upside down to get the very last drop out of them. So I know what I'm up against. And what I like to do when we're at this time of day, whether it's children or with adults, is to just move just a little bit. So I'm not going to make you all stand up, but why don't you, as you're sitting down, just sort of like wiggle your toes and just like shift your weight from side to side in your chair. Just get the blood moving around, and down on the side of your chair, you can shake your hand out a little bit. Maybe like roll your shoulders a couple times. Just keep the blood flowing. Keep the blood flowing. That's what we got to do, okay? And fortunately, my presentation to you all today is going to be a field trip. I'm taking you on a virtual field trip. Does that sound okay? All right, I'm going to take you to Gene's Urban Forest Farm in Portland, Oregon, where I am the farm manager. And there's so many things going on. So there's so many stories I want to tell you. I have to keep it short because there's a lot that we're fitting in for the day. So excuse the brevity in areas where I would love to just go on and on and on. So again, my name is Matt Bibo. I'm visiting you from Portland, Oregon. And the title of my presentation is Growing a Livable Future with Organic Urban Agriculture. I want to give special thanks to the event organizers, distinguished guests, everyone who is here today. The future looks brighter with you in the picture. And I want us to really think about, and I know that you're all doing this all day long, but why do we value organic? Is it a product? Is it a method? Is it a healthy food movement? Is it a healthy environmental movement? I believe that surely it's all of these things. Many of our presenters today have prepared insightful and inspiring presentations to share with you a story about their place in the global effort to support and inspire the next generation of organic farms and businesses. So thank you for welcoming me to share my own story. So for me, with getting into organic agriculture, I didn't want to be a farmer when I was a kid. That wasn't what my goal was. I wanted to spend as much time as possible in nature. My parents took me into nature at a very young age, 2 weeks old actually. Nature's my best friend. And as I grew up, the college degree program that would allow me to spend the most time in nature was environmental science. So I got my undergraduate degree in environmental science. And as a result of that, I got a job working in Sequoia National Park in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California. And if you know anything about sequoia trees, they're the largest tree in the world. Not the tallest, but the largest. And like many industrialized places in the world, most of the original forests were cut down in the name of industrial growth and development. And only a very few places in the continental United States were spared from losing its oldest trees. Yet, in an effort to protect these last remaining stands, the US government made great effort to fight fires that were caused by lightning. But what they didn't know was that the sequoia trees needed fire for the survival of the species, as well as the local ecology. Scientists knew that the half-meter thick bark could help these trees survive fires. But what was not yet understood was how these trees required the heat from a fire to actually germinate its seeds. Nutrients from other trees that aren't fire resistant, from them burning the nutrients from that ash to give them nutrition to grow up, and opening up in the canopy to get the sunlight to eventually one day be a large sequoia tree like their parents. So I began to wonder, why do we sometimes cause harm even to the things that we love? And what kinds of life experience would be helpful for us to develop a more integrated, whole systems worldview so that our impacts throughout our lives might be not only sustainable, but actually regenerative and reversing the damage already done? How can we do that? How can we have that perspective? My introduction to urban organic agriculture came as I tried to find an answer to my questions. Many people don't think of the city as a place to experience nature. Many people accept the idea that cities are for people and nature can only be found outside of the city. But the truth is that if we accept the idea that cities are for people and we can just go outside of the city to enjoy nature, we will continue to bring our human problems to nature wherever we go. And we will raise generations of children growing up in urban environments who might never get to fall in love with nature. And so they may never find their passion to understand and protect it. But how can we connect the most children with nature in the city? The answer that I found was to grow an organic school garden and build a garden-based learning program. Gardens are themselves a little piece of nature. And the organic garden in particular has the opposite effect of chemical agriculture on a place. Rather than kill soil, growing organically helps bring the soil back to life. Chemical-free soil and plants attract many beneficial insects and provide important food and habitat. Organic agriculture can support the web of life that many cities have nearly destroyed. And so my passion for urban organic agriculture was born. While nature could be found in a school garden, I learned that it was also important for children to experience more of a balance of agriculture and natural ecologies. So as a graduate student at Portland State University, I began to work at a small urban farm, which 10 years prior to my arrival there, was the site of the first organic community-supported agriculture farm in the city of Portland. Here, at this farm that we call Gene's Farm, in a forest in the city, this small farm exists not just as a farm, but as an urban wildlife refuge. Here, the farmers did not fight or compete with nature so much. Growing organic produce was just one outcome of the efforts here. Guided by the principles of permaculture, which is a whole systems approach to positively impacting all of our surroundings, this farm was actually increasing biodiversity of the local wildlife. And I believe the presenter that follows me will share more about permaculture, which I'm very excited about. Sunflowers, to me, are a great symbol of this relationship. They're a great source of food, but they're also so much more than that. They're incredibly beautiful. They attract and feed pollinators, food source for birds in particular. And rather seeing this as a nuisance, we understand that the birds are part of the web of relationships. As the birds take out the seeds, they always drop some of them. And so the next year, the sunflowers grow back on their own. The same thing with this beautiful purple amaranth. It too is a nutritious food, but its deeper value on this organic farm is its beauty and its benefits to wildlife. Even some organic farms can actually lack nature-supporting functions if it's an industrial monocrop. This style is common in the USA, and it's very profit-driven, but I believe that most organic farmers are also earth stewards and healers. If we measure success in our agricultural endeavors by our ability to build fertility naturally and enhance biodiversity, another kind of wealth can be experienced. And in a city, there are lots of free and otherwise wasted resources available, and also a very strong need to serve as a biological refuge. This can be accomplished with urban organic agriculture if these are also your goals. And let us not only grow food and increase biodiversity, but let us also grow a community where we can build meaningful relationships and provide mutual aid to our communities in times of need. At our farm, most of our helpers trade for a share of the produce, and the food that would be sold would go to local families. So our food production is staying very local. But the most valuable crop has been growing children that are connected to food and nature. It has been so successful that we have reduced the need to sell our produce to pay for rent and to purchase supplies. For over 10 years, we have run a farm school where the fields, orchards, and forests are considered part of our classroom, and where the farm kitchen is the place where we can learn how to cook with our organic produce. And the children would not only help cook the food, but they would also help make the natural ovens that were used to cook the food. If people don't know how to cook, there's much less of a chance that they're going to make healthy food choices. So by teaching children how to build and how to cook, how to grow, we are also supporting the organic food movement and also inspiring the next generation of organic farmers. At our school, most years, there are about 12 to 15 students. They come 4 to 5 days a week for their full second, third, and fourth grade experience. This is not a field trip. This is not a small part of their educational experience, but this is their school. They help plant and harvest seasonal foods. They help prepare them for the class to enjoy. One of my favorite jobs is to be on some years I get to be the cooking teacher. We have so much fun. They also take great pride in making food for each other and asking each other, can you taste what that secret ingredient is? Or making teas with mixes of herbs that they harvested and saying, can you guess what that secret herb is? They also learn what wild plants are edible or can be used to make teas and natural medicine. And most of the students, by the time they go through this school program, they can identify over 30 wild plants and their uses, and they even teach and sometimes heal their parents. That's pretty cool. So we should ask ourselves, how can we inspire people with the food that we grow? You know, we've got a really beautiful setup here, and we take pride in how we set up the experience of children working with food. And they're very much a part of it, but there is some attention paid to the appearance and presence. There are a lot of flavors, a lot of colors, a lot of textures that interests children immensely. People of all ages are drawn to beauty. I mean, look at all these beautiful flowers here. It really enhances the experience. And with a little extra effort, we can present food in an artful way so that more people can appreciate its richness, which is a labor of love. I'm actually excited when I go back to Portland. We're going to make salsa verde with the tomatillos. It's one of my favorites. In cities, there are a lot of people who might be interested in what you are doing on your organic farm, if your farm is in the city. People who might be willing to come and experience part of the process, volunteer, attend workshops or classes. So part of my message to you today is that urban organic farms can have a diversity of purposes, income sources, and community offerings. I love to teach organic cooking classes. I also offer these classes through a local community college. College students come to the farm and we cook food together in two of our wood-fired ovens. Take them from how to prepare the wood and make a nice hot fire to the different stages of the temperature of the oven and the different foods you can cook at different temperatures. We also host groups for staff retreats, birthday parties, and other kinds of events where the farm is both a source of nourishment and inspiration. We provide many opportunities for people to visit our farm and experience the blend of nature and organic agriculture. And we often express this integration as permaculture. At our farm school, we make healthy, seasonal, artistic food in every season. The children feel deeply connected to the food that we grow and the nature that surrounds it. They become aware of the cycle of time and develop their own ethical relationship to place. We believe that this kind of relationship among today's youth will be essential for protecting the soil, water, and air long into the future. And we can do so much more than grow and prepare food on an organic farm. After straining the honey from the beeswax, we can make our own candles with the newer high-quality wax, and we can make fire starter with the lower quality wax. In nature, nothing is wasted. That should be the goal of our farms and our schools as well. We can even use leaves and flowers as art supplies. This is so cool, everybody. And if these flowers are just for the taking at the end of the event, if anybody wants to come make some art with me, I would love to show you this activity, okay? We could do it. The different seasons have different colors, and the art is also helping children take a closer look at the beauty and wonders of nature. This observation helps children and adults get over fears of things like insects, which actually prevents a lot of people from having a closer relationship with nature and farming. And they grow up with an appreciation and a desire to protect nature rather than a fear of it and a desire, conscious or unconsciously, to destroy it. And there are so many lessons that are possible on a farm with animals. Our farm is too small to sell our animal products. Their main purposes are educational and for feeding the school children. So we're using our farm animals for the eggs and the milk. And the children have a very close relationship to these animals. It's important for the children to develop a stronger sense of connection to the non-human world. And to the children, animals are very relatable and lovable. At our urban farm, we keep not only bees, but also chickens, rabbits, and goats. By helping tend and care for the animals, the students are learning about how to take care of living things, and they are developing a strong sense of compassion and appreciation for life. Domestic animals also help to teach children how to be calm and peaceful so that the animals won't be afraid of them. This is a fantastic lesson. Many children, especially in cities, don't have very good control of their bodies and their actions. We were learning maybe some of the reasons for that a little bit earlier, yeah? Farm animals help them develop their skills of patience and gentleness, qualities that are much needed in the world. At an appropriate scale and with ecological design, farm animals can also help add fertility to the soil through their manure and spent bedding. Every day, we feed our goats large amounts of blackberry, a plant that is invasive and difficult to control without using herbicides. And we don't use any chemical herbicides or pesticides. We practice organic farming. So borrowing a lesson from permaculture, we can turn a problem into a solution. Having goats has helped us greatly reduce the amount of blackberry plants on our 4-acre, so that's a little under 2-hectare farm. And in addition to bringing the children joy, the goats provide us with fresh, organic milk. And when we have a lot of milk, we'll make cheese with the children and use the cheese for cooking projects like making wood-fired pizzas. I also believe that organic agriculture should help preserve and renew culture, often through the celebration of cultural traditions and traditional foods. Industrial farming is not only a monoculture of plants, but it is also a monoculture of culture. We have an opportunity and a responsibility to consider how our endeavors can help preserve cultural foods, seeds, and traditions. At our farm school, families with diverse cultures take turns helping organize cultural events for the whole class as a special evening activity. The children and parents have an opportunity to grow their familiarity and appreciation for different flavors, cultures, and customs. And as this work is becoming more popular, connecting children with nature, as there's many crises that we're trying to address, I've been honored to have cultural exchanges and share some of the methods of connecting children with nature that I have learned in my lifetime. I've enjoyed learning new methods and integrated them into the work that I do in Portland and in the US. And after this conference, I will visit Japan for the 11th time for a month-long teaching tour of children's activities, trainings from cities and locations ranging from Tokyo to Okinawa. And I'm already excited to integrate some of what I have learned here in Taiwan from you all, and can only hope that you also found some inspiration from me for taking positive action, particularly with the role of urban organic farms in supporting biodiversity and youth and child education. Thank you for the gift of your time and attention today. May your handprint be more impactful than your footprint wherever you go.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew Peeble, for sharing with us about his experience in building up the connection between Jingguan and urban agriculture. So due to the limit of the time, if you have some question or some comments want to share with him, maybe later in the break time, okay? Thank you very much, Matthew. 我们最后在我们这一节最后的一位呢，我们有这个邱义如邱教授来为我们分享粮食生产和生活方式的这个永续农业。那邱老师现在是慈济大学永续及防灾学程的教授兼主任，那他也是台湾普门永续生活协会的常务理事。 那还有永续合作社实在永续消费合作社的副理事主席，那我相信他有很多的经验来为我们分享，如何发展这个永续农业、粮食生产，尤其在我们的 lifestyle 生活形式里面，我们一起欢迎邱教授。
好，感谢主持人，也感谢
Thank you, moderator, and I also thank the organizers and distinguished guests for giving me this opportunity. So in my speech, I would like to talk about how the permaculture is developing in Hualien. So when we talk about agriculture, we can actually separate this word into two parts. One is agri. Agri means planting. And another meaning is culture. And another side of this word is culture. So this is not just an agri-business. It's not just about selling and buying. This is supposed to be a part of our life. It's supposed to be a part of our culture. And it's about how we interact with nature and how we can create a balance between different elements in the world. And when we're talking about organic agriculture, we're actually not just talking about organically farming. It's not just organically selling or buying. It's also we're also trying to create an organic culture. It's not just about the county promoting this organic agriculture. It's all about us. Every one of us should be a part of this movement so that we can create a culture. Like the previous speakers have said, now we are facing challenges from climate change, and we may have facing difficulties from financing. But in order to create a culture, we need to ensure that everyone can be a part of it. So I want to introduce a concept called permaculture. Have you ever heard about this word? This idea started from Mr. Bill Morrison and Holmgren. They have developed this biological design system. The special thing about it is that did you notice that I kept stressing that everyone, so that in permaculture, people believe that we should be able to observe their relationship between themselves and nature. So every decisions they make in their life supposed to have a connection to nature. And things should be, and then you should redesign your life around this concept. And we believe that if you follow this philosophy, we are able to create a sustainable future. I'm a professor in Tsinghua University, but I'm also a big actor in a permaculture promotion. I set up the first permaculture study group in Taiwan. And then we have set up a PDC course for 14 days. And in 2013, I received trainers' trainings. So I started to teach the concept of permacultures in different countries.
So our focus has been on how to promote permaculture in Hualien, especially to schools, communities, and also many of these organizations in Hualien. So I think I can divide the whole process into several stages, and I'll come to economy in the end. So we need to find out a more sustainable business model so that we can really promote organic farming. This is something we're going to bring up at the end of the talk here. So first of all, the whole process is like this. We started the promotion of permaculture in 2010 in Hualien. We started with the community. We provided the permaculture courses for free. So we organize the events with IFOAM. So IFOAM, if you take a look at its name, it's actually have this M, meaning movement, in its name. So it means that if you try to do a movement, you're actually trying to engage everyone. So it means to build a community, to really let the community grow. So you need to build up an organization based on the community. You need to work together with the farmers. You need to take deeper root in the community. Then you need to have a different business model, which is what we call the cooperative economy. So what do we do with knowledge? Well, at least in the academia, we've been saying that knowledge is what you use to make profit. But in permaculture, what we do with knowledge is to spread. We want to share the knowledge. So what we're seeing here is that at the beginning, when I first moved to Hualien, really we try to share the knowledge and experience with a lot of friends here. So a lot of these farmers are also sharing their expertise and knowledge with us as well. So for example, we don't know how to preserve seeds, and we have farmers who know how to do it. So we try to provide these permaculture classes for the community for free. And some of them are organic farmers, the participants. Some of them are just regular business office workers. and we try to really help them to figure out ways to sell the products. So for example, if you're organic farmers, you come here, you can sell your products, and then if you're really just office workers, you can try to buy the organic farmers. You can buy the organic products during the course, and then 10% of the revenue go into the permaculture class, and then we can use this fund or public fund to invite experts and also lecturers to give more open courses. So for example, if you search permaculture in Hualien, then you will see 65 online open courses for free. So this is really a way to build up a study group or learning group here. And after we have all of these volunteers, participants, we need to build up an organization. So we established the Association of Permaculture in Hualien. So as we develop the association, we want to move on to the next stage. We want to combine our learning results with the industry practice. So David Hellegom once quoted that traditional agriculture was labor intensive, industrial agriculture is energy intensive, and permaculture design systems are information and design intensive. So if we just focus on traditional agriculture, there's not going to be a bright future because we're consuming a lot of energy and also labor. What you want is the new type, new form of agriculture that is reliant on information and design. It's just that in the past, conventionally, we didn't do design or we didn't do information collection on the farm site. If you didn't design the way you're going to utilize the water, if you didn't design the way you're going to keep biodiversity, or if you didn't design the way you're going to sell your products to the market, you'll probably end up having really not so profitable, so successful experience. So for the coming generation, we will say information and design will be really important for you if you want to adopt these permaculture design systems. So we have a lot of young farmers or young citizens in Hualien who moved from other cities. So really they need to know local communities to work together with them and get the resources or assistance that they need. And they can learn this new knowledge from local communities and build connections with local farmers. So we've been holding a lot of training sessions to turn farmers into designers. And we also became an environmentally friendly cultivation group recognized by the Ministry of the Agriculture. So I think we've been quite meticulous in this area. So if you want to become recognized farmers by our organization or group, you will need to be trained or undergo courses provided by Permaculture Hualien. So you need to really start it from really the land, the wind, the water, and the fire, and also the agriculture aspects, so that you can really get recognition from our group. So we're trying to transform these typical farmers to really designers, agricultural designers. So every day we're doing design processes. For example, in the morning when you wake up, you try to design your outfit, you try to design your route to work. And also on the farms or in the farms, you need to design your daily routine, the way you're going to cultivate or grow your crops. So over 200 farmers in Hualien has received training from our organization here. So for example, we cover aspects such as soil, water, climate, biodiversity, community, and economy. we need to keep the business model in mind. We need to know who are we going to sell these products to. And in the picture, this is another instructor from our association. And during the process, you'll see that all of our farmers here, they start to really draw pictures. They try to redesign their agricultural processes. We want to tell them to design, for example, the water basin, the flood preventional measures, and also other kinds of facilities in the farm. So this is an example where we work directly with the farmers. And at the same time, we need to work together with the community surrounding us as well. So this is the Biyunzhuang community in Hualien, and this is actually the community where I lived. So this is an application of what we are teaching and learning in the class. So Taiwan is becoming an aged society, and farmers, we don't need just farmers here. We need also other senior members, senior citizens to become farmers as well. Because we often see a lot of news reports saying that some of the senior citizens, they degenerated mentally, physically, and I think this is a negative impact we see from aging. And if we can have a community like this, if we can engage seniors here, then we can build up a long-term care system that is involved with this agriculture activity. So as I just talked about, we want to engage every citizen so that they all become farmers. Sometimes people would say, okay, I'm quite busy, I don't think I can become a farmer. Well, we tell them, you can be a farmer. You can have the smallest farm starting from a single bag, as what you see on the pictures here. A bag can be your farm. So you can have soil inside your bag, and then put the compost, put maybe your leftover or other kinds of really beneficial insects there as well. Then you create a ecosystem, and you can start your farm. So we try to engage everyone here, and we try to build up a model that is suitable for senior citizens. So we try to engage them and interact with them. So for example, we have this clay for our citizens or students to really build up their own model. And then what you see here is the model they build up. For example, for senior citizens who are on really wheelchairs, if you can, let's think about this. If you get old and you can only sit on a wheelchair, you might not be really happy about that. But if you can sit on the wheelchair and at the same time you can still keep your farm growing, you can grow something on your own, it must be different. It must be a different meaning for your life. And also at the same time, we engage our children, young people as well. We try to engage them in this different kinds of long-term care system. So these landscape here, they are all edible. We try to plant edible plants in this area, and also all of the organic compost can be recycled and used for farming. We try to incorporate this aesthetic design of landscape with community. So for example, in a community, you can have these really sectored or divided farm allocated to each citizen. So when you're taking care of your own farm, you can also interact with other citizens in the community as well. And this is the water basin, a reservoir here. It's collected from the rainfall. So they're all recyclable. So how do we engage children as well as senior citizens? For example, when your grandparents are growing or cultivating their crops, children, their grandchildren can be playing around. So through these organic farming, we are able to create a very vibrant activity or experience. We can grow different kinds of vegetables, and at the same time we can really manage the local need for ingredients and food here. So it's not just about cooking the ingredients for senior citizens. We're actually dividing the seniors into 5 groups. Some of them may be cooking for the lunch and cooking for the other seniors as well. So the seniors will feel that they're still valuable. They have their purposes and functions and roles here. And the wastewater from this cooking process can be recycled through our bioprocess. And it can be used to really water the vegetables here. So we don't get really we don't produce extra wastewater. And does any one of you here keep a dog? How do you treat their feces? We actually have these earthworms to decompose the feces from our dogs, and we can feed these earthworms with the feces. So by picking up your dog poop, you can actually contribute to the community.
So we set up this board and to tell everybody how you can collect different things for the earthworm to eat. In our community, we also set up different activities, and we ask the senior citizens to come and join us. But I think we can do more. Like I said, what we are doing should be economically sustainable. So with our current system, with with wholesale, retails, a lot of incomes has been taken away from different players. So a lot of farmers didn't really understand their consumers. So maybe we can get a new system in place. We can get the smallholders, different business. We can get them all together and turn this into a co-op. This could be a production co-op, and then we can get rid of all the other players in the middle. So next, I want to talk about the co-op that we have in Tzu Chi University. This is the social cooperation economy, as we may know it. So with this co-op in Tzu Chi University, we can actually set up different co-ops in different areas. The state government, the county government can also have that. This is what we have here in Tzu Chi University. We procure the crops from the farmers, and then we talk to them about how we can reduce plastic waste and how we can make the selling process more eco-friendly. So we don't have any plastic bags when we are selling those vegetables. We teach them how to process their crops. We also support different indigenous groups. Once we get the consumers involved, I think the farmers will be more motivated to produce more things in the future. And we also want to help the senior people in the different indigenous tribes. We teach them how to rather they can produce their own eggs and then sell their products to different shops. And we give them, we want to make sure that everybody can participate. And like I said, permaculture is the best gateway for everybody to learn and to exchange ideas. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cho, for your detailed introduction on the permaculture. Like you said, everybody should participate, and we should all be an active player in here. I want to give my gratitude to the other three speakers. I think we've learned a lot from how we can protect our seeds and how to preserve them, and then we talk about how we can have beautiful organic farm in the city. Next section is about best practice, how we can make this make this sector more variable, and I think this could be very meaningful for our future. And so let's thank the three speakers for their time and their sharing. So
announce we have no break. 那我们接下来因为时间的关系，我们就进到第4场的这个题目啊。
Okay. I would like to thank the speakers and the moderator. And due to the time constraint, we will skip the next tea break and we will go directly into the 4th session. The topic is about new business opportunities in organic agriculture. Now let's welcome the moderator, Mr. Ryan Anthony Baster. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Are you still with us? This is the final session. Yay! All right, so we still have 2 more sessions. Do you want to learn about organic beekeeping? Do you want to learn about organic dairy farming? I can hear you. Okay, to kick off this session, I'm going to introduce our unofficial organic chant. Would you like that? Yeah. Where's the energy? I thought this is the World Organic Youth Summit. Where's the youthful energy? Okay, so I'd like you to follow after me. The chant goes like this. It's go, 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 organic, go, 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 organic, go, organic. Can you do it? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so it would look and feel better if we do it with an action. So it's go, 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 organic, go, 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 organic, go, 3.0, go, organic. Okay, can we do it all together? 1, 2, 3, go. Go, 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 organic, go, 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 organic, go, organic. All right, yeah, you still have the youthful energy. That's good. Okay, to introduce our first speaker, allow me to introduce our first speaker. So I think most of you know him already, but our first speaker is Matthew John, who is the co-founder of the Keystone Foundation, a not-for-profit organization based in the Nilgiris, South India, for close to 30 years. Also the co-founder of Last Forest, the customer-engaging institution which provides a market platform for all products that come out from the communities. Their work focuses widely on environmental and rural development issues. Matthew John has been serving as the president of IFOAM Organics Asia since October 2021. Here to share his insights and knowledge about organic beekeeping, let's all welcome Matthew John.
Okay. This is front? Yes, down. Down is front. Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Yeah. Is working? Yeah. Normally around 5 p.m., you know, my brain starts sort of shutting down for the day. And today I've got the job of keeping myself awake, and I'm going to share a little bit. You know, when this topic came up and Jennifer said you got to talk about organic beekeeping, and I was really not sure what the implications of that were, but I took it up. because for me, organic beekeeping is something we will talk about. It's very fuzzy. It's very fuzzy. And so, I'm also very lazy. So, you know, when Jennifer got two good people to chase us to write the papers. She had Ryan and Mag, you know. Every other day, where's your paper, where's your paper, where's your paper? So, finally, you know what I did? I told my daughter, I said, why don't you help me out? You know, I was passing on my... And over lunch, I tried to explain to her what I was doing and what I wanted to share. But I was quite surprised. I had just a 10-minute chat with her. And she put down the introduction to what I want to share today. And I will read it out, what she wrote. She's just 16 years old. Why I want to share that is, I think this young generation understands the scenario very well. She doesn't come from any sort of technical background, just a child's enthusiasm to learn. And so I'll just read out a little bit, and then I will share more about bees and honey. In this present day and age, with access to trending terminology and so-called modern-day ideologies, we have come to perceive the concept of organic and organic practices very narrowly. We have started to confine the concept of organic into a specific agricultural box, instead of holistically looking at it in a broader light. The core essence of organic principles have been prevalent for generations, although only recently, over the last 100 years or so, we have come to introduce the terminology organic and associate it within agricultural contexts. The conditioning of looking at organic practices only under an agricultural lens has prevented us from understanding the value of tradition, culture, and indigenous approaches. Many times, products and wild produce may not necessarily be deemed as organic in a legalistic sense, but rather organic in the nature of sustainable harvesting practices. The tradition of collecting wild produce from forests and other natural resources has encountered multiple misconceptions over the years. One primarily being the misunderstanding of the process itself. The philosophy of sustainability and its impactful harvesting is only being recognized very recently, and hence has been misconceived by many due to its novelty. The careful collection and harvesting of natural, wild, and indigenous products can often be misinterpreted as another form of extraction and subtle exploitation of natural resources, often resulting in the thought process that the wild produce available in these regions are subject to intensive derivation every single harvest. Whereas in reality, the thoughtfulness behind sustainability lies in respecting nature and its resources by leaving behind some of the produce in their places during the time of collection. Each country and region has its own uniqueness and individuality embedded in their customs, values, traditions, and practices. Therefore, the acknowledgement and appreciation for these age-old traditions and culture is extremely vital. The preservation of wild produce by itself is a holistic approach to incorporate organic principles on the ground. The preservation of values, traditions, culture, and wild produce in the Asian sphere by itself advocates for the organic movement by its recognition and serves as a catalyst for change by incorporating organic thought processes in diverse ways. Asia as a continent needs to be recognized and appreciated for its diversity, which includes the preservation of unique traditions, values, and cultural practices. Yeah? And so that is the context in which I want to share and talk about bees. Professor Chen was talking about beekeeping a little bit earlier. Yeah? But here is something that I want to share that comes from cultural practices over thousands of years. And I work in an area with indigenous communities. And many a time, we tend to push aside their culture because we want very modern thought processes to be ingrained into them. We don't recognize what they have built into their practices has survived thousands of years. And we are only just learning only a dot of what they have learned and preserved. And so, I share with you a little bit from where I come. I come from the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, which is in the southern part of India. And it incorporates about 5,000 square kilometers, and it's declared so under the Man and Biosphere Program of UNESCO. It's a hot spot. And if you see, it's in this corner where you see the dot, that's the Biosphere Reserve. What is very interesting is there are over 200,000 people representing over 30 indigenous groups, and each one of them special and unique. Their language, their culture, each one of them is unique. Many a times we forget that all these communities, many of them live in such a symbiotic relationship. Each one of them is able to provide to that larger ecosystem very different services. And so just in our area, we had a community which provides the grains. There's another that looks at agricultural implements and blacksmithy. There's a community that collects honey, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And we have another community which collects milk and makes curd out of it also. And so these communities together, they have lived in harmony for these thousands of years. And for us, it is a learning, and maybe a de-learning for us. What they have developed over thousands of years. I want to expand, before we get into honeys, I want to expand that horizon a little bit. Because honey is just a product that we're talking about. And actually, when we are talking about forests and forest ecosystems, we are talking about, again, a very misnomer, non-timber forest produce. And then the new word that came out was minor forest produce. Very colonial thought processes. You know, wood, timber is what gives us revenue. The rest is irrelevant if it doesn't generate revenue. But for these purposes, I'm just using the word non-timber forest produce. And in our country, there is a huge over-extraction that happens. And we are doing it mindlessly without understanding the consequences. There are number of thousands of families, hundreds and thousands of families who depend on that. What we fail to realize is more than 2/3 of them who go in and collect are women. There are children also who go in and collect. And there is a growing market for non-timber forest produce. And so it's very important in our context that we work not only to understand this, but to be able to build an enterprise around it. And so if you see, and I think this will be valid all across the world, where you have low prices, unfair practices, quality concerns, destructive harvesting in some places, and a lower understanding of what the forest ecosystem is about. But what we need to understand is that it pays to conserve too. Many a time, I've tried to leave out the word certification. It's very restrictive. And I feel it's for us, we need to educate ourselves. There's a huge amount of trade implications. If you go into central India, that's the basic livelihood that exists for hundreds and thousands of people. And we need to be clear that we are understanding that resource and its availability going forward. And will a guarantee help? If we are able to create a system that is able to understand, value this, are we able to create something that will be valued by the customer at their end too? And so constantly for us, we need to talk about ecological monitoring. And ecological monitoring is a term again that we have come up with. I think that's innate in their understanding of forest systems. Yeah? I think Matt was talking about fires, grazing. I think these are all part of the forest ecosystem. And many times we, in our excitement, we try and control these processes. I think we need to understand with them what they have been seeing all along. What is important is that if we are trying to build a system, that we build a chain of custody that is understood by all players in the market. And so for wild produce, this is something that we've been working on, and to see how we can maintain records and be able to communicate that to the customer. From forest produce, one part of it is honey. Just one part of it is honey. There are nuts, there are grasses, and there are all sorts of fruits. And for each one of them, we should be able to understand what is sustainable when the collection is being done. And I think that is the key portion of it. So I'm just talking about bees in India. I've put this in brackets because this is a species of bees that has been imported from Europe, which is now destroying the ecosystem in our country because it feeds in a very monoculture manner. And so what the indigenous bees have done over hundreds and thousands of years is they allow pollination to happen in an organic manner so that there is no species which dominates. And I think that's very important for us to understand. We tend to talk about organic, but in a very non-organic way. Yeah? And so we have to understand bees, they feed at different layers of vegetation and they pollinate at those levels. I'll share with you mainly about the Apis dorsata, and this is honey collection that goes on in the wild. These bees, Apis dorsata, are also called the giant Indian rock bees. And for us, it's something that when they feed at the top canopy of the forest flowers. And these bees, the honey they produce in our Indian market, more than 65 to 70% of the honey is from them. But we never acknowledge it. We never acknowledge it. And so if you talk to the community, they will say, no, we've put it inside boxes, we've collected it from the boxes, because that for us is science. Their collection, their methods is not science to us. And I think we need to respect and understand that. when they go into the forest, this activity is something that is sacred to them. And so there will be groups from different villages who go in. They will make the ladder. This ladder is not made out of rope, what we see today. We see rope and we think that's we can make a ladder out of that. This is out of forest vines. And each time they go to collect honey, they will collect only a particular vine because that's their faith. On that particular vine, you go to the next village, they will have a faith on a completely different vine. They make those ladders and then they go and collect. We will just see a short video, but this could be 200 feet. What keeps them doing that year after year? There's no protection involved. It's their culture, their tradition, their faith. And it's something that we can't explain. I think very importantly, before we see the video, is also to understand that we tend to homogenize everything in our eagerness to build a system that will work across continents, across states, across countries. We tend to homogenize. But we need to realize, even by one species of bees, that's the kind of honey you can get. And it's all good honey. It's all pure honey. Tastes will differ. Consistency will differ. Color will differ. And I think we need to appreciate and respect that. We'll see a short video right now, yeah, and that will show the kind of honey collection that they do. No? I think something that I will share while we see this, before we see this video is, when I shared that they go as groups, I think the entire thing, the entire activity is based on trust. Because when you do an activity like this, when you come down 200 feet, 300 feet, you need to trust your team. Well, I thought it appeared. And so, it's never a family that goes out. It's a set of people who trust each other. Yeah? And you have to trust all the way. And so when you saw that ladder, keeping us in suspense,
始。
So that's honey collection in our area. When we first saw it, we were as shocked and wonderstruck. But for us, we realized that this is something that they have been doing for thousands of years. And one of the first things that we wanted to do was, why do they make the rope every time? Why this effort of spending 3 days together as a group at making a rope? And what we did was, we asked them, we will buy you the rope. And so thankfully, they didn't come down that rope. They only used that rope to bring down the honey basket. Within seconds, we realized, when it rubbed against the rock, and that's why they do it fresh every time. Because the green wine keeps them going. And that doesn't cut. And so when you see the person who's on the top is always the brother-in-law of the person who's come down. Because if anything happens to this guy, his sister is going to be a widow. Yeah? We may have a lot of logic and a lot of reasoning, but they have something very simple which keeps them together. You don't have a brother-in-law, you still have somebody you trust who guards that rope where it is. As you grow older, you become the one who is giving the directions. And so we've not seen, but we've heard, but then young kids who are just 2 years old, they're tied, brought down that ladder so that they don't have any fear of the bees. And they do that generation after generation. And so for us, it was just a learning process. A little bit around bees and honey, we have a debate within our country talking about natural versus processed, indigenous bees versus imported bees, constant regulatory changes, diseases that come in, and a whole range of issues. I will not go into that. That will take a lot of time, but we can discuss that later. And so for us, this honey, with all its values, with all its culture, how do you take that out into the market? How do you communicate that to the customer? And I think it's very important. I mentioned that in the morning too. We have the producer, the person who's harvesting, who's collecting, and we have the customer at the other end. And we need that customer to become as engaged as we want the producer to be. And so for us to be able to tell this story to the customer. And so just a few photographs that will just show you what we're trying to do with the products. And so from the honey, you have the beeswax. Beeswax which was wasted and thrown away. Today it can be made into lip balms, it can be made into soaps. to be able to talk about values to the customer. So whether it talks about fair trade, it talks about organic, whether it talks about slow food, and there are many other stories that you can talk about. But constantly you need to engage with the customer and tell them. I think very important for us has been to talk to customers about ecosystem services. Because these bees, the flora, the fauna of these forests, they provide services to us which is way beyond value that we can allocate or where we can price it. Even this terminology of ecosystem services sometimes is a terminology that reflects that we look everything from a revenue perspective. But even these are some things that for the customers, they need to understand, and we need to be able to talk that language. And so these are just photographs of products. So when you talk about, and you can talk about honey, you can package it and sell it to the customers and take it into the market, telling this story. You can do also a range when you talk about flora and fauna from your area. And so for us, which is a biosphere reserve, it is important that we talk this story to the customers. Yeah, so I want to close there. And that's something that as a team that we have been able to build across institutions and being able to take on the market. So honey and bees is something that we can talk about for a long time, but I think it's important that we realize that they bring a special value into our lives, and we need to value it in return. Thank you.
That was Matthew and the bees. So can we do a bee sound for Matthew? All together, 1, 2, 3, go. Zzz. Yes, another round of applause for Matthew. We now come to our final presentation for this session, and this will come from Emre. And allow me to introduce Emre. Emre Gurda is from Turkey. He's a veterinarian and the owner of Arif Gurdal Organic Dairy Farm. He established the International Veterinary Students Association in Adnan Menderes University. He also worked as a research scholar in University of California, Davis, attended the American Dairy Science Congress, and presented his research on antimicrobial usage for the treatment of respiratory diseases in calves, a systematic review, in a poster presentation. Let's all welcome Emre Gurda.
Hello everyone. First I would like to thank everyone for giving us the opportunity to talk here. I'll try to make it as brief as possible because we are already in the overtime, I guess. So first I would like to start with who am I? I am a 27 years old gentleman who graduated in 2018 as a veterinarian. Right after I graduated, I worked in UC Davis for a year. Right now, I'm currently running the dairy with my father over there. You can see my father, my mother, and my little sister there. Our farm's history, my father established the dairy around 70 years ago. Right after he died in 1997, my father started running the dairy, who is an agricultural engineer. He's an ambitious guy, so he likes to try new things. With the help of Professor Uygun Aksoy, I'm sure most of you know her, he started organic plant production, organic agriculture in 2003. And in 2007, he started organic milk production. I always liked cows and the dairy life. That's why I became a veterinarian in the first place. And now, as I said before, we are managing the dairy together. This is my grandfather who established the dairy, and my father there. Right now, we are planting around 200 hectares of field annually. We don't have problems with irrigations, so we're located right next to a river, so we can harvest 2 different products in a year. We usually grow barley, corn, both for silage and grain, wheat, and alfalfa. So we use our fields just for our animals. We don't sell any agricultural products. In our dairy right now, currently we have 300 milking cows and 800 cattle in total. We're currently using a fishbone system. You can see it there, fishbone system. With 10 animals each side, which means we can milk 20 cows at the same time. But next year we are planning to use these fully automated robotic machines. Right there you're seeing that. We are having our cows in, baby cows in individual houses, allowing them to interact with each other so they don't feel alone and stressed. After I explain the basics of what we are doing in the farm, I would like to come to my actual topic, which is the importance of organic dairy farming. But in doing so, I wanted to explain everything without being boring. I will try to show you how we are managing everything in the dairy while being organic. To do it easier, I wanted to divide the topic into 4, which are animal welfare, human health, antimicrobial resistance, and ecology. A good welfare means a good state of health where the animal is healthy, comfortable, well-fed, able to express its natural character and not suffer from adverse conditions such as fear, pain, and distress. Good animal welfare requires disease prevention of animals, management of animals, veterinary treatment when animals are sick, animal care, balanced nutrition, appropriate shelter, humane handling of each animal, and humane slaughter at the end. Well, welfare is very important for us, and vaccination is what makes us do organic dairy farming. Because the key in being able to do it is having less diseases, which we need help with. And vaccines are most strong weapons here. Another weapon for us is control on what enters to the farm and what not. We try to limit entrance to the dairy, as you can see there. We have a huge disinfection site. Limit entrance to the dairy boundaries. If entry is inevitable, we always disinfect the vehicle or the person, because we never know what or who can bring diseases to the farm. So diseases that we can't tolerate. As you all know, early discovery of diseases makes it a lot easier to treat. Here, right there, let me show you. Here you can see one of our cows and the colors that it has. That little sensor there, it makes us able to record every move of the cow and his mouth, her mouth, and delivers the data to my computer. If a cow is eating and ruminating less, that allows us to know that that cow is getting sick before she actually is sick. This mostly allows us to treat animals without antibiotics because we are able to diagnose the sickness before it spreads to the body. I'm not sure if you can see there, but here they have their beds, their own beds. Every cattle has her own bed that she can either sit or sleep on. They're regularly being cleaned. This is important because cows love to sit and ruminate. If you don't give them the proper environment to do so, they start to feel stressed, which we don't want. I always like to give this example. On each bed that one cow sleeps is actually 2 times more expensive than my own bed in my house. So yeah, this is, yeah, you can see. Especially in hot countries like Turkey, during summertime, we can see up to 50 Celsius degrees, which is another type of stress we try to overcome with the helicopter fans. You can see them right there. I guess so. Together with the high ceiling, they cool down the barn more than 10 degrees. We also need to stock animals in a specific density according to their body weight, ensuring they're not overstocked and stressed. While doing so, we need to provide them both inside and outside areas. This is the outside area. The outside area is for them to run, walk, interact with each other, do whatever they want to do. In organic dairy farming, everything that the animal eats should also be grown organically. You all know the process of organic agriculture, so I'm not getting into details there. We control and care about all the details to ensure our animals are always stress-free and healthy. Today, animal activists are giving a war to end animal production because they think that animals suffer. They might be right to a point, but this is why organic dairy farming is important, because we care about our animals and their welfare. We are as healthy as the products we consume. Same also counts for animals. Considering that we humans drink what comes out of that body and we eat the body, we also consume what the animal ate and all the treatments they received before. Well, after Mr. Conrad's speech today, I wanted to change, but I didn't have a chance, so I have a lot of no's here. Regarding human health, benefits of organic dairying is same as the organic agriculture. We do not use GMO, we do not use pesticides. Where we have additions is in hormones and antibiotics. The hormones that are used in animal treatments can sometimes be the same ones in humans, which makes it even more dangerous. Yes, most of the companies control products about residues, but sometimes mostly unregulated smaller ones might not care about the residues. Over a period of time, exposure to those hormones can affect human health. Antibiotics usage is a very serious topic. Actually, it might be the most important topic that I've been talking about. So I gave it another topic of itself. As we are all aware, we've been at war with bacteria since the beginning of time. We were actually losing that war until Alexander Fleming invented penicillin in 1928. Since then, human population increased dramatically. But bacteria have another weapon, which is antimicrobial resistance. But how does the resistance happen? All animals, including us, have bacteria in our intestines. When we treat animals unnecessarily or not the right way, resistant ones might survive, and sometimes they can give their resistant genes to the other bacteria. This is how resistance spreads. We can get this resistant bacteria through animal products, contaminated water, and surfaces. And this can lead up to diseases and even to death. Antibiotic usage differs from country to country in organic dairy farming. I know that it's completely forbidden in the USA. Since we copied our regulations from the EU, ours and theirs should be the same. We are allowed to use 3 shots of antibiotics per animal annually. Like agriculture, we have residue times, which means the animal can get rid of the antibiotic residue inside her in that specific time. Here you can see the time in the label, which is 96 hours of residue time for that specific oxytetracycline. Conventional farms can use the milk after this 96 hours of time. But as organic dairies, we should dispose of the milk twice as much as that time. But why is antibiotic resistance important? Antimicrobial resistance is an urgent global public health threat, killing at least 1.27 million people worldwide, and associated with nearly 5 million deaths in 2019. We are in need of new antibiotics, which takes a very long time to produce. The ones we have now are losing their efficacy. Our main focus as organic dairy producers is reducing antibiotic usage as much as we can so we can help with the cause. Because it affects all of us, as we've all seen in COVID times. Well, I don't feel comfortable talking about ecology in front of all of you, so I'm gonna keep it brief. Ecology is about sustainability over long term, soil health, water health, air and climate change, biodiversity, and genetically modified organisms. We are important for all of those. As everyone mentioned about these during their talks, I just wanted to say, as contributors to the cause, we are all important because we are all fighting every day for the same agenda. Here, have a better and healthier world. Thank you for your time.
So that was Emre and the happy cow. So let's give him the moo sound. 1, 2, 3, go! Moo, right? So a round of applause again to both Matthew and Emre. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Thank you to our audience for your participation and for your attention. And I'm passing back the mic to our lovely MC for some logistical announcements.
谢谢今天所有的与会的嘉宾，还有我们的讲者及我们的介绍 moderator 的贵宾哈。那我们今天的论坛在此告一段落。我们明天上午9点一样在现场等候各位贵宾及我们来宾一同参与我们的2023世界有机青年高峰会。我们明天见。那这边提醒我们的与会来宾，我们的接驳车往火车站在15分钟后在1楼会出发到火车站。那这里有需要搭乘的呢，可以先到1楼去做等待，请认明东引游览车。谢谢。And also, I would like to invite all the speakers with us today and on the stage to take a group photo with our mayor. Please, our speaker can come up to the stage and have a group photo with our mayor. Thank you. And also, I would like to make an announcement for the foreign guests. We have shuttle bus A and B, and we will have the staff after the group photo. You will take the shuttle bus A and B to the reception dinner later with us tonight. And also, after the reception dinner, if you still have some reimbursements documents you didn't give to the staff, you can bring your document to the second floor of the conference, and our staff will pick up your reimbursement document. Thank you. After the group photo. Okay, say cheese. Okay, you raise your thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
People listen to me more than they listen to you. You're too kind. I'm very
can get them time earlier because
No, I will do
going
that.
to be like,
No, it's going to, even if you do that, they don't come down. That's the problem. So I'm going to 6, and then we will look at 6:30.
Okay, foreign delegates, listen. Our dinner is in a different place today, okay? 6:20 in the lobby. 6:20 in the lobby, we are going to take shuttle bus A, shuttle bus B. If you are not there, we'll just leave you. We cannot wait for you. So your trick is you come with your roommate. We are not going to do a roll call. We'll ask you, is your roommate there? Okay? And if you're not there at 6:20, your dinner is on your own. So please be on time because we cannot wait for you.
I have to make it very strict. Otherwise, yes. Otherwise, they don't. Otherwise, they don't.
So we still have some foreign guests, and we can take a group photo now, and later on you will be prepared for your reception dinner. Okay.
Hello. If you're a foreign delegate, please come to the front really fast, really fast. We're going to get on the shuttle, but we would love to have you in this photo. Very quickly, please come to the front of the room if you're visiting.
Okay, for the foreign delegates with the photo time with the mayor, please. And then we get on the bus, okay?
Okay, right, okay.
Please move a little bit closer because we have short time limit. So we take a group photo and soon we'll be ready for the reception dinner. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheese. I say 1, 2, 3, you say organic. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, final picture. Okay, thank you everyone, and we are ready for the reception dinner. Thank you for all today. Thank you.
Right, the Philippine delegation with the mayor. Photo time. Janice. Philippine delegation with the mayor. Photo time. Please hurry up to the stage. And somebody's phone. We found somebody's phone. Somebody's phone. Lost and found. Phone. Let me go take. Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay. Next, the Naga delegation. Naga delegation on stage. You don't want a group photo? Naga delegation. Nagaland. You don't want the photo? Nobody's listening to me. Okay, no photo. No. I'm a Filipino now? Okay. Mabuhay. Mabuhay. Okay. The Naga delegation, please. Hey, Naga delegation on stage. Group photo with the mayor. Your Naga delegation, you don't want it? Okay.
I think that my phone.
With the ladies block.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
After daw po ng dinner, pwede. But we have to leave now.
Ano?
So that we don't miss the...
Dami kong dala. Paano kaya ito?
I think we can leave it here. Apo. Apo. Yeah. So? Kasi yung perhaps we can put, leave it first with the concierge.
A concierge. Okay.
And then, let me help.
Teka muna, pasok mo na dito to.
Yes.
Ayan. Ayan. And then that's it.
It's leaving at 6:10.
Kana. Let's go later na lang. Iniwanan nila yung iba, oh.
Daw gin kwa na nila. Ay.